Drop. I want it, I want it. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it. Cold. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it. I want it. Drop. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it.
Caio, Baio, Caio, Caio, Baio, Caio, Baio, Baio. Xenon, denim, xenon, xenon, denim, xenon, xenon, denim, denim, ah. Taco, taco, maco, taco, taco, maco, taco, maco. Los, cross, cross, los, cross.
Yo creo que fue un 4 de 10, así que muchas gracias por...
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Americas. Let's go! Let's go! One more is all it takes.
Today, it's the final day of play-ins. We've got back-to-back elimination matches, and it's all on the line. Of course, everyone, welcome back to VCT Americas. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Riot Games Arena right here in the beautiful, the sunny, the incredible. I'm going to wait till it gets to us on the camera. Showing babyface foot right there. And Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy on the desk currently yelling at you right now. We're joined by Dryad. We have Athena. And here today, a special guest. It's Emmy here to close out the week. It's going to be a fun time. I'm excited. Emmy, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm happy to be here.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. We have two
bald guys.
I knew you were going to do it.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to do it.
I'm full committed.
Listen, what side are you on? Team bald or team hair? Sound
what
off
would
in the
you
comments.
even ask?
Okay, sound off. It doesn't even ask.
You're doing
Just
that to yourself.
what
Yeah.
team you want to be on?
Yeah,
okay?
that's a yikes.
Everyone wants
It's
to be
okay,
on
guys.
Team
I think
Ball.
everyone wants to be on
Everyone
Team
wants to
Ball.
be right
Let me
here.
just lay it to you real fast. Think about like this. You wake up in the morning, you don't got to worry about anything. Trust. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and talk about how we got here. Because yesterday we were in the lower bracket and we started things off with Bestia taking on G2. Dan, Bestia, great LATAM squad, really showed the only team that could that took a game off of a tier 1 squad here. Sorry, Emmy, I apologize for that one, Papa. What do you think of this squad? What do you think of this match?
It was a little bit unfortunate for them. There was a lot of great individual moments, but yeah, of course G2 was going to do the G2 thing.
Yeah, G2 doing the G2 thing to bring the game back and make sure that they win it out. And then moving on to this crew game as well. It was really fun to watch, crew versus Sen, but it got a little bit crazy, a little bit sloppy in the middle, but crew coming out on top, making sure that they're proving themselves to be that better team.
Crew are looking really good. They're coming into
Yeah.
the room, but the game was a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, that's for sure.
We'll be looking out for them a little bit later on today because, of course, we have two great matchups that are going to be coming up. You saw them laid out on the schedule. It's straight up, it's simple. 2 matches remain to determine who are the final 2 teams. They're going to be punching in those playoff spots. It's either going to be Envy or G2, and then it'll be later on EG taking on Crew Visa. Oh man, it'll be good. We already got a couple squads locked in, so you know we'll handle that business later. But it's Sunday,
True.
and you know what that means. It's time for the Pulsar Flick of the Week, and this one's going to go to Glyph. And Van Stilly, by the way, nailed this one. He actually did call it. His shot was disgusting.
Ew, look
He's
at
a
that.
visionary.
He's a visionary. The tracing through the air, the patience before shooting that shot. Van Silly calling it.
Even the players called it.
Yeah.
Even the players got it.
Sometimes you just got to call play.
Yeah.
You know, you
Yeah.
just got to respect the play,
Yep.
right? But look, guys, it's not just the Flick of the Week. That was one of the incredible moments that we saw throughout the last 8 days of play-in competition. No, we have more. So let's determine which were our favorites. Let's find out. All right. So this one's going to be fun. We're going to share our favorite moments, and then Emmy's going to pick his favorite of our favorites.
Ooh,
Okay.
I like that.
Ready?
I like
Athena,
that.
you're up first.
Okay, mine has to be the ace coming in from Bestia.
No bias.
David. No bias here, okay? This was so clean. He gets this first pick on that player isolated, but then the 1v4 here to win out the round. It was insane. He had such a heroic play against C9, kind of peaking one by one. Maybe
Yeah, it
a
was
little
good.
bit
No, it was
sloppy.
good.
Sorry.
This was really good.
Yeah, no, it was really good.
So good.
Very good hero play coming in from David there.
All I remember is just in that moment we were joking about, just take the guy out, and then out of nowhere. Oh man, what a moment. That was crazy. Sorry, Emmy. Next up, a Dryad.
soon?
We have yours up next. Who you got?
Well, I think you're mentioning a hero play, but for me, I love a villain.
Okay.
I love a villain story.
Scandalo.
And I love when the villains make a comeback. Demon One has been looking insane recently.
yeah, he has.
I love the rivalries.
I can't believe it.
I love everything that the team is saying. I mean, look at this play. When he's dropping as well, there's a smoke. He doesn't know what's going on, and he gets the flick. How does he do it?
No, it's so good. And he always pulls out those things, but you're calling him the villain?
Yeah.
That's my hero.
Wow.
This year, that was my hero.
Okay.
This guy right here. All right. I'll share mine. I think we might know this one so far. But this is mine. And this one actually is going to come from Glyph over at Envy. I think we all know this moment. It was honestly a brilliant waterfall of just Sentinel's players just landing in front. Like,
This is what should happen when you drop, by the way.
Yeah.
You just die. But maybe not like this, though.
Maybe not like that.
Maybe not exactly like this.
oof. Yeah, that was a good one. Well done, Glyph. All right, Amy, who's your favorite?
Yeah.
Well, you know, the bestie one is close.
Hey,
but I've got to go with the hero. I've got to go with my hero,
That's
Demon
messed
One.
up. The
This
villain.
guy had to
He's
go
baited
with
me.
his hero.
What was that about? That was crazy.
You picked
was
that.
it
You
the
picked
Bob
that clip.
joke?
Yeah, no.
Or was it the C9 clip? Actually, I'm not
I
really
think it might have been both.
good
It might have been the
with
sum
these
of all the
for
parts.
my- Yeah.
It could be the consequences of your actions finally paying off. All right, now, of course, don't be surprised, though, later on in this game, if we got a couple more clippable moments, because we got two players that are taking the stage that are probably going to give us some fun ones, Jogamo and Demon One. And in our first matchup, we're going to see two former teammates, two former world champions, squaring off against each other again here. Athena, it's going to be a revisit of this battle between the two of them. Jogamo, though, has a ton of success, and Demon One has had quite the journey up until this point.
Yeah, it feels like both these players have consistently been battling to make it to globals, and they kind of have in their own ways. But the problem for me is the fact that they've changed so much since this moment. They both don't know how each other play anymore unless they've just seen it in the server when it comes to playing in VCT Americas. And these points, I mean, you can see the global stats here.
Yeah, since 2023, they face each other a few times, but Jogamo has been dominant with G2 in the America stage. While for Demon One, it's not the situation that he's used to. He's used to facing his former teammates and all across different teams. But this one is an elimination for him, so.
Yeah, this
more
one's a little bit
pressure.
different, Amy, right? I mean, the tension's certainly there. We talked about these players being different, but it's funny because Demon One's playing Chamber a lot now, which I'm pretty sure he was playing a lot when they won the World Championship.
They're on he was actually on the Jet Astra, I think, maybe.
Wait, was he on the Jet Astra as well?
He was zooming. He was
Oh my
zooming.
gosh, that's
I like
right.
to say about these players, Jogamo, the jack of all trades.
Yeah.
And Demon One's the master of one, you know?
They were the two duelists
okay.
of
They
EG
were.
at the time.
Yeah, they were the ones. And when you really think about it, like this battle and it coming down to this moment here, it's pretty fun. Storyline. Story! Like storylines. Oh, man, it's crazy.
It's all part of the script.
The
It really
tension.
is. Oh, we totally planned it. Let's go ahead and hear, though, from those two players. We have Jogamo and Demon One standing by with Liz, caught up with them to get their thoughts ahead of this match.
All right, Jogamo and Demon One, you guys won the Champs 2023 trophy together as teammates on Evil Geniuses, but today we face each other, a family divided. We faced each other 4 times since 2023. What are the emotions going into today's match?
I mean, it's just another match versus D1. I mean, it's always fun against him, but I'm kind of excited to beat Stunner. He's my old coach as well, so yeah.
How about today? What about you?
I want to beat him. I haven't beat him once yet. I beat Calm. I think I beat Ethan. Never gonna beat Boosty. He retired. Unlucky, but I need to beat this guy now.
Well, let's start off with a nice little fist bump, gentlemen. Keep it clean.
I like how Ethan can't confirm nor deny, or rather, Demon One can't confirm nor deny if you beat Ethan. Yeah. Like, that part kind of rattled me. It's like, how do you not know that? Of course, so, with this matchup, it's do or die, elimination matchup here. And let's be real, G2, this is a squad that I think the pressure's a little bit different this time around, considering the situation they find themselves in.
It's different too. Look at how far ahead these 3 teams are compared to everybody else when it comes to points. G2 is in a really comfortable spot, even if they lose today, to potentially make champs, as long as either level energy or both make the grand final. If that doesn't happen, well, maybe things can get a little bit complicated. But they're in a good spot. The thing is, for them, that doesn't usually matter. They're not here to make it through points. They're here to make it to the grand finals. This is a team that loves and has made pretty much every single grand final but one.
3, 4?
A bunch.
They have 4 trophies. They have made it to 7 out of 8 grand finals in America.
Gosh.
So
yeah, they're hoping to keep that track record alive, making sure they're pushing for that. This might be potentially one of their worst performance when it comes to VCT Americas, at least with this core. So it's really interesting to see that, yes, they have the points, but maybe potentially they're fighting with that mentality or fighting with that pressure of trying to win. They cannot underperform.
Why did we
here.
do a slow-mo of Baby Bay eating a
Oh,
pastry?
wow, that is...
I mean, he's enjoying every minute of
Look
it.
at Valen, look
and
at
Valen cheering on his boy.
That's why I came here. Just for this right here.
We promised him that to get.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack from
No,
the combo. It's
that's
just I'm seeing Baby just shove a pastry down his throat and Val and cheering him on. How can I not acknowledge it? But yeah, I mean, this is certainly a situation that G2 just it's very unbecoming of them to be. They're in play-ins. They're not even in playoffs yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like they don't think that way, and they don't think about pressure or anything like that. They could still win the whole thing, and I still believe they probably will, to be honest. If they get through this game and then it's all going to reset for them, they'll be fine.
Ooh, wow, that, of course, bold call there, but you're not wrong. I mean, given the history of G2, I can totally see that being the case here. Now, of course, speaking of the squad, though, yesterday we did see G2 take down Bestia, and a lot of that came down to, Athena, some incredible clutches.
Oh my God, it was insane. This game was so fun to watch. It was clutch after clutch. We actually saw Trent and Babybay kind of be the holders of most of those clutches, and the main reason why was they absolutely denied any of those retakes coming in from Bestia. They were so good at holding their post-plant positions. And you could even see at the end, they were so excited. Babybay and Trent being like, it's me and you again, baby, and those reactions, like they were so funny. But it's just the camaraderie that they had in a lot of those post-plants to punish Bestia. It worked out really well for them.
Yeah, it has been so cool to see for G2 that they always do the same thing to us. We're like, wait, they're not looking good. This is the time. And then they're just having fun. They're changing things up, and they look so comfortable.
Yeah, but it's also G2 take advantage of small mistakes of teams, always, and we've seen that yesterday as well. They'll always take advantage of the micros.
Yeah, and that is a thing that when you're playing against G2, you just need to be careful about, right? Because they're always going to punish, always going to punish. They're a very disciplined team, know exactly what they want to do, Dan.
And what we're looking at right here are the last comp changes that we saw for Ascent and for Haven. That composition of Ascent, they're bringing it back from Champs 2025, but they were still playing with Jenna P.
Back in the day.
And for Haven, with this double duelist, teams have to play a double duelist in this map. This is something that we also saw Energy do. They're bringing back from Kickoff and Santiago. These should be the last comp changes that we see for G2, though. This is the last.
I think the Euro and Ascent was fun, the way they played. I'm not gonna lie. They had a lot of nice little cool tricks, but I don't know if it's sustainable. The solo Euro, you're losing a lot of that mobility when it comes to Ascent. You can't clear as many close corners unless you have that Yoru online, and it feels like there's a tiny bit of the struggle. The thing is, though, they did play it really cool. I don't know if you guys saw. They seem very comfortable. They're basing a lot of their strats off of that Yoru TP, off of a lot of the really quick movements that he can have across map, and it's helped with a lot of their rotations as well. So I think in general it makes sense. They've come up with a plan. I just don't think it's sustainable.
I mean, I think the Yoru thrives on defense on this map with the rotations, and you only need a few rounds on attack side Ascent, and his ult is a big power ult that can help you get those rounds.
True.
Oh yeah, I mean, all that info that you get from the Euro ult certainly going to be a factor, and we'll be keeping eyes on that. But here's the thing, G2, right? They're not going to be able to coast into the playoffs, right? Because their opponents on the other side, Envy, they've actually been looking stronger and stronger each time we see them. And we've been getting great showings out of Kesnet with some huge Glyph as well, dropping numbers too. I mean, Dan, it feels like this is a team that is finally figuring it out, but now they're going to be running into this brick wall known as G2 that have had so much success in the region.
And something that has been a win condition for Envy so far has been the post plans because of how good they are at taking space early on. You saw it in this map of Sunset where they're going right away to fight for market control and also hold that choke on Boba. And then you see in other maps like Sunset where they go all the way back pretty much to CT. They get so much space. They're so good at that. I know that it said that it was 83%. It went a little down. Both teams are really good at the post plans, but I think for Envy, this is what they should be caring about the most. Every single map that they played so far, they started on the attack side.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times we worry about teams overheating when it comes to post plans because they want to keep that space and keep that control. But it feels like Envy has a really good balance between keeping the control, but also making sure they're fighting with that numbers and falling back when they need to.
Yeah, and has this success from Envy recently and the growth of them surprised you, Envy? Because, I mean, obviously in the stage, it wasn't that great for them.
Yeah, if you look at their matches, then it surprised them, but after scrimming them, we scrimmed them a lot, and they're just insanely good. Like Kesnet and Demon 1 put up numbers. If they can get the space correctly, then they really don't put a foot wrong after that.
Yeah, well, actually, you talk about Kesnet. You got to talk about the pieces on this team that have helped to bring this one around. One individual in particular, we saw him briefly in one of the clip it section.
One of the clips. I think it wasn't your clip.
Oh, one of the
GP.
person who picked the clips. Glyph has really been just a solution in some instances for these players on Envy.
I feel like when you're on a team that has this many personalities, you need someone to be able to kind of reel them in and make sure they're playing together. And I feel like the addition of Glyph has immensely helped that. I actually sat down and talked with them a couple weeks ago, and Glyph was telling us how many hard conversations that they had to have as a team to get to this point in the first place. And it feels like there's so much respect now for him across the board on this roster, and they're making sure they're listening to him. And he's able to also put himself out there when he needs to.
Which is something that the team has always talked about, the respect, and also when you have so many individuals, you need to make sure that somebody is going to be the leader. And that is something that Glyph has been able to do, which is crazy for the newest addition as well. A guy that was coming from tier 2, that went all the way to EMEA, didn't find any success, and now he has been looking incredible. I really like what we're seeing from Envy.
He's been fragging out too.
I mean, last game he was fragging out. This is what Envy needed, and this is what they always talk about. I mean, you were mentioning the scrims. The team was talking about it too. Like, scrims were insane. We're working together. When they were playing these official matches, maybe it wasn't converting, but now it is.
Yeah. I feel like buying into a person system, and that's exactly what they have done, like you said, with the big personalities. Maybe he said it's my way or the highway, and they bought in.
Hey, maybe. And so far, I mean, look, I'll take that, right? And I think, like, if you're Glyph, you know what are going to be some of the things you're going to need to lean on in this one. And Imi, I know, like, you want to specifically talk about Kesnet because you had mentioned, actually, just a second ago, how good he was in those scrims against you guys. So what is it about Kesnet? Do you feel like he is going to be the linchpin for this team?
Yeah, I feel like when he starts around and he takes space and then he pauses and then they take the next space together is key. But sometimes you'll see him go in and take space, but he tends to take all of the space on his own. If he just slows down a little bit, he gets that entry, he uses their util, that's when they're going to thrive. Yeah. And then there'll be some rounds where he gets shut out and it goes bad. Real bad.
Yeah, it has been tough for a lot of these games for Kesnet, which is really uncharacteristic. He has talked about recently how he became kind of a leader for the team, holding people accountable when they're not doing things right, when a smoke is not the way that it's supposed to be, when people are not playing rank, when they're doing little things like that.
Yeah, like this here where he's just getting shut down. Like, he's coming through the smoke. He's the guy who dies. He goes through the cage. He's the guy who dies. If that happens to him, I feel like there might be a little bit more mental aspect where he feels like he's shut out the game.
That has always been his thing too, the mental part of the game. The reason why he's able to make so many champs as well is because he has the momentum going, because he's fired up. When the team starts feeling that they can't win, he's not going to be the guy who's turning things around. So you need the energy to be high for him to be performing and for them to win.
Yeah, and I feel like when you're looking at this roster as well, Demon One and Kesnet, those two are the players that you're expecting to essentially pop off, or else that winning condition almost floats away. It feels like these two are the main players that you want to see, making sure they're having that impact in the server, and the mental aspect of it, and as well as making sure he's not overheating, not pushing too far, 100% falls onto Kesnet. And I think it's one of the big reasons why Envy could potentially win.
You know, it's funny, we never really reflected on it, but how wild is it that Demon One and Kesnet ended up on the same team together? Like, from the start of how things played out with the beginning of the season till now, if you would have told me that would have been the case, and on Envy of all organizations, I wouldn't have believed any of that.
It's kind of crazy too. This matchup feels flipped for me. Like, I'm looking at Envy and I'm like, oh, I didn't expect this team to make it this far. And I'm looking at G2, I'm like, I didn't expect this team to be this low right now.
They shouldn't be here.
Everything feels weird.
Oh, it's really topsy-turvy over here, but it is going to be exciting nonetheless. Let's take a look at our predictions, though. And what did the talent team think here? Oh, okay, we got one Envy believer, and that was Elizabeth. Is she gonna be right? I mean,
she.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, maybe not. I was like, yeah, maybe.
No, I don't think. I think it's gonna come down to the maps. If Envy can get Sunset and Ascent in the map pool, I think they have a chance. If they can't get both of those maps in the map pool, I think that it's
a little bit of a struggle. Yeah, I think after seeing the way G2 played yesterday, it was just, you could tell that they're back in form. They know how they want to play, and they've made a lot of really good strategies to go around that. And I doubted them for a little bit, I'm not going to lie, but I think they're back a little bit.
I think, like, it's same thing with G2. I agree with you on that, but I am not sleeping on Envy at all. I still think they're great players on that team.
When you're sleeping on Envy, that's when they win. That's when they win. It's really scary, and Kesnet talked about it right before we went into play-ins too, of Wait, no way they did this.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on.
I don't think this is real.
Hold on. Is this rigged?
69.
Be
Nice.
honest. Production, is this rigged?
I don't know. I won a poll, so it might
Not
be rigged.
rigged?
This is
You're lying.
chat
You're
results.
lying. This is crazy.
Chat
I don't
results.
believe that.
Yep.
First,
We did it. Team
know-
bald.
Team ball, baby. Woo!
at least we have hair.
Hold
you
it
know?
down. All right, we're going to have a
that's a real one.
celebration, but for now, let's send it over to the stage and get the show started. Our final day of play-ins starts right now.
G2. That would just be a banger match. I feel like G2 is like a more slow, methodical team. We're in your face. And, you know, they got a 40-year-old man. They got Baby Bang, the GOAT.
This version of Envy is definitely a step up from the past. I don't think they pride themselves too much on their strats. They pride themselves on just being mechanically insane.
Nice! Let's go back.
I know this is Demon One's like revenge game. Good thing I got Dre though, because this guy has too much confidence. I don't think we're shaken up by that at all.
I really put my life into this. Playing well is the only thing that matters to me. If I play good, it's just expected.
We're treating every game like it's our last, because it could be.
They're the kings of Americas, so I feel like if we can beat them on home turf, that should be showing a lot, you know what I mean?
All right, folks, let's go ahead and get this party started. And welcome to the stage. Your first squad is G2 Esports.
I mean, these guys have been called the kings of Americas for a reason, almost always lifting a trophy or getting to the grand finals. And today, they're trying to fight to make it even to playoffs, which is an insane place for them to be in. It feels like we lost them a little bit across the way, but now they're starting to bounce back. They're starting to find themselves again as a team, introducing that Yoru into their comps, making sure they're playing together in a lot of these situations. And G2, this is a team that's always bounced back when they're faced with failure. But can they do it today against Envy? I think that's a really good question considering their mentality.
Adversity has been the name of the game of this squad for a super long time. We followed their careers for so long at this point here, but their opponents on the other side of the stage also know what it's like to have to dig deep. It's Envy making their way out.
The villains, they have one more task ahead of playoffs, and it's going to be a big one to take down a G2 that has made eight instances, and 7 of them making it to the grand finals. It's scary, but if somebody can do it, it's these guys. They fuel from the doubt. They fuel from everybody predicting against them.
Yeah.
So it can be scary for how the predictions were looking today. Individually, they have been incredible. Kesnick talked about it earlier on too. Of, well, I know that we can win because I'm sitting down, I'm looking around. The guys that we have, they're insane.
Yeah, they're insane. You're looking at this roster, it's essentially stacked. You have these two players coming in, Glyph and Knights as well. You don't think anything of it, and all of a sudden they become some of your top fraggers. They become your IGL, they become your leaders, and all of a sudden you're seeing them change the way that roster is happening.
Ooh, all right, here's your series layout. Lotus, Ascent, and Haven if necessary. Emmy, what you make of this?
I did not expect a Lotus. I think it's a rough pick to leave that in by Envy. I think G2 are really good at that map. They take advantage of people's
Even
micro.
though they just lost against Loud 13-1.
Doesn't matter. They know how to rotate around the map.
And also the last time Envy played it was a while ago.
Yeah, it was a minute ago.
Yeah, so I don't know how I necessarily feel about that, but we also got Ascent in the lineup too.
Ascent, which is the comfort zone for Envy. Honestly, I'm kind of interested in seeing that map one too. I feel like we haven't seen it in a while, but I think that plays to the strengths of Envy. The first time that we saw Summit, the first time that we saw Sunset as well. This is when they were doing a lot of countering, so maybe they did that against G2.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Envy took out Sunset and chose to go to the Haven last map as well, because I thought like Sunset was a win con for Envy, but I guess we're going to see how the Haven goes for them.
Makes you wonder, right, Athena, if there was like maybe some, it's G2, so their prep work, is always so good, especially if you played a match beforehand, good luck.
Yeah, they're one of the best teams at watching VODs and making sure they correct all their mistakes. It feels like they have it down to a science, drilling in and making sure they're not making making the same mistakes, nitpicking a lot on how they want to play around. I think though when I'm looking at Lotus, I'm really looking at the IGLs here because recently we've seen that Lotus be played just a little bit slower, making sure they're taking a lot of their timings, a lot of ping-ponging happening across the map. So I'm interested to see how they both play it.
Something I do want to take note of, look at the faces of the players on stage.
Yeah.
On the one end, on the G2 side of it, we talked about G2 not feeling the pressure necessarily, or not necessarily needing to feel the pressure because they have such an assortment of champs points built up. But you can see that Valorant's face, he's dialed in. Meanwhile, on the other side for Envy, it's laughs, it's smiles, it's joy. I don't know. Very interesting, Dan.
I think that is what both teams are good at. On one side are G2 that can be very serious, but on the other side, Envy that needs that energy, needs the vibes to be right.
All right, here are your agents coming out, and we got a little single duelist, a little traditional setup here alongside with that Vice 2. Curious to see with the double, straight up, just like everyone got a little bit of what they want here.
Yeah, double controller. They've played this before. This is what they played against Loud, which makes me really solidify the fact that they've definitely got over it. Yep. They've looked at the mistakes that they've made. Maybe
this
it was
is their
just
identity.
an off day. Yeah, this is their identity, knowing how they're going to move on to this.
And then on the other side of that one too, you're going to have Demon One back on that trademark chamber there, Emmy.
Yeah, I was expecting double duelist to come out.
Yeah, me too.
I'm really looking forward to seeing the chamber. Maybe they might 2-0 it. Maybe I'm wrong. I believe in Demon One. I believe in the chamber.
Oh,
if he can get those angles, they've got no Fade Dog to get rid of him as well. It's just a Sky Dog.
What I like
really
about this, Dan, is that both teams, as a matter of fact, got what they want. It's a clash of ideas. Who's going to come out on top here? Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters to call the action. It's Mimi and Ender.
Well, we've got a matchup today between the first Ascension winners in G2 and the final Ascension winners in Envy. But today, none of that matters because the stakes are simple. Lose and you are out, win and you are into the playoffs. It is do or die now for these two squads.
For Envy, it's just about staying alive. They had an absolute nightmare of a year so far, but they found themselves at the last second trying to continue that into playoffs against a team that has been the king of Americas, the best squad that this league has ever had.
Well, it's time for match start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. G2 have chosen to start us off on Lotus. This is a map they've loved to go for time after time. A lot of teams have banned it. As a matter of fact, Envy have not played Lotus since the last time they faced off against G2 back in Stage 1. That, of course, went wildly in favor of G2, but the times have changed here for Envy. Coming into the play-in stage, they've had a little bit of a new energy with them, and they're going to find G2 hiding over in the corner. Trade comes through from Kesna, but still a player waiting in the wings.
Already G2 absorbing space elsewhere, though. Valen under pressure, but only one gets through that door.
Yeah, Glyph stuck on the wrong side, but he says it's the right one, as Jogamo will claim 2 before he drops. This leads G2 now putting 2 players on the flank. Nothing to protect. Glyph has no idea at all, and it's Rossi now. Baby Bay on the other side to start this pistol off the right way, and still no idea that Baby Bay could be on the flank. A hop up to Root. Dre in prime position. Covered by that pillar, but still not decisive yet, and it's Baby Bay to hit first here in the pistol.
Really nicely done in that one-on-one. Baby Bay needed to win that. He baited his teammate, he played it slow, but he gets G2 their reward in the end. That was a very messy round. G2, this is a classic play from them. Hiding behind their wall, playing this double bait setup in the close corner. But where it got so awkward was with Envy only having one player go through that door, getting completely stalled out in this space, which allowed an incredibly active G2 defense to arrive just in time with the double flank.
Talk about the double bait setup in a lobby as well, with Alert coming online. Paid off in a big way, as now you got Baby Bay and Leaf. They were just flanking together. Coming up with that first round win. Now already 2 kills and plenty of damage onto this Envy squad. There's not too much left for Envy to play for. Just one guy on site though, so if they deal with Leaf, that's a plant. But not when you stick your foot out through the orb. That's going to be wraps.
Not quite. This has always been G2's map where they showcase some of the best of their macro as Team 1 gets another one of his shots. So I think that this is a big test for Envy in the sense that a lot of this Revival for them has been not only finding their identity in terms of the comps, but switching Glyph over to the IGL, and I think coming into their games with a lot better specific prep for their opponents. And especially that got showcased in the M80 game and their match against Sen as well, where they dominated both those games 2-0. It looked like an Envy who had the read of how to play against their opponent. But this is now going into the map where VALORANT is at his absolute best as an IGL, where G2 are so comfortable in their macro. I think it's one of the biggest tests of the new Envy you could see.
And you know that Envy come in here, they know G2 like the map, but they also saw G2 get pummeled 13-1 versus Loud in the final week of regulation, so maybe trying to take some of the learnings there. Of course, I think Loud were super successful in their opening fights, basically every round playing from a numbers advantage. Let's see what Envy can do here now with some rifles in hand, just getting pushed out of that A space for now.
Again, G2 proactive. Look at Leaf, walked up with the judge.
No, Prowler spots him though. A warning shot and a chance to escape. That stun though coming in.
Good molly.
Really good counter utility as G2 stall that out again.
G2's so active though. They still have players posted close on Rubble, Jaw in a complementary position.
Yeah, you even have Leaf stepping right back into that position, front B as well.
And if they even try and finish C, there's Vice Util here to stall, and Trent will be quick to rotate in.
Yeah, Trent, who started the round helping the team on A lobby, has now shifted all the way over to C. It's a deep wall though, so Kesnet will finally break it, just baiting that out. Still plenty of time for Envy to play with.
Very thorough. Kesnet not overheating here. Once that orb drops, they'll go. But Rossi in at the right timing. Leaf was just checking right, and that'll be the go sign on C.
Oh, look at that baby Bay! Comes in off a beautiful dog. A double stun from Trent. Sets Dre up for 2 kills. Now Trent stuck alone though. And it's just a Bulldog trying to get more done with the dogs. Look at Trent! Who let him out? This guy's mad! And Rossi left on 6 health now in the 1-on-2. In an anti-bonus round for Envy. Rossi will tuck tail, try to run out of here. Just 12 seconds on the clock.
VALORANT has a paranoia. That should be checkmate with 9 seconds.
VALORANT should just run in here, set his teammate up to stop the plant from going down, and Giacomo will clean up this round. A great start for G2.
That re-clear play was so sick. The dog connecting onto 2 the second that Viper orb falls. And the follow-up on that fight.
Yeah, I want to see how the dog goes unbroken, because, oh, they have the
it's right through
there.
the orb there.
Yep.
I think the Chamber was picking up his trademark looking the other way. Catch the perfect timing, and then Trent's doing this on site. So good as an anchor. And that round to me is just showing how comfortable G2's defensive macro is. You get pushed off B, Leaf's reposting. There's pressure towards A. They're getting players forward there as well. And even the synergy between the 2 C anchors, like, everyone on G2 is so comfortable playing their role on this map, is so good at, even if it's only 2 players on the site, having the perfect synergy, knowing when to fight together, and executing on that exceptionally well.
And they've completely brushed off that tough loss the last time they played it, but the last time they played versus Envy, of course, was a beatdown. Back on Lotus, a 13-6 victory in Stage 1 to take it. Of course, Envy looked very different at that time. You actually had Demon 1 playing the Neon. It was a double duelist comp that Envy were running. Kesnet on the Rays, but I think Envy have really settled down into this Demon 1 Chamber idea on most maps.
The crazy part of that series was you go into the second map of it, it's a Chamber head-to-head against Demon 1 and Baby Bay. And Baby Bay is just diffing Demon 1 in that game. That was a different Envy, though. This Envy, they figured out their comps, they've gotten Demon 1 comfortable. But this round, they don't have too much to speak of. Losing that bonus almost guarantees a G2 4-0 start.
And so it'll be early Rubble control again for G2. And a nice little turn around the corner from VALORANT. Envy looking a little bit lost here. Half the team stuck behind the smokes, the other walking out into no man's land. And now with this forward posting and the spike, completely exposed. Baby Bay also closing in. Envy have got to be feeling this pressure. A flash as well. Doesn't matter that Kesnet's in front of that because the flank has arrived. And G2 keep it perfect through 4.
Round looks too easy for G2. They clean up another A fight. So looking at Envy now, a lot of their success has been, for me, the maps where they're playing Kesnet Knights double duelists with the Neon Phoenix. They have Demon 1 on Chamber. I think here on Lotus, it's a bit of a harder task. This game, to me, is going to be very reliant on Kesnet The desk was talking about it, but this team is kind of made or broken on how well he can entry if he has the right spacing off of the rest of his team. And I think that's especially critical against a team that has such good defensive protocols. You need to see him start strong, especially with a heavy lean towards Rubble.
Valen once again in a forward position, but this time it is that duo of Kesnet and Knights to completely blow up C.
Instantly win that Mound fight. And now G2, 3 players left to try and retake. Maybe the Bastion of Hope is a raise rocket for Jaw, and money to go for it.
This is a little bit odd because Envy still have 2 players miles away. G2 trying to keep the tempo up here, knowing they have the paint shells, knowing they have the rocket to get involved.
He backs into the combo. What is going on?
It's a disaster. So now brought down within 1 and still the rocket available. Good flash onto Demon 1. Pushes him away from the posting. And Jogmo not even looking to use that rocket yet. He wants the fights and it's going to cost him. This Odin from a high angle too. Finally finds its mark. With the clock starting to wind down, G2 need to get in there or get out. And it looks like they're just going to play for some exits here. Realizing too much time has expired, they'll be happy to claim a few more heads on the retreat. But Envy have finally showed up here to play.
Envy's been getting dominated in these early fights so far. This round was different. Very good execution with the slide in from Kesnet, creating space for the rest of his team. They quickly trade out this fight. You can see perfect angle from him as Knights is coming out the other side. Might not be the Neon Phoenix, but those two still have great synergy when they're entering together.
Let's go, good job.
I think Knights coming into this team in the midseason was one of the biggest changes. Sure, the
100%.
beginning of Stage 2 was rough, but when you look at their run in play-ins, I think so much of it has been around that guy and the value he's brought to Envy.
And typically that'll be him on the Phoenix role, taking a little bit more responsibility, but even on the supportive roles, he will still get involved. Now back to fighting over Rubble. This time, though, a good paranoia, and it's Baby Bay swerving around Mound. 3 kills already. G2 very quick to make the adjustments and quick to increase the pressure as well. Demon 1 just backed into a corner, and G2 knowing he has the op in hand, you have to believe the hunt is now on.
Absolutely. Do not let him keep his win condition in hand. A great adjustment quickly from G2. They lose that Mound fight in round 5. Immediately in the next round, Valent's there. And I love the timing he's throwing that paranoia. It's not off of the very first point of contact. It's a second later, once Envy has already used their fighting tools. So G2 tuck, and then they re-swing in after the utility has already been expended for Envy and clean up some super easy kills. I think that's one of the hardest things about this meta, where so many of these games are just being defined by these kind of 3v3 team fights. The team that is acting, the team that is taking the initiative is almost always at advantage, and G2 let their opponent take their turn and then fought back in and took theirs to win it.
I think maybe that's part of the reason why we see the comp change from G2 coming into the second stage. Trent moving away from the fade, getting his hands on the sky, having the flash for more active fighting. And now, actually, G2 have picked up the operator that Demon 1 had to match that scoped weapon 1 for 1.
Envy again playing early into a 4-1. G2 have stayed very active elsewhere on the map, already a dog through B. And they're reading that this is likely to be something towards the A side of the map, rotating a few players over to bolster their defense.
This round looks a lot more like how G2 is playing versus Loud. They were way more reserved in terms of early fights, playing quick rotates, playing quick retakes as well. But after showing so many flank looks and so much forward fighting, changing it up now here.
And because of that conditioning, Envy have been slow. They took their space towards A, now they contact up. But there's 4 players here ready from G2.
Oh yeah, and 4 ultimates as well. Glyph does have the Nightfall. That'll be the best way into the site, but now losing Demon 1. That's a big factor out of this round. Envy have also been stalled out by some good Thorns. Unable to pop quickly into this B site, although they do commit a couple key pieces of utility to do just that. Still trying to pull out ultimates, though, is the idea. They never wanted to commit there, and that's going to be a Steel Guard and burn, but Kesnet was spotted on the way out. Valen caught out by surprise there. And now G2 in a bit of a scramble. Players completely separated around the map, and now Viper's Pit encroaching on Heaven. With Leaf out of it as well. That's pressure on the eastern front gone. G2, they still have a rocket. They still have nades, but It's so awkward with all the smokes here on site and still utility being sent their way. The first shot has to be perfect. They have to punish Kesnin, but he still escaped somehow. And Rossi's cleared up into heaven. Envy have completely swarmed in and taken G2 apart.
I can't believe Envy win that round. It's a 4-on-5. G2 have pretty much every ultimate, and that B play was so telegraphed. But the critical point of the round is Kesnin. He takes a risk, sliding into Link completely alone. Valen whiffs his shot, and this is the kill that makes the difference. Takes the smokes out of the equation, means G2, instead of having two players together on different fronts, are spread all across the map.
And you know that Envy is a team that once they feel that energy, feel that momentum behind them, they are a tough team to stop.
Oh yeah. So they go back to the same mount fight, already ulting in for Knights.
Knights is just on the site. Anticipating that when BabyBay is weak on this side of the map, he very often falls back into spawn, waits to regroup with his team and play with the numbers.
5-on-5 retake, but Demon One has the AWP and a teleport out. He could disrespect this Raze rocket, even if G2 use it.
Oh, he's so far up. Kill the Raze, and the round is won. He's got Leaf instead. Still, that's numbers, and the Paranoia pushes G2 back again. So Envy stick up on site. Demon One teases this again. He wants a little bit extra as the Nightfall goes deep. G2 still without positioning on this site. Trying their best now as the showstopper. Hops on up there. Leg shot comes in, and Jogamo deals the finishing blow on Demon One. And the hold is good this time from Valen. Sticking the defuse. It's Rossi out of nowhere. 4 kills and the round.
That is crazy from Rossi. Comes up massive in what turned into a 1-on-3. Sprays down the remaining players in kind. And wins such a pivotal round for Envy.
And that's the momentum I'm talking about. Look at this position from Rossi. The spray transfer, guessing where that defuse is coming in, is just sweet for the Red Bull clutch.
Really nice. And that round,
Oh my God.
I thought G2 navigated it fairly well. Give that space, sure you lose a player to the AWP, but they're scaling to get back in off of the Raze rocket was honestly excellent. Everyone from Envy on that site got separated. But that's the thing about Envy, even if they're alone, even if the team fight doesn't look good, one of those individuals can just win it for you.
Absolutely. So, after Envy calling a timeout just a few rounds ago, winning 3 of the last 4, G2, it's their turn to hit the brakes.
I love the way that Demon One was playing in that last round.
Oh yeah.
Not a lot of people were playing Chamber that much. You know, you looked at Leviatán, they started to get into it there on the maps where it was good, and that started to inspire people. More and more teams picking this up. BabyBay, one of those players as well. But I think it's been Demon One in Americas that has taken over, that has the biggest change stepping back into that role. His impact on lurks, on that chamber, in so many of these maps for Envy has been absolutely palpable in the turnaround of their season.
And he knows how to punish enemy team tendencies as well. He knows he's playing against a Sky instead of a Fate, so he knows he's not going to get cleared on that close corner. He can go for the aggressive peaks, get the punish.
And he's so confident when he does it.
So G2 have gone back to that A main hold that was working for them to start this half off, but with the mess of smokes going down, a little attack smoke here for Kesnet to hide in. And it's hard for G2 to stick up in that space, especially on the weaker buy.
Jaw committed in this corner. Kesnet's reading it.
He knows. But still, it's not so easy. With some utility, able to counter out on the other side. Jogamo trying to jump up and over anything that can be thrown his way. And G2 really trying to support Jaw here. There's flashes coming in, everything thrown up, but with that wall to cut off the site players from their duelist, this has allowed Envy to get all the way up into spawn.
Still going.
This is wild. His spacing is way out in front, and it pays off. Something Imi was talking about on the desk was making sure he can keep it reined in, but in a round like this, him seizing those reins himself, he has completely taken over.
It's the second round where I don't necessarily agree with the play Kesnet goes for, but he wins it regardless. And it was that kind of aggression where I think he was failing in the regular season, where his stats got so bad as he tried to make these aggro plays as he got sent into sites alone. But this game, this is not that. This is a Kesnet who's playing confidently, and he's getting the results from it.
And it goes back to that idea of Envy. When they're feeling good, when they're feeling alive in the server, they're seizing moments like this. You play a little bit without fear and can just make it feel so overwhelming. When you play against a team that's taking opportunities like that and they're hitting their shots, it's a very different beast to try and conquer.
Focus now.
G2 is a team that it's bigger than the sum of their parts. It is built on their structure. If you break that down, that's where they can start to struggle.
G2 playing heavy B side this time. BabyBay left alone on A. Shifted their setup out of the timeout. And the rotates won't be very quick either. Let's see if BabyBay wants to actually stick around on side. I don't think so. He slips up the rope.
He almost always gives when he's alone anchoring.
Yeah, he is playing close on that in case anyone was going to try and go up this rope. Anticipating some overpush from Envy.
Holding this heaven space is important. G2, they need to clear out Rossi.
And Rossi's been the problem. Remember that 4-piece to get the ball rolling. After it was such a disaster, but this time they think Rossi's covering their back. Knights has to turn around and deal with Jaw. And now has to set his attention on Heaven. Knights being asked to do so much in this round. He's patrolled every entrance into the site from G2, but it's too much when his entire team is playing off-site. Now Trent has worked his way back in. Demon 1 and Kesnet, they're stuck here in tree, and it's a perfect flash from Trent. G2 right back to business.
That was a great flash to close out. But that was a round where Envy's team fighting got flustered. They believed that their flank was being held, that Rossi had their back, but the Viper wall up in his face. We've heard earlier in the year some of the more chaotic comms when we've listened into Envy. This felt like one of those moments to me.
Yeah, because, I mean, Rossi easily could have calmed. He doesn't have the line, but when 3 other people are trying to make some kind of proactive play too, it can be hard. And in contrast, G2's comms are just the cleanest in the league.
They are so calm. They're so focused when you listen to them. That's what comes from experience, from being in these big games through years and years together.
And so in that idea of one team being the disciplined squad, it takes fewer risks, that plays it by the books. Envy have still found ways to challenge in some of these rounds.
Envy was successful with these big fights towards Mound earlier in the half. But this time the spike isn't there with them. They'll bait out the Vise wall and let it stew for a moment.
Knights has just found a way to walk straight through his smoke covering, and Leaf's making tons of noise as well. Envy want this fight in a big way. And BabyBay unable to support his teammate. He'll simply have to fall away.
Trent has Seekers for this retake. And the weaponry, it's still there. There's still a chance. Does Envy want to try and take a fight? They group up towards spawn.
Oh, they
if
want
they
it.
can go early, BabyBay dead.
Oh,
that's big.
His teammate's just behind. And with Envy fighting up in both spawn and waterfall, G2 are crushed.
It's a second C post fight now where Envy have gone for a forward fight like that and found massive success off of it. It shows to me good preparation for how G2 plays. They love that C retake, and disrupting it, getting ahead of it, that's the key to success.
And you compare that to the previous round on A, where it was much more reserved from Envy. Granted, A site, it's hard to play forward unless you're inting up the rope and just gambling on that. These C post plants, they have simply figured out.
Fallon won't be contested on this save. Envy, this is a really rough start to this half, losing out massively early on. G2 looking like themselves with the defensive macro, but like you were talking about, I think for Envy it just takes that one round, that one moment of confidence, and that to me felt like it was that Rossi 3K.
Don't play rank, bro. It's so easy.
Yeah, don't play rank. Yeah.
Kesnet knowing that Leaf prefers to watch VODs instead of play ranked, so the call is let's just play ranked and beat them in it.
It's real. They're playing it, they're succeeding.
But it goes back to this idea of two teams that could not play the game in a more different way.
No.
A true contrast of styles here. As Envy continue to try and keep the heat up, but it's all a ruse this time. 3 players front B. As they will slip out of there.
Already into the B site though. Knights is TP'd forward past this line. Jaw backing off the cross. It's going to be another 5-on-5 retake round. Can Envy get the forward fight they want yet again?
G2 have full awareness. They've covered the flanks. They know no one's coming in on their extremities. And they can threaten to push through B main themselves. As long as Trent stays alive here, they'll have pressure on multiple fronts. And by tapping the door, they encourage Envy to keep playing ranked, keep charging forwards, back towards their own spawn. And Rossi there, trying to dance around it a little bit. Trent still holding his own. Falls away, buying time for his teammates to push back into the site, and Demon 1 drops. A good flash sends Valen packing. Oh my word, 3 kills. He's packing bodies there. With Glyph miles away from the rest of the team, Glyph into the clutch situation, but it's Baby Bay to shut him down.
G2, they might not play ranked, but they've played a hell of a lot of matches against aggressive teams, and there, they controlled the aggression perfectly. I love the way that Trent is playing that angle, jiggling in and out, knowing that his life is the win condition. It sets Valen up for this perfect flash. It honestly could have been even more kills than this. And as soon as Envy don't have the aggression they want, as soon as they just have to sit and stew on a site, that's where G2 takes over.
G2 leading at the half, but still plenty of Valorant left to play. We'll be right back after this.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Every time I fall, I get up. All the way to make me bend. Turns these shaking hands to strength again.
All right, Leaf, you are an absolute menace in the server. You, I think, just make people's days infinitely worse when they see you across the map. Do you ever feel bad about ruining people's days with your gameplay?
Yeah.
Thank you for your sympathy. This has been Elizabeth Marchini with VCT Americas News. Back to you.
Dark road, no one near. Name my fear. Tracked it here, I'll never stop. Watch me go. I rise to the top and let them know I'm built for this. Every time I fall, I get up. All the way to make me bend. Turns these shaking hands to strength again.
Well, we're getting ready for G2 to take the attack side heading into this second half. A lead of 2 rounds coming in, but Mimi, it certainly felt like Envy had woken up by the time we got to the end of that half.
They really did. It's a Rossi 3K and a C post plant into some very nice, aggressive post plants that managed to get this half competitive. But let's remember how the game started. It was G2 pistol rounds. They got a bonus off of that. They built some huge momentum. That cannot happen again for Envy. They need Demon 1 to get an early op online. This pistol is very important to get the defense on the right foot.
Absolutely is. Already some early work done to force a teleport out of Demon 1, and his TP sending him into Waterfall. Really overloads Envy on that western side of the map, although if Glyph is just going to get kills on his lonesome here on A, that's not going to be any amount of a problem for them.
Yeah, he's tapping away there, picks off Jaw. That's going to slow down any of G2's actual executes. They'll try and contact forward towards A. But Envy here, off the contact of a trip, rotates will be very fast to deal.
The question is what kind of post plant G2 could get set up in, because Envy really aren't looking to resist them much on site, apart from a couple of shots out from top rope. But with that smoke coming down now, let's see how far forward G2 want to play. Valen especially with that frenzy on a close angle underneath the smoke can be deadly.
Trent has a flash in 3 seconds. That's their chance to try and activate a peak, even the odds in this round.
Trent's utility was sublime in that first half. And right now, Baby Bay just keeping these players pushed away. Now the frenzy down in hell. How do Envy solve this problem? They're going all down into drop, nobody up on top rope. Just fighting as a pack, but there's that frenzy, 2 kills already. And now Trent in a tough to clear position. Such a problem, Kesnet will deal. And now Leaf into the clutch. Needs one more bullet to take a second pistol for G2, and he is just about perfect. Red Bull clutch to kick off this second half.
I think Leaf might have just ruined their day with that one. That was so nicely played in the 1-on-2. But I think the critical moment of that round came before this Red Bull clutch. It was the fight towards drop and Envy's decision to fully path that way. Instead of having anyone go towards heaven, having a second angle to help clear, they're all piling through together. And sure, Kesnet gets that initial trade, but no one's looking towards the player tucked close. That was Trent.
Yeah, and even if there had been one player heaven, it's still a 50-50 because G2 put 2 players in that position.
Yes, and there was a player just late.
Yeah. And so Envy, they've already lost Demon 1 again, and this is going to be a player that we're going to look really closely at in this second half because Demon 1, very quiet on the attack side. That's all right, but when you move over to defense on the chamber, get rifles in hands, it needs to be lights out. That is your X factor. If your chamber player isn't finding success, then you're basically playing without utility on one of your agents.
And playing with that chamber means that your C-hold is so much weaker than when you have the Vise. G2 is able to pretty much always have players rotating into sites to flood in time because the Thorns are just such an excellent tool to stall time.
It's a tough position to be in because it truly is feast or famine. And you had G2 in that exact position in their loss versus Furia that sent them down into the lower bracket. That was a series where BabyBay was on the chamber and struggling.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, even though they have a good op player in BabyBay, it shows the priorities in how G2 wants to play the game. They want to play a type of VALORANT that is consistent, that is going to succeed in most matches, that doesn't rely on any one player popping off. Versus an Envy who is so volatile. We've seen the low of their floor, we've seen the extreme height of their ceiling, but how they show up on any one day can be anywhere in that band.
Good for them that they've been showing up in this tournament so far after not finding success for the majority of the year. This is always the best time of the year to find that magic spark, right? You don't care how kickoff or stage 1 went, as long as you can make a run here, and this would be the match to start that off. Demon 1 just fully deals with Leaf. Of course, there was that shot that took him down to 10 HP, but nice opener.
Still clean from him. It's a good sign for Envy. G2 will still try and recover this round, but again, they have to face into Demon 1.
Jogamo taking some liberties now in the post plant already. Working behind that boom bot. Try and bait out some utility to clear away Heaven as the rest of the team repositions to fight up Waterfall. G2 taking a page right out of the Envy playbook, trying to play up and aggressive, but Envy are reading it. It's great counter util from Knights, and on the other side as well, both teams just bruising their way up into Heaven. This is the turning point of the round. Envy blitzing their way through this, disregarding G2's forward posture as they just light these players up. Trent somehow has even to score another one. Gives BabyBay a chance. This would be Raps the craziest reposition of all time. BabyBay, what was that?
If he got shot while he was jumping, if he got bullet tagged there, the round is over.
Oh my word, and look at him up there, absolute confidence.
Dre's got hops. Somehow he gets away with that one.
Can we check out his knees after that? We might need a medical
hurting.
check.
What was so impressive to me in that round was G2's ability to constantly create new threats. They were fighting towards C-Link, and immediately they're fighting up towards Heaven. They were going back and forth, trying to find the weaker side of Envy's retake. And in doing so, that bought probably 20 whole seconds off this timer.
You're moving, boy! That boy moving! Like that shit? Come on, Trent, need you again! Come on!
Hey, it's that duo. Trent's been tough on the scoreboard for this entire map, but after losing that is now the second time this game Stunner's called timeout after losing the first 3 rounds of the half.
It's brutal. How do you win a game if you get bonused in back-to-back halves?
You don't.
No. Especially when you have a volatile comp like this, a comp that needs an operator in Demon 1's hands, a comp that needs to snowball, that needs confidence for how this Envy team plays.
But the struggle is, if this was the first half for Envy, they could go for a save here, right?
Sure.
They can make sure they have enough money to buy an op in the next round.
But now you're down 10-5.
Exactly. When double digits have been achieved, you can no longer afford to do that. So now we're living in a world where Envy have to go for guns. They're going to be rocking 3 Guardians into this next round, and their only hope of salvation is Demon One getting kills to unlock that tour de force in the following round.
Leaf, though, he might not play ranked, but he's got a great read on the game, and he's brought an Outlaw into this round against 5 players with 25 shields.
In that last round, he hit the opening shot on Demon One. Now, Demon One had 150 health, so it wasn't a kill. Now, of course, it will be. Leaf already firing that Outlaw out over towards this A side. I think we're going to have a chance to listen in to G2 and hear how they try and take this round.
Chamber should be B, Viper C.
And no one's close C. It's Viper then.
Yo, I'm going to sound bait. Can you guys like
that.
backfill me? Can I get somebody close here?
Alex, go.
Okay, come on. 3 steps, Dre.
Listen, I'm going to full sound bait running away, okay? Can you
think?
wall up when I do it?
Yo, they
and
never...
you're going to kill him. Ready?
Okay. They just forward A again. I'm dodging it. We dodged the A util.
Yo, Alex, you should like
hold up.
Show your Roomba, try to break the trip.
They smoked. They're expecting A.
Is there a trip there?
No trip. Trip's probably A short, like pistol round.
Yo,
Okay.
40 seconds, Jake.
Boys, we're just gonna end A strong with Sky out.
Heard.
All right,
Open the door for your ult, okay?
Spamming.
Stairs.
Wait,
Stairs.
can we?
B pivot?
Yeah, maybe we end B pivot. I think
Okay,
we're
I'm
gonna
open
end
the
B
door
pivot.
and then I'm gonna you're gonna ult.
Okay,
Alright,
smoke
okay.
for us. Smoke for us. I'd close. They're expecting it now. I'm gonna ult. Open door.
Yo, Heaven. It was a beast. One was B. It's just
Wait, 2 going B. No, 2A, 2A.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm gonna
Heaven or ceiling. Heaven.
fight.
Ceiling. I locked out. You're good. I'm coming out.
I have a wall behind
Yo,
us.
C flank is
Yeah,
gap.
you're good.
I got it.
Finding open. Oh, never mind. I need hold, boys. Hold me. Hold me.
I have you.
10 seconds.
I need to go and break so I can have flash ready.
Go break.
Go. Peeking ceiling.
Flashing.
Out. Flashing.
You're good, Nate. You're good.
Tuck.
You're good.
One Heaven.
I'm off you now.
Out. Right side.
Heaven C-Link. Heaven C-Link.
I'm going to go first.
Look for a pick
I
together.
have line. Chill. 78 to fade.
Chill.
78 fade.
Face your fear.
Nate's holding.
One body as well, Nate.
We hear the bomb. We're good.
Tap.
Tap.
I don't see. Picking out.
Off. Tuck.
You first, Hawks.
Yep.
Nice. Boys.
Go gang.
Hot dog.
Yo, boys, make sure we look for that team fight at the end, okay?
That was just about as good as it can get. Even when it got a little bit messy towards the end and Envy start hitting shots, calm and controlled throughout.
It was so good from them. I think what I love about hearing G2's comms isn't just how calm it is or how clear they are, but how you can tell that it's a conversation, that the other players are acknowledging what they hear from their teammates and setting it up.
Bro, put Chamber on A if this guy's just gonna keep walking all day, no? Like, why am I here?
And you also just have G2 having a lot of different people having ideas, whether it was Baby Bay calling for that front B pop or the ideas from Trent and Leaf to pivot back onto the B side deep in the round. Everyone on G2 is tapped in to the idea of how they want to play. And that is back-to-back rounds where G2 have found Demon One to start it.
A team that clearly shares an identity, shares a vision of how they want to play together, and who has had an amazing map so far. 2 bonus rounds won. That was Envy's force now going away from them. And at this point, it just looks towards Ascent as G2 look to clean this up.
Tap of the switch. Door spins right around and welcomes Valen to 2 more kills. Check out front B where Baby Bay is going to have another. And they just continue to run away with it. And this goes back to the previous round where I was saying as long as Demon One gets like 1 or 2 kills, they're going to have something they can build into, but we're now heading into the 6th round of the half, and he still doesn't have that ultimate online. It has just been so diligent from G2, the way they've taken these opening fights, the patience to not get punished on an active angle, and for Valen just take timings like this and best him.
And if you were looking ahead at this game and seeing the people who were arguing for an Envy victory, I think the argument would be that things get messy, that Envy makes it chaotic, and their extreme individualism pans out. We had a few rounds like that. We had a clutch from Rossi. But overall, this has been a game where G2 has controlled the pace, controlled the tempo, and even when it gets messy, they've been able to match in terms of the performance of their individuals.
And it'll lead to people asking questions of whether or not Envy should have allowed Lotus to be picked. Of course, this was their idea. Lotus is a map that Envy have banned a lot, either first or second phase. They know it's one of the best ones in G2's wheelhouse. They liked what they saw in G2's loss to Loud. They thought they could replicate some of that success. But G2 have come back a completely different team.
Well, they've just looked like G2. The G2 that's always been great on Lotus.
Yeah.
It's always had this as their best map.
I guess maybe they were looking like a different team when they played versus Loud. How about that, Kesnet? That's a way to start off a round. He's sliding up into it. And this is that proactivity you want to see from Envy. Finally, starting a round off the right way. Keeping G2 completely pushed against the wall.
Even in a rough map, Kesnet has been having impact. He's had some really good rounds for the team. And another one here. Delivers a 5-on-2, just Trent and Baby Bay. That duo who clutched up before.
You got to know. In their comms, they're like, hey, it's me and you. It's me and you. I got a feeling about this.
Feels a little different.
25 seconds on the clock, and even Knights wanting to bring that paranoia over to front B. Worst case scenario would be that Demon 1 playing over towards A Rubble here were to somehow get picked off and they lose the op into the next, but it's going to be all right. G2 just playing to keep themselves alive, even with so much money in the tank. Could have been an argument to be made to go hunt down for some kills, but...
Why give the alt orbs?
Fair enough.
You're not winning the round.
If you don't need the ults to win rounds anyways, let's just go ahead and keep playing standard Valorant.
Really nice timing on that peek. Right as that smoke is about to bloom, Kesnet gets in. And as soon as Shaw dies, they go back this round's
I
out.
don't want you to lose confidence, though, Nate. Dab me up. Come on. It's okay. I should have overtook your call. That's my bad. Dab me up.
Interesting. Hearing that Leaf was the one that maybe made that decision to move quick into B. But still Valen taking responsibility, and with a major league like this, important to make sure his players are comfortable to continue making those calls like we heard in previous rounds.
Yeah, that's leadership. It's not just about making the right call on the server, but how you're building up your teammates.
And from previous times where I've been able to listen into G2's comms, specifically on Lotus, Leaf is a very active caller.
Especially mid-round when he's playing this lurk position. He tends to get a really good picture of what the map looks like when he's getting proactive. As that is rough. Demon 1 wasn't even trying to fight. And down goes Kesnet too.
Kesnet hitting the floor. Glyph is somehow skirting around this site. It's ring around the rosy from him, but he's completely surrounded and still finds two. He did his best to try and give Envy a chance into this round, but now Knights is going to go down to the showstopper, and G2 take care of business here on Lotus.
Yeah, Lotus, it's still damn good. They had an off game against Loud, and we thought they had a chance on this map, but this looked like the G2 we know. A structured defense, a perfect attack side as well, only losing that one round. Gets him across the board 13-6.
I was consistently impressed with both Trent's shooting, but also his utility. I think he got so much value. Those mid-fight Sky Flashes punishing Envy. That Sky Dog here in the first half was completely absurd, and that's what started this snowball. Winning the pistol, winning round 2, winning the bonus, not just in the first half, but in the second too.
2 bonuses is pretty much impossible to come back from. Big credit to G2 on that one. Envy now in a tough position. Ascent, that's their map choice. It's coming up the second. But who I'm looking at is Demon 1. He had a nightmare of a game 1 here. He couldn't get online with the operator. But we're heading to his home map with Envy Season on the line when we return.
the wall, broke the skin, never complain, I just start again. I'll never stop, watch me go, I rise to the top, I let them know I'm built for this. Every time I fall, I get up. All the weight that made me bend turns these shaking hands to strength again.
M80's just dumping it all to make sure this economy is trashed. And Bonnie, comfy, Trent, cornered, gets his own three through the side! Run it back is actually going to push. What a flash from Knights as he takes things into his own hands. This may cause a problem for them because now they can be sourced out. It's up to Zekin to come around the corner to win it, but it's Knights!
You're the coach of G2 Esports, Josh RT. Well played, sir, on Lotus. I think a lot of us were a little surprised that they picked Lotus, but I'm gonna go to your Ascent, right? Ascent that you told me yesterday that, you know, you had to convince your team that this was gonna be okay. You played beautifully against Bestia. What did you like from your Ascent yesterday that you'll be taking into today?
I mean, all our practice came to fruition here. Now we're gonna face a more like meta comp. I think there's gonna be a lot more, let's say, explosive like set plays from NV that usually caught a lot of teams off guard. I saw that like they start to slow down a little bit when MIBR like put a little bit more resistance, and I think we'll do the same thing. I think our comp naturally does that, so that's cool. We're gonna have some challenges on attack for sure, so we're gonna have to grind out a few rounds here and there, but I think our defense will carry us.
Well, best of luck, Josh.
Great analysis there from Coach Josh RT, and of course we'll talk about Ascent in just a little bit here. But G2 do manage to pick up their map pick, and look, I think overall, Athena, this was a start that you're not all that shocked given how good G2 have been on Lotus in the past.
Yeah.
But I will say 13-5 was a little bit of a shocker for me given how good Envy's been playing.
Yeah, it was insane. It was kind of very fulfilling to be watching that, especially if you're a G2 fan. It felt like every single plan that they have was put into fruition. That first half, it was a little bit of a struggle. 7-5, they actually brought it back just a tiny bit. They were winning and were up 4-0, but it became a little bit rough. The thing is, though, Kesnet was one of those players being the main reason to bring it back on the attack.
Yeah, like I said, if he takes his space and then he slows down and then they take the next space, which he was doing perfectly. He did his job really, really well. I think G2 are just too strong on this map. I'm really surprised they left it in.
Yeah.
They have all their fundamentals down, they rotate correctly, but Kesnet was doing an insane job.
Yeah, we saw a little snippet of that with that comms round where we saw how good their util was in that post plant from G2, making sure that they're focusing and playing off of each other really well. But Kesnet, I mean, he put up a really good fight. You can see he essentially did his job every single time, especially on attack. That's where he was thriving. He took that space, like you said, and he also performed really well considering it was a 13-6.
Yeah, I think they shouldn't be too down on themselves. If they can go in and do the same thing, I think the rounds will come.
Yeah.
I think if the guns are firing the way that they have been, at the very least in that one, like there is like a very good possibility here for Envy going into Ascent, right? Let's not forget though, one of the things you got to win, you got to really be on top of, is not allowing yourself to get snowballed in a lot of these critical rounds. And G2, unfortunately for, I should say Envy, G2 fortunate for them, Envy unfortunately for them, did get snowballed a couple of times.
Yeah, winning both pistols and both bonuses has to be brutal.
Yeah,
like even the tac pause, sorry.
Yeah, it's one of the worst things as a coach watching your team lose pistol and bonus. You're technically 8-0 down before you play the game.
Yeah.
You've seen Stunner took both his tacs, I think, after both bonuses.
Yeah.
And there's not really much you can say to your team in those moments because that is your plan and it's just gone wrong at the start.
Yeah, and I think if you're playing against G2, this is the worst team to get to snowball because the second they start getting those ults, the second they start getting that economy rolling, they're pretty much unstoppable. It's a really hard place to be in when you're facing a team like G2. They've always been really good with the way that they play around their ults. They have a lot of really good set strategies or set plays. And the biggest thing too is when they do end up playing in those mismatched situations, their comms are so good
You heard
that they
it so
come
many
up with a
times.
way. Yeah, they come up with a way to fight it.
How many times we were listening to the G2 comms, that one push on the B side when they were like just coordinating on the fly. It's like that's it. Like that's the whole thing that makes the G2 team click.
Yeah. Their comms are very clean because they know all the protocols, and this is their home map. It is their home map. I said at the start, like this is their map.
Yeah, and well, there's a reason for it, and that's the reason why they picked up 13-5 victories on it. So now we move forward, and we're going to be taking a look at Ascent, and this is going to be Envy's pick. And Imi, we had mentioned this before about this map in general. It is a comfort pick for this Envy team. Is it comfort to the point that it's gonna get them to map 3, or is it just, what are you feeling out of this one now that we saw Lotus play out?
I think this is the only map they could pick, but G2 have shown glimpses of being great on this map, and they had times where they were not so great and they shied away from it. So maybe they're feeling confident again. So
yeah, I feel like with the recent way that they've been playing with that Yoru, it's really refreshing to see from G2. But I have the same concern, which I mentioned earlier, which is the sustainability of playing that solo Yoru. It's really hard.
Also, they just have tape on it already.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. They just saw it. They've seen G2 play it. Yes, they looked really good on it, but there's only so many plays you can make with that Euro ult.
Yeah, no, it's true. And we're really curious, genuinely, how this Ascent is going to play out here for G2, given what we've seen from them before. But we do know that Envy love this map, and this is something that they're hoping is going to bring them to map 3. But for now, though, let's see what's going on with Coach Stunner. He had an opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth ahead of map 2.
Here with the coach of Envy, Stunner. Now, I want to ask you about letting Lotus through. I misspoke in my coach interview with Josh RT. I said you guys pick Lotus. You let them pick Lotus is what I meant. It's one of their best maps, arguably one of their most maps they're best on, famous for. Why did you let the Lotus through?
I mean, it's not much of a choice. We have to ban Breeze in this situation too. So, yeah, I mean, it's just as simple as that. They are a great Lotus team, but I think we threw away a lot of rounds in that game. That could have went our way, and then maybe we have more rounds to play with on the defense.
Would you say you're most comfortable on Ascent?
Oh yeah, 100%. We're a great Ascent team.
Well, best luck on Ascent.
But of course, what is on the line here? If G2 pick up the win, they will punch their ticket to the playoffs. But again, this is G2 we're talking about here, Myrna. This is a team that has been competing for trophies time and time again. This time they may not even get that chance.
Yeah, 100%. It feels like they're sitting pretty on those championship points, but they really have something to prove by making it to playoffs, to show that every single time they've made it to that playoffs, made it to that grand finals of Americas for a reason. And for them to stop that streak now will basically point out to these players that this is not the best form that they're in.
It's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Imi, actually, let me get your thoughts on this real fast. We talked to the coaches real quick. I just want to hear from you. How are you feeling? Is this going to be Envy maybe forcing map 3?
Honestly, listening to the coaches, I think Josh sounds like he has a great plan, and he's the best coach in Americas for me, and they've won it so many times for a reason. I think they're ready. All
right, you heard from Coach Imi, you heard from Athena. Let's see what's going to happen as we get ready for map number 2 after this short break. Don't worry, Mimi and Ender got you on the other side.
Well, G2 leading this series 1-0. There is no more second chances for Envy. They found themselves in the lower bracket. They found themselves in a situation where one more map loss means the end of their year. And they got to get through that guy. Baby Bay on the other side as we bring up Agent Select and get things underway for Ascent.
Last time we had a chamber head-to-head against a Baby Bay and Demon 1 was when they played in Stage 1. It was a 2-0 win for G2, and it was a takeover from Baby Bay. He dropped 20 kills. Demon 1 went negative, couldn't get online. He had a rough map 1 as well. But when you talk about this redemption story for Envy, coming back, looking like themselves finally in the play-ins, it was built off of Demon 1's off, and it was built off of this map. This is their best chance to get back into the series and keep a year alive.
Yeah, you can see Demon One on his best. You get to see Knights on his standout Phoenix, where he's really made a name for himself here since joining this stage as a rookie. And it's also the site of the Glyph 1v4 clutch up on the Sova. So Envy have some fond memories here, specifically in this play-in stage. But they have to look forward and try and take apart G2 that play a very unique way on this map.
They do. G2's memory is very different. Josh RT was talking about it after they showed their ascent yesterday, saying that they had really bad memories on this map. They were traumatized after losing on it earlier in this year. He had to convince the team that the new comp was ready, that they were good enough to finally show it. And they looked good playing this Yoru. But on a second showing against a team who's great on this map, can they win it again?
That'll be the question. G2 have their eyes set on B main already, and already our Chambers meeting on the field of battle. Envy stepping up into mid a little bit as well as Demon One dodges away from the dart and deletes Baby Bay from the server.
That's who we were waiting for. That's Demon One.
Exactly what you want to see, but still the pressure mounting. Flank coming in from Envy as Demon One will not escape Valen's crosshair.
Very fast flank, though. Has to be contended with by Leaf.
Leaf ready for it, that right click. A little bit crazy. A quick trade out from Kesnet, though. But still, Envy have so much pressure coming in from main. G2 have some time to figure out how they want to deal with it. Right now, not playing forward at all. Just Jogamo near stairs. With that smoke, it'll be tough for Envy to work on through it. Especially with the Frenzy here on the close corner. We saw it back on Lotus, how good that Frenzy can be. This time amounts to nothing. As it'll be Trent, already with a shock dart kill. It's the tag with that dart, comes out to the left, but Rossi will claim Envy's first pistol of the day.
Both Envy players were an inch away from death in that 1-on-2. They managed to trade out, make good on Demon One's opener in this round, and finally get a pistol. That Lotus, you can point to other things, but it was lost when they could not win a pistol and they could not win their anti-bonus in either path.
And honestly, from listening to Stunner in the interview, it seemed like they kind of expected that. In a way, they knew they needed to ban 2 maps. Lotus was the lesser of 2 evils, I suppose, but this is a situation that they're not ultimately surprised by.
No, they knew that it had to come down to this ascent today. They knew they had to win it, but G2, putting the pressure on, they force.
G2 love this round 2 force. They got the spike plant down, and now they know Kesnet's stuck in the corner. A good flash, though, will force the blink away.
They know there's 3 players here now, but all the util's gone. G2 want to still fight up.
Last round, G2 saw Demon One popping out of the smoke, so this time they're ready for a fight. Little human drone action from Jogamo as now the flames come on down. And still G2 without much in the way of forward progress. Jogamo will eventually pick up this orb.
Both teams using so much just to maintain that space.
But they're going to come straight back into Demon One's Outlaw. Baby Bay is the only player with armor. And now he has the benefit of the ping. Baby Bay comes right on back after losing the first duel.
What a way to return the favor. Almost as snappy. But back towards B. This space in main, it's been the story of the round, and Glyph has to hold. He's so alone.
Perfect calling from G2, coming straight back into Glyph now. They even have Baby Bay coming up through mid. Glyph needs to stay alive, ratting it down from underneath, but even with the wall coming up, it's not enough support to keep him alive. Envy thought they'd fixed all of their problems, forgotten their woes from Lotus. Sure, they win a pistol, but they cannot deal with G2 on these early rounds.
That's brutal for Envy. And the approach from G2 could not have been better. But who won the round? Who won it for him? It was none other than this shot from Baby Bay. Demon One is TPing away, just trying to peek for information.
Yeah, he's mid-animation.
And the 30-year-old Phenom destroys him.
Oh my God, if you saw the shot I just hit on this man.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry, we saw it.
You know Baby Bay's putting it on Twitter after this.
We got to do him some service there. Make the clip sound even better. Anyways, G2 now realize that Envy are hopelessly lost in this round number 3. Full classics, and not even sure when Demon One took that damage, but he's only on 30 health.
And what was the story of Envy? A team that is built on momentum. that when they can get big rounds, they start to snowball. They play so well off of it. A team that needs Demon 1 to buy an operator. And all of that gets set back another few rounds. All of that gives G2 to get comfortable on Ascent.
And make no mistake, G2 is playing this double Sentinel comp with the Yoru. It can be hard to put together attack-sided rounds. So by snowballing things early on into the half, padding up that number on the attack side, you basically do all you need in order to switch over to the defense side, have a way with it over there. Right, you're playing the Vise, the Chamber, the Yoru, all these champs fantastic on the defense. So you'll take all the attack rounds you can get.
And for Envy, they have a comp that wants to get Alt Orbs, wants us to get Knights on a run it back. Won't be able to have that early on. As they'll just look to bide their time. Maybe get a pick. Otherwise, side of the spike on this eco.
Nothing found for Demon 1. And so as G2 continue to look forward here, they've seen a lot of these looks from Envy up into the mains. Now they deal with a late mid flank. Again, another standard, I think, of Envy's in these early rounds of play. And Glyph is going to do his best to die to the spike here, get on out of there, and take a gun out of Jogamo's hands on the way out.
It's something.
It's the little things, I suppose.
When you look at this run, though, for G2, I think a lot of people were rightfully worried seeing the team that normally dominates Americas, that sees it as a formality to lift a trophy regionally, sent down to the play-ins. But I think what people forget is how damn good G2 is in these kind of tournament formats. When they have to play every day, when they have to iteratively improve, quickly VOD review their opponent and figure it out. They're so comfortable. That's that experience they've gotten from playing so many internationals, making so many runs. They love being here.
I mean, even in regular playoffs, they've fallen to the lower brackets before and still come out winning the finals in Americas.
And if they wanted to win Americas, they'd have to do it again. Even a win in this match only puts you in the lower bracket of playoffs.
Yeah, losing that first match to Furia has really put the pressure up, and now Envy with some rifles in hand will claim this round and start pushing G2 into Demon 1. This is a good setup in B main, even getting Glyph involved. As Demon 1 can take the first shot, teleport away, a little bait and switch action. Flash already broken, and the drone spots it. Leaf plays off that drone again. That's 2 rounds now, where the drone from Trent has enabled his teammates to pick up a first kill.
The kill wasn't on Demon 1, but that's a great way to push him off the line. Now he's stuck alone, backside.
That's a good shot, though. Trying to deal with this Dark, though, on such a limited health as well. With the flood coming in from Envy, G2 are not on the site. They've been stuck creeping up close to spawn here. Knight still waiting right there where they come. And now on 2 fronts, Baby Bay is going to get shut out of this, and we're tied up at 2.
Really nice support for Demon 1 there. Kezin is so fast on that rotate, fast lining into the site. And his teammate sending that dart as well to be able to instantly help out.
It looked to me like G2 were kind of mid-transition from playing mid, rotating over into B, and then once the B players got the first pick, they accelerated, but were way out in front of their teammates.
And well, when you lose Jaw on an early line like that, your hand kind of gets forced to try and accelerate out elsewhere, make something work over in B main. Dimensional drift for Jaw. He's got a shotgun off of it.
Yikes. Well, good news for Envy is they're all playing Market, playing off this site, so it'll just be a quick retake for them. Actually taking a big amount of damage on Demon 1 in this spam battle as the drift was skirting into sight. But now with a couple of teleports, Valen's down in there, and G2 still have 3 players back in main. This is a weird post plant. Belief is banking on the fact that he's got this Steel Garden.
The ult's big, and there's so much utility on top of it to stall this retake out from Envy.
This is abnormal from G2. You don't see many rounds like this with 3 players back into main. And there you have it, Leaf. Buying time as this late flank works underway. Kesnet trying to find quick kills, but Envy are going to need it much faster. And Trent has finally showed up, but those shots are horrible. G2 now backed into backside. Another flank from Leaf going through mid, but G2 are completely separated. Rossi finds the first. Rossi's moving in for the next one, and now it's Leaf. To win this round for G2, he has found the opening, and he delivers.
That's such a strange round in the end. G2 with 3 players sitting off-site in a post plant. The win condition goes topsy-turvy. But in the strange setup with the ultimates, they buy so much time and give Leaf the opportunity to come in with the Red Bull clutch. That was rough from Trent, but his teammates had his back.
Yeah, somehow Leaf just has perfect coverage there to hit the planter. And then the spam through the box, just seeing the top of Rossi's dome. So we're back into A main from G2. Valen, that's just a spam kill bot mid. How many times on Lotus did we see Demon 1 get spam killed through a wall? Just his shoulder spotted. It was a big problem for them. And now on an eco round, Envy have somehow fought back with numbers in A main. That allows Knights to recover the rifle and get on out.
Keznit going for a fight as well. Missed his mark. Has to run away. G2 have a lot of space though. Leaf already walked up. Tucked towards Pizza and looking to cut rotates.
Yeah, he's in a great spot and tracking 2 against the Neon. No easy task there. Knights will throw up the wall to heal on up. But G2 have broken the angles of Envy a bit. Already have cut back into this A site. It'll have to be Knights for a chance in this round. That rifle he recovered previously. He's got some coverage now, but baited out by the planter. And Valen will cover his teammate.
Didn't want to use the ult in this 2-on-3, tried to take a timing. And as soon as it doesn't work, this becomes a very hard round for Glyph.
Some spam to come in, but ultimately it is Valen's round.
I think the way G2 have been using the Odin, both in Game 1, like you mentioned, but here in Game 2 as well, to counter out the kind of angles Demon 1 likes to play has been really cool. You see, when they go for these B main fights, almost always, that Odin is tucked on the corner, spamming the standard op line. There, when they're aggressing towards A as well,
Very
it's
nice.
the same idea. They're trying to use this gun as a way to deny anyone swinging into an angle, being able to find an opportunity to get a shot with an op, to stay posted in that way. It's the little things for G2 always, but it shows they have great ideas of how to shut down a player like Demon 1.
Well, Demon 1 had a pistol last round. This time he's got the op. And he's back down to bot mid. G2 have really liked opening up strong into main so far. But it means that in the mid rounds, that's where you might not have full utility to clear away these difficult corners a chamber can punish you in mid.
Demon 1 and Keznit together this time, walking down mid.
Trent's drones have basically always spotted Demon 1, but this time, Keznit is baiting for it.
They choose not to reapproach through mid, at least not yet. Instead, rotate through spawn. Do not give an opportunity
I don't know
to
if they're
Demon 1's
actually
off.
rotating. They just fell back, so the drone wouldn't see anything. They're still completely frozen.
Yeah, I think you maybe send Trent over, try and fake something towards A.
Now starting to actually commit to the shift. It's a little bit strange. G2 haven't heard anything, but with the forward posting that Baby Bay has an A main, you'd gotta know the Opera is in mid.
Especially with the way Keznit was playing aggro. Leaf gets spotted.
That's a tell, though. Only the Vi is spotted by that dart. No more surprise out of that, so G2 have to rip it into the site. Still, Jogamo with a great first shot. Knights now running it back. He'll have a second lease on life here as that door is closed. Still, quick back into it with a slide out into the open. Keznit is lighting it up here. Ducks down undercover with 10 seconds left. No chance at all for G2 to break free of A main. The double duelist from Envy coming up in a big way, quick on the action there to shut down G2 and claim this round.
If you can't root Envy out of mid, Knights and Keznit will always be there on the site you're hitting. He was so fast on that rotate. G2 still had players scrambling into position. 2 were caught behind the smoke in main as Keznit goes for this play. Here's the running back too that bought time even before. Knights in his second life helped his teammate to succeed on this retake.
And so a timeout called from G2. Josh RT wanting to make some adjustments here, and really I think what you have to look at after how G2 have been playing so many of these rounds, so much for that control over mains, I think they might have some different ideas to flush Demon 1 out of the mid space.
Yeah, I think that has to be the approach they're going for here. figure out how to disrupt him from that space. And then with a comp like this, as soon as you do have ult rounds, you can return to these kind of main opens into harder site hits. They have a lot of really good tools to get a gimme round with something like that Yoru ult. And for an attack side Ascent already having 4 with the double Senti comp, this is G2 on pace for a good half.
Yeah, they're in a great spot. And I think especially, like, usually when you play these double Sentinel comps, taking mid control is the #1 thing you've got to do because you don't have as hard executes onto the site, so being able to split into a site can cut off a lot of your weaknesses of your comp. I think what you see with G2 when they run site hits is you've got a lot of Thorn lineups from Leaf, you've got tons of utility to stop people from flooding in, but
yeah,
that last round there was nothing to cover Heaven. Leaf was on the wrong side of the map to help out that time.
But it's a similar start for G2. Baby Bay with the off this time, tries a timing shot. Knights is just going.
It's crazy going for this pinch down. Mid-end be on an anti-eco of all things.
They do this a lot on anti-eco rounds. And I can't say I've ever loved it. Lose 2 players here. That's at least a gun that can get recovered.
I'm looking at Rossi. Up in B main alone. A risky spot to be in. If he drops, even a 1-for-1 isn't good enough. You just lose full control of the B site. So the composure to fall away is smart from him, but he is still isolated here on B.
Everyone on G2 armed now.
Deploying drone.
Trent with a drone. Can he clear Rossi?
I think he saw foot. Absolutely he did, and that is trouble. What is that? Good fire back from Trent, though, here in the teleport.
But it's only 1-for-1. G2 will secure this site. Envy need this round. They cannot let G2 get control of this attack half.
Envy had essentially gifted G2 an even fight here on G2's eco. They can't afford to lose this. Already some damage down onto Trent, and that's a great shot from Demon 1. But it was Trent. The problem of Lotus, Trent in a beautiful position. How do you get him out of this corner? You just can't do it! The Red Bull clutch for Trent, and an eco win.
That is a round that has to hurt for Envy. An anti-eco, where they try to go aggressive, they try and make a play, but all it leads to is guns given to G2, and Trent set up for yet another clutch.
Great work from him. Toggling back and forth between taking the aggressive swing and tucking away. And doing that to Glyph. We saw how clutch Glyph could be, but Trent is the OG clutch master here on Ascent.
So Envy run the round back again. This time no one's home.
Okay. I mean, you're maybe just going to get caught out walking back tiles. It's Jogamo that's surprised, as a matter of fact, assuming surely it has to be a fake on that side of the map, but now Envy have blown it up again, completely stepping out of B main. Crisp double tap of the head will take Rossi out of the round. And now with the Steel Garden, Demon 1 doesn't care about that. He's still got that ult available, but Valen was on the other side of his scope. He couldn't even see the player. And now Knights can't find a shot. Neither can Kesnit. It's a disaster from Envy.
Dude, Valen just TP's out in the open and wrecks Demon 1.
And because Demon 1 is scoped down, he can't even see Valen.
Yep. That's so sick from the IGL. And that's another heartbreak for Envy. You lose an Antico, we still have money. Let's try it again. They even get a freebie to open this round. Jaw caught, unassuming that that aggressive play would be committed. Only for this to be the result towards A.
Yo, you can't see me, right? I remember you did that.
Got John Cena TPing into the site, and we got Stunner hitting the timeout button. I mean, literally 2 rounds ago, Josh RT called a timeout.
Yep.
Envy just ran the same play back-to-back rounds and have essentially opened up huge gaps for G2 to win.
G2 have 6 rounds on attack already. We were talking a few rounds ago. They get 3, they get 4.
Yeah.
It's already looking
Job well
pretty
done,
good.
right?
This is a different character, though. Envy's year on the line here. The last squad that'll make it to Americas from Ascension, a team that's had so many changes this year, has so long tried to recapture that success that a very different team qualified to this league with. Now on the ropes, on their home map,
I mean, the truth is, from our Ascension teams in Americas, the only team that's found any amount of real success here on the big stage has been G2. And Envy, of course, no strangers, had a tough year, but you thought that with the way they came into play-ins, with this fire under them, the way their rookies in particular were playing, it felt like something had changed, but today it's just been back to that expectation from when you see a team like G2 play up against Envy, and you see it just like that, a perfect little bait with a clone dropping out for Jog to find a kill.
That shot alone, though. No one else was anywhere near, just Baby Bay walking up Cat. That already starts to pull rotations towards mid.
Another little walk down from Kesnet. And these duelists, arm in arm. They'd love to step out mid in these mid rounds and trolling through the swing. Baby Bay can't even do it, but Demon 1 has found that success. 2 kills outside of B main. Numbers taken for Envy.
So now Leaf and Valen to try and recover this round. This was the round that Demon 1 needed to get online. Finally. Big impact from him with that 2K.
Now Glyph is in a good position in tree, but it's a little bit awkward when 2 guys are approaching through mid to tree.
30 seconds left.
I like him giving space. If you die here, give up the Hunter's Fury. It's a big loss for Envy.
And with just 20 seconds left, if G2 wastes too much time here, Hunter's Fury could just end their round, but I don't think it's quite enough. And Glyph doesn't even commit it. He doesn't know where that second player could be. Could, of course, be hanging out on the other side of the door.
Run it back and a dart for this retake. But look at Leaf, off angle in heaven.
Oh, he's in such a good spot, but that run it back will spot him. He has to fall down. And for Envy now, with ultimates to commit, with this round gifted back to them by Demon 1, this is one you cannot lose. But now with Valen showing that aggressive look from main, and Leaf somewhere here on site. How do you find him? How do you deal with him? Valen had already teleported over to this other side. They need to stick the half, and it's a wide swing from the rookie to secure this one for Envy.
G2 has won so many of these late round clutch situations in this series. But this time Envy clean it up. The 2 new additions, Glyph, as well as Knights there at the end, following off of the excellent work early from Demon 1. It's a 4-on-5 that they had to recover from. This was the moment. A lineup between the 2. And another round back for Envy.
And I think so important that Knights found the trade on Baby Bay in bot mid earlier in the round. That equally could have changed the complexion as B main is the focal point. A fight up from Envy, sliding forward. Jogmo sees it all, but he's just going to watch his teammates die. And now the Hunter's Fury comes online. It's Jog with the shotgun. And G2 have blown open this B site. Somehow he's still alive. As the flames are nipping at his heels, Knights holds the line, holds his ground for now. His support is slow. He's fighting his own way back into this as now a flank comes online. Finally, Demon 1 enters the site, and it's Valen to flee. He might be the captain of this ship, but he's abandoned it. Valen will play this 1v3 from A.
That was chaos, but now settled in a 1-on-3 in Glyph's position, Hell.
Glyph is watching this one from the grave. He knows what you can do here, but the silent drop has failed. Doesn't matter. Demon 1 comes right on down to keep this momentum in Envy's possession.
That round was fast. Envy try and fight for main. G2 try and fast exec with the Yoru ult. But this time the team fighting is there for Envy. Crazy play from Jaw. Popping out of the Yoru. Looks like the Jaw we saw at the beginning of this year. There's more and more on that roll.
Fantastic work from Knights to stay alive.
Really was. He's been the impact player in these last few rounds.
I would say in these last few series as well.
For sure.
Completely found his footing here on the Tier 1 stage. And now to try and tie things out at this half. Not have a repeat of the 7-5 of Lotus. Envy fight forward. And it's Valen on 13 health trying to teleport way out of dodge.
Back towards mid for G2. Clearing space up. Valen teleporting across. This is a space they haven't explored since the earliest rounds of this half.
Trying to catch a timing. Trip on his right. Phoenix on his left.
I think Valen lucky to be alive.
Definitely. And on 13 HP, he just wants to be the late insert. Envy fighting forward. They've done it so many times. This time, no success found. Hunter's Fury out from Glyph. Trying to fire away at these players down in mid, but it's BabyBay marching into this site alone. Doesn't need any support. He has taken over the map.
G2 prodded at every part of Ascent here. They found the weak point. BabyBay makes a play.
This is such a weird round, though, because the spike was still back in spawn.
I thought they were going to finish B.
Yeah, 2 players in mid, but they don't really know where to go. Finally coming back into BabyBay now.
Still alive, though, are the new additions. Glyph and Knight. Guys who have had so many moments in this playoff run.
No flashes. They've got to win these fights honestly.
Right here.
Little jump peek and a drop down in from Knights. Tucks into the corner, what is that? And now they're running back. Knights has a chance to do it all. Gets the teleport as well. He's insane, but his Phoenix Feather's being chased. He needs that kill. It's not there. Leaf has found him. No more clutch here. G2 take the round.
That was so damn close for Knight. Your heart breaks for him. Desperately trying to defend his body. But Leaf, the cerebral player, knows the win condition. Knows that the only way to end this round is to work the flank.
The quick thinking and the micro on these plays was insane.
He's so good.
Knights just...
Dude, that guy just hero rounded on us.
And he almost had it. That would have changed the entire complexion moving into the second half, but it is a repeat back from Lotus. Envy with one more chance when we return.
All right, who's making it to playoffs today, G2 or Envy?
Obviously Envy, but I mean, if I was to really come down to it, I think G2 just might beat them, unfortunately. But Envy believers, we're out there.
Envy for sure.
Why?
Let's go Demon 1. He's my GOAT.
Ooh, I gotta say Envy all the way.
Why?
Because my boy Demon 1. Demon 1 on top, number 1.
I'm going for the underdogs. Give me Envy.
Why?
Envy all the way. They got Demon 1 and Rossi and Kesne. They got Deus.
And?
Deus.
And Glyph.
Well, you heard it there. The house has Envy winning this one, but they're going to have to fight back from a deficit. They nearly had the clip of the tournament. Oh, my word, but Knights just could not have the ace at the end, and that is a heartbreaker to come into what could be your final half of Valorant for the year.
You saw the emotion on his face. I think we all felt it too. Had to win that round, had to get that final kill. But now an uphill battle. Only 5 rounds on defense to try and save your season.
BabyBay and Demon 1 met here on the opening pistol, and it's BabyBay to win this time around. Instantly breaking the players in B main with that slow, stalling out evident Envy in market. It's going to be tough to work back into the site.
I like the fight towards spawn, try and get a pick on Jaw, but he's already gotten across to Tuck.
Yeah, he can teleport out of here if he needs to, and he will as the spike comes back into mid. Valen a little bit labored in those shots, and lucky to have Trent here patrolling in mid as well, but these jump peaks have proven such a problem. I mean, look at that! Envy are jumping around the server. It's absurd, and it's Knights to come right back from a 4K with a 3K to start this half off right.
7 kills in the last 5 minutes from Knights. That young man, he has an agent, he has a map, and it is Phoenix on Ascent.
He's so good.
How many of the Envy wins in play-ins have been driven by him in these positions? Feels like pretty much every single one.
Let's go, boys. Let's go. 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 Let's go, Rossi.
Still believing.
Taking the Phantom in this round too. Remember how this map started off? Same situation, but Envy forced up and won the second round. That started the bleeding. That led to 7 rounds for G2. This time a different story, no force up, and Envy committed to the big guns.
G2 are stacked here on A. Demon 1. Oh, that's
no.
tough.
Just one right click to the face. And your lurk's out of it. So Valen without that pressure can switch over to the Paranoia. Invalidate that entry fast lane.
This is still a 4-man stack on A, and they don't have anywhere else to go. Baby, he's closing the gap.
So sliding into the site now, Kesnet has it all to do, and he will be steady with it for now. Doesn't matter if they lost that opening player. Kesnet keeps it calm here.
It's what they needed. Round could have gotten a lot scarier if those enemies don't go your way.
Well, the way back in would certainly be a kill from Baby Bay, but he's brought a knife to a gunfight, and that'll tie up the score here at 7.
Good entries from Kesnet. He plays a big role as a Neon on this map, especially on these attack sides. Unlike the Jet, who can always find that pocket on the dive, have space to play around your Cloudburst, you are putting your life on the line every time you slide forward. You're trusting in Knights to have your back. In this round, it's well executed.
Well, Leaf picks up that beloved Odin on the Vise.
It was tearing him up in the first half.
Right here. So by all accounts, G2 should be able to stabilize here, but if anyone on Envy is going to disrupt the flow, I'd be looking at Knights. He's the one with the gun. But with Baby Bay inside of the smoke, they gotta be so careful. It's a crispy shot from Baby Bay, and another one too. His TP was right into the corner. He only had a Guardian. But he's putting up clips like that.
I was thinking about this game, and so much of that head-to-head for me went to Demon 1. How insane he's been, how Baby Bay's been maybe in a bit of a slump in some of these earlier games. But this looks like the match in stage 1. This looks like Baby Bay stepping into the chamber role, facing the guy I think a lot of people, especially the fans here, would consider the best in slot, and diffing him.
Well, we knew that in the offseason, when G2 were looking at who was going to fill the shoes of Jonah P, they wanted a chamber player. That was really between Baby Bay and Demon 1, and Baby Bay won the spot. You hear the legends of how Baby Bay was tearing up the server in Trials. Of course, what he brought to the team out of the game as well. But now it'll be Envy. Backs against the wall. Let's hear it.
I'm flashing.
Could be one more, could be one more.
Guys, I'm so close one.
Why is this forward here, Care?
Can we walk out after?
I'm spacing the cat. Guys,
I have cat.
Let's go.
Cat, underneath us, behind you guys, 25.
2v1.
Behind you, mid one.
Bingo mid.
Guys, bingo mid. Wait, Max. 80 Vise.
I'm one off right now.
After fight.
You're good. Crossing the site now.
80 Vise.
He's holding you with Odin
Yeah,
there.
I'm crossing the site. I'm gonna plant.
Yeah, go. I'm playing for spawn right now.
Here we go.
Your OTP spawn.
Yep, I'm a blind or no? Not sure.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Hold on, I'm darting.
You go serious and you go market?
Yeah.
Pick TP.
One market.
Okay, Max, it should be heavy B main and market, okay?
Nice.
Recon and 5. Market. One in the walkout right now.
74 Vise.
Walking out one without a...
Out where?
Out market.
Connor, that guy is at 74.
Just walked out, done. Could be lane. Could be market as
Just
well.
look,
Play lane. Play it safe.
Yeah, smoke for bomb.
Smoke bomb. Nice try, Max. Nice try, Max.
It's okay.
Nice shot, though, on this one guy, bro.
Unbelievable! Valen chooses to stick it there. in the one-on-one. Lands the defuse. It doesn't matter that Demon One killed everybody in that round, Mimi. That's still a round win for G2.
That is brutal. Especially after the start of this round. This fight looked great for Envy, only for G2 to turn it around in the chaos. And only for Demon One to bring it back to a bullet.
Oh.
He was a shot away from winning this round.
Jake! You're him, Jake!
And it's Valen instead, sticking the spike.
It's just insulting. Like, you got to feel on the other side. Demon One, you do everything in your power to win the round. Not a chance, and now not a chance for Kesnet to even play it. Just spam for market.
Dead from the jump. Now where to Envy go? Maybe you look to Knights again. It's been so good this map.
Well, Trent was looking at Knights. It was exactly where he is.
Loves walking up off these blaze walls.
Oh, but rarely do you see him go full send. And that's exactly why.
That angle, anchoring close.
And it's desperation now from Envy. You already lost one duelist, so Knights wants to make a play. Now you lost both of them, so now you really got to do something. And if you're Demon One that just lost a clutch to time, you want it even more. Now they've heard Baby Bay. Sets up the teleport, but they're just going to cross anyways. Ignore him entirely. Still with the double hold on backside here and the late round dart to play off of. Someone's got to break that quickly. Nobody broke it. That could be trouble as the bullets start peppering Envy. We're now in crunch time. 20 seconds left on the clock. That's a great paranoia out of Rossi. Bunches these players back up on site, but they're getting shot at from their 6. They're getting surrounded now. Envy trying to fight through this madness on the site. Rossi now with 3 players staring at him, still has to recover the spike. Hope has been lost. Baby Bay charges in and wins a 10th for G2.
This game is slipping away from Envy. Kesnet spammed at the start of the round. Knights desperate to make a play. You can see the desperation coming in. And G2 on the other side, they still play to their style. They play structured, tucking back to back in the boathouse.
Yo, Trent, we are
waiting
too
for
good,
Baby
bro.
Bay.
We're just Gary, bro. That's not...
And calm in their approach. Envy's economy in a bad spot. Another timeout getting called. They are quickly running out of chances here on Ascent.
I think this is the toughest round of the map you have to call right now. You have enough for 2 players to get full buys, and you could scrape some other stuff together, but you also have a Phoenix ult, a Sov ult, you're 1 away from a Chamber ult. This is a round you could force into if you wanted to. This is a round that could instantly springboard you back into the game, but equally, it could be the round that just kills you.
If you lose it, all those ults gone, your money broken, that's your season over, pretty much.
The question is, do you feel like you need that risk? Is G2 playing so well that you need some kind of injection of life?
It felt they were playing that way in the last round. But now maybe the steadier mind prevailing, the coach coming in. Seems like they're deciding on a hero gun on Knights. Couldn't think of anyone better, especially with another run it back.
Dream situation here is Knights can run it back, get a kill. Somehow you have Kesnet or Demon One secure an orb in one of the mains. That could change everything, but right now Envy not finding a fight up into mid. Early flame wall and the run it back spent. Let's see what Knights can do. He's isolated from his team on the wrong side of the wall, and he's got no time left to play with. Hasn't even seen a single player he has sent backwards. And now Kesnet creeping up into mid. Leg spotted, duelist down. Envy have mid control, but at what cost?
It's the same thing again. Trying to make a play in the chaos, it fails. And now Envy look to scramble back towards A, back towards Valen.
Eyes on Valen.
Nasty off angle.
He has such a good position to hide behind. Just a 1-for-1 though, as Jogamo enters up into the fight. Only 2 left alive, and it's 18 HP combined. Rossi on 1. Envy made the choice not to force up here, but they did spend the run it back. And risking G2 falling within 2 of this series. And 2 within Envy. At the end of their year. They know exactly where Rossi is. Nowhere left to go. Baby Bay seals the deal once more.
It's the 11th round for G2. And that was the call to save. They didn't full commit into this round. But I think Envy is no closer to finding a solution out. This is what concerns me. Seeing Kesnet try and feel like he needs to go for a play. Feels like after that run it back is gone, he steps up alone, no one there to help him. That reminds me of an earlier Envy, the Envy who went near winless in the regular stage. They looked so individualistic, so disconnected in their play.
Now Envy will meet Baby Bay in B main. They have not been able to dislodge him from this position. Kesnet hasn't been able to play the last few rounds, but this time a good flash and a jump around the corner will send him back into sight. And a Hunter's Fury too. That's coming out from the defense side. Trent trying to catch the players in main, but no bullets tagged. A rarity for Trent.
And we look back towards mid. G2 have expended little this round. They have Jaw with a TP in a nasty corner.
And yet Envy have found the weaker side of this map. And now the Hunter's Fury. A good flash. No one's looking in the corner. Knights covers his teammates back. And that is necessary. With Valen now stuck in hell. Trent needs to clear the duelist before he can support his teammate on site. He will find his mark. And Envy are no closer to winning this round cleanly. Demon 1 can't afford to give up this forward line.
It has to be Demon 1 here. Who else is going to save this round? Who else is going to keep Envy in it?
Well, G2 are taking their time. Baby Bay went all the way around the world, and Leaf somehow walks out from tree. No one holding Demon 1's back. No one has the support there. Glyph has no one left to help. One more is all it takes for G2 to end Envy's year.
You're watching a team get dissected. It's another round where Envy's initial idea doesn't work. Another round where Kesnet tries to step forward. He walks into heaven here with no support. They would have had a man advantage if he doesn't die there, and instead, Baby Bay activates his flank. No one's holding for Demon 1. And sure, they're great individuals, but right now they are dying one by one.
The most rounds Envy have strung together this map has been 2. They now need 5 in a row to force an overtime and stay in it. After the surprise at the start of play-ins, staying in that upper bracket, looking revitalized. Now Envy, backs against the wall. Wait, did that
the drone missed
see
him.
Dre?
The drone did not see him. Demon 1.
Careful. He won't step onto the line.
Oh.
It's that mistake unpunished for now. And Envy once again have found the lighter side of the site, but only for a second. There's already a rotate coming online.
And there's still Thorns here. Makes it so hard to actually get through.
B main is the gambit for Envy. Their last chance here. Baby Bay has their exits. They can't walk out of here because Baby Bay is holding the line. 2 kills for him as he continues to dominate. Envy making a mad dash back over towards the A side. A quick teleport out from Jogmo sends him back up into A heaven. G2 have 2 bodies on this site, but Envy have brought the entire pack. Some spam out early as Leaf steps straight into Kesnet and gifts a kill back over to Envy. It might be desperate from Envy, but they brought it back into even numbers. 3-on-3 now for the post plant.
G2 slow on their approach. Jaw towards heaven, still a flash to activate out of this space. Kesnet, 2 kills already in this round, needs so much more.
Who will be the hero? Who will be the hero for Envy to stay alive here? 1 apiece for Demon 1 and Rossi. As Trent has so little to work off of, Demon 1 holds his own. That's the first of 5 for Envy.
It's a start. A start to get back into this game. This looked like it was the checkmate. Baby Bay holding the flank, getting 2 kills. But Kesden, who's been punished in so many of these rounds. Demon One, who feels like he's been absent in this series so far.
Nice, guys. Come on, guys. Go.
Those two players activate. 2 kills each.
And so back to a B open for Envy. See if they stick it this time. Baby, tour de force already primed. Knights will throw up the one that gets right in front of him. Baby's out of his mind. Demon One out of the picture now. He was the pair of steady hands that secured the last round for Envy. And now again, Envy have to move into A.
So you want to pivot A, but Jaws here waiting, tucked into Wine.
A perfect timing to set his teleport. That's the retreat. A little jiggle, now he's spotted. Needs to buy some time before the TP comes out, and Glyph slides on in there to punish him. Envy got in front of that play up in main. And now with the run it back ready. Knights moving back up into heaven. He'll take the heal. That's all good. Envy pushed G2 back with the paranoia. They've tapped into a little something here.
Another man disadvantage that they've turned around. Another opportunity to keep this game going.
It's a good post plant. G2, until they break that door, they can't actually disrupt how Envy want to hold this. And finally, as it comes down, Valen has toppled the first domino. A wide swing in from Trent. Kesnet holding his own, and Envy buckle up, because they're about to take G2 for a ride here. Baby's got to teleport away. There's no more time left to play. Baby is going to farm some kills here on the way out, but Envy are not out of it yet.
Envy found success in these last 2 rounds with the late A pivots here. It's a mistake coming out from G2. They lose that player tree. Jaws' only retreat hadn't had enough time to make it all the way back into cover on site. As soon as Leaf dies, that's a protection gone. And that is a dead Jawjimo on the teleport.
The rookies, Glyph and Knights, that's who finds the opening kills onto the site.
After last round, it being the 2 veterans in Kesden and Demon One. A different opening. And we have favored B in these last few rounds now. They set up to split towards A, but again, Baby is here.
How does he know? He's in the right position every round. And now a paranoia will send him out of there. Trying to catch him out with the Hunter's Fury. Glyph unable to find the mark, but Kesden has already claimed Valen. No more smokes. Told out in main. Jawjimo can't hit his either. Hold on a minute here. G2, they don't even want to play the round.
It's a save. This is starting to feel like something real.
Go, go, go.
This will be the first time Envy have won 3 rounds in a row. And doing it with ease as well. That change in strategy, as mentioned. Even with Baby being in a new position, they have the utility to flush him out regardless.
Yeah, the coverage of their utility on these executes has looked very good. Baby had no factor in that round, had the TP back immediately, was locked away as Valen and Jaw could not come up with the shots on site. And this is what you fear with Envy. When they start to snowball, when their players get confident, when the ults start to roll in, it's exactly the kind of Valorant that they want to play. It's exactly the position that Envy wants to be in. They take the control away from G2. Force them to play that chaotic style, play these team fights, and say, beat us in the brawls.
There's that utility you were talking about, not just the paranoia, but also the Hunter's Fury, forcing Valen to just be out there in the open.
The cat is legit their weakness, but I don't think they can stop it no matter what, guys.
We're in full control of this game still. Just don't let it get out of hand.
Both Knights and Baby, the new players on the rosters of all thing, being the ones to find those points of weakness to steady the nerves a little bit, and G2 will call the timeout. Now, one of the things we were talking about earlier on here is this Ascent map was something that G2 were a little bit nervous to play. It's something they hadn't found a lot of success on prior to that match versus Bestia.
Yeah, they couldn't figure out their roles. It was weird, right? Everyone's playing the Sion Phoenix. They didn't really have the people to make that work. Only now just got it back into their map pool. But I think what Knights called out there is the right approach. This catwalk has been a struggle for G2, and I think one of the biggest reasons for that is that Jaw is prioritizing playing towards A main, contesting that space, and being able to TP out. That means if you lose cat control, like in round 21, he's immediately caught out. He doesn't have the space to escape. So I'd like to see an Envy that's continuing to try and in these later rounds pressure that space. That's the task that G2 has to find a solution for. But they only need to find it once. Bebe said they're still in control. He's right for now, as long as they can get that one round before overtime.
So G2 decide to buy up around light armors and a Bulldog. Liking their odds here regardless and setting their eyes on a fight over mid. Knights loves to throw out this flame wall as a mid default, along with an early drone. Jogamo's feet now seen, and still trying to stick around for a few fights here. Neither team giving any way, and it is Knights. He told us, cat and tree, that was the weakness, and he's delivered on that promise.
That's a big kill to find. Babybay has been on a hot streak for G2. He's topping the scoreboard. He's opened so many of these rounds for them. And this time he's gone immediately.
Now Envy have loved, after freezing in the mid rounds, to pivot back into A late. It's been the standard here. In the last few rounds, they've strung together.
Jaw this time, though, playing more passive position. Looking to catch players on the cross.
Everybody's up in heaven, even down in numbers, G2. Well, actually, as I say that, it's Valen looking for a little bit of a wide swing on the timing, but it'll be G2 playing 4-on-5 in the retake.
How do you get back in? Trent and Valen still have utility. This is an Envy, who still have control towards Tree, still have Demon 1 lurking.
It's got to be a good dart from Trent. A good dart to turn heads. Leaf's going to find that first shot on Knights. Glyph now up in the middle of nothing. That late lurk is only good for one. So who's it come down to? Kesnet and Rossi. Stuck on opposite sides of this site.
One enemy remaining.
They both hold their own. And Valen threatening, sticking that defuse all the way. Goading Envy into fighting him. It'll be Rossi to bring this back within one.
Envy have found the path. They're one round away from overtime. After being unable to string anything together in this game on their home map, they find it here. They find it with that kill onto Babybay, with another late finish into A. And with a man disadvantage hold from Rossi and Kesnet.
And can I just say, for as much flack as Kesnet has been receiving in recent games, topping the leaderboard here in that round, getting a critical kill in the post plant. These last rounds that have mattered, he has been stepping up for the team, being what his team needs from him. But the job is not done yet.
G2 have changed their setup. This time using the Vice Wall towards Tree.
And they
trying to deal with that gap.
Yeah, they droned out B main. That allows Babybay to have the forward line. That means G2 are way more comfy to shift heavy on A. That dart goes deep. Teleport back, giving up the forward A main space. G2 allow Envy to advance in. Tandem play, deep on site. First shot won't be there even against the sun. Kesnet drops, and now it'll have to be Knights. And the rest of the team come flying on in, catching players isolated and scattering G2.
Envy is winning every fight. And from a massive deficit, they now have a man advantage to bring this game to overtime.
But who is it left in the 2-on-4? Babybay and Trent. This duo has had an X factor like nothing else today. Now working forward on their own. That last chance to disrupt Envy's dreams here in the play-ins. Peppering through this wall, but Knights is right there. 5 in a row. Envy do not go down quietly.
In the group stage, this team looked dead. It looked like they would disappear in the play-ins, but they came back when you least expected it. They found themselves at the final moment. And they've done that again this map. Needed more rounds in a row than they had straight together this entire series. And they do it. find these late 8 finishes, find the individual form, and push G2 to overtime.
The entire energy in this building has shifted. We thought this was another day at the office for G2, but the Envy faithful have woken up right alongside their team, and now a forward fight into B main. Jogamo teleports back, no longer pinned into the corner, but Envy are not giving G2 a second to catch their breath.
G2 are lucky to still have 5 alive. But there's still threats abound. Demon 1, finally with an op in his hands.
Our Chambers ready to meet once more. Demon 1 misses! He needed that. Now Envy are trying to step back into mid. Kesnet steps up when his team needs him most. After stringing 5 rounds in a row, it is once again Envy up numbers. And they're not giving G2 this site for free as Knight gets right into the middle of the action. G2 don't know what to think anymore.
This game, it is not about Demon 1 today. It is about Envy as a whole. Every player has had their round in this comeback. It's Kesnet here.
G2, they're committed to A, and Envy know it. 25 seconds left. Leaf is trying to make footsteps to bait some rotations, and he succeeded. It's a Sova 1v1 on A for now. Get this kill, Trent, and you have the plant. All of a sudden, it is doable. But Glyph is playing to live for now. Brings his teammates right back into there. Glyph will do exactly what he needs. 6 seconds, and Kesnet comes right around the corner. A 3-piece to steal the lead back for Envy.
This is a big game for Kesnet.
Huge.
He's been having the worst year of his life in terms of individual performance. Stage 2, the worst stage of his career. This is a guy who's been on lower bracket runs, has been to almost every Champions, and has been an MVP in Americas. But he was at a low 0.6 rating in the group stage. But in the play-ins, he found himself again, showed some big games. And in this map, when G2 was at 12, when their season was about to end, he is showing up again.
In the last 10 rounds, he has completely turned it around.
Baby was at 25 kills, something like 4 rounds ago.
Yep.
He was the man with the hot hand. Kesnet has snatched that title.
Stolen it back completely. And now G2, after 6 in a row, those woes, those doubts start to creep in. Ascent, a map that used to be so good for G2, and they couldn't figure out how they wanted to play it. Seemed like a day ago and today as well. They'd fixed all of that. They'd figured it out. This comp was working. But now, in those critical moments, they have looked lost against the relentless aggression of Envy.
So now it's G2's last chance. No op in Baby's hands. Just a rifle and Jaw alongside him in mid.
I'm out of here.
Envy waiting to pounce into mid. A bit of a delay of their default utility. And Baby will be sticking around. Last time they failed to clear him. He ended up getting a major flank, netted 2 kills. But this time they're waiting. I think playing off of that previous round, anticipating there's going to be another creep up.
And we are so slow. Finally, the smoke going out mid 1.
And it's a good smoke too. It blocks off, importantly, this angle Baby would have onto Catwalk. A little bit deeper and have a pixel to play on. Ooh. We're limited time now. But Envy, by throwing the smoke over onto A, oh no! Baby finds some spam, and that's gonna force Envy to heat up. Leaf in a good spot, and they're fighting up into heaven! Kesnet! What is that? He's come all the way around the world, flanking G2 against all odds, and he's there again! Valen will drop. It's Baby and Trent once more. Some time to plant the spike as Baby Bay is out of the picture now. Another round that Kesnet has handed to Envy. Unless Trent has something to say about it. Kesnet has given the map to Envy. Has held out this year and given them another shot, but a quiet jump over to the top, and now the swing! It'll be Envy turning this series on its head. We're headed to map 3.
7 rounds in a row for Envy. Their season was over 15 minutes ago. They were out, all but 1 round away from it. But instead, they stay alive. They deliver in every key round. Kesnet takes over the map. And we go to a third.
Absolutely absurd. Watching Kesnet at the end there, Knights as well, nearly with this ridiculous play of his career. And still, Envy came back into the second half. Still, Knights was actually the guy, setting Envy's head straight, telling them exactly where they needed to go. And that shift in mentality to start hitting this A site late into rounds is exactly what turned this series around. An absurd comeback from Envy. 12-7 was the score, and now they still have a chance here to stay alive and head to playoffs. We'll find out if they can do it when we come back.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, we are technically still in your rookie year, but you've been here for, I feel like, a hot second. What is the greatest lesson you've learned at your time at VCT Americas?
Greatest lesson I've learned is probably bringing focus and energy to the team.
Very simple. What have you learned from your teammates as well?
Very funny players to play with and work with.
Best luck today.
Sweets like a broom, hey. What you reppin', dog? Houston, Texas, dog. I ain't bum, but I'ma be a legend, dog. Ain't no questions or no second guesses, dog. Phone on D&D, I'm not accepting calls. We forever ball, leaving with it all. Whole city out, we going wall to wall. Hey, yeah, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. BDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss. Yo, taking off. GT3, I'm taking off. Locked in, we ain't finna play with y'all. Locked in, we ain't gonna play it off. Grind through the winter. Yeah, I grind through the summer.
M80's just dumping it all to make sure this economy is trashed. And Bonnie, comfy, Trent, cornered, gets his own 3 through the tide! Run it back is actually going to push. What a flash from Knights as he takes things into his own hands. This may cause a problem for them because now they can be sourced out. It's up to Zekin to come around the corner to win it, but it's Knights!
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas, and wow, that happened. I thought we would be talking about the second series, but no, we're getting ready for map 3, and there you can see, truthfully, the dejected faces of G2, and they should feel a little frustrated considering how things worked out on Ascent. Mimi said it best 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago at this point, Envy's season was basically done.
Yeah.
And then Kesnet decided, not today. And that is how we're here. We're going to map 3, Dan. That's insane.
That second half was exactly what you should be expecting for Envy. It is an attack side that has been incredible for them, that has given them all these wins, and it's also a half where everybody was counting them out.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy too, because when you think of G2 going to overtime, they usually almost always win it. And this is the first time we've seen them actually fall in that overtime. And it feels like one of the main reasons was because of the way they were playing, the way that Envy came back in that last half.
A lot of the post plans, and again, this is nothing new. Earlier and before the game that we saw yesterday, they had 83% win rate on the post plans. It went down to about 76.
Yeah,
still a lot. Still pretty high. The second highest, alongside G2 as well.
Yeah, feels like this a lot of the retakes as well. The first half for them was really nice. I feel like they came back when they start figuring out how to play together as a team, and a lot of their team fighting was really phenomenal. It felt like they struggled just a tiny bit. They got it down on lock, and then obviously that comeback in the attack half was insane. But I think just so many times we've seen them making sure when they're coming back into that post plant, they're late hitting that A, they're late hitting and rotating, and it's been so nice for them. And then you're also looking at the players popping off. It just felt really good.
Yeah, it felt as if this G2 team, they, with the read that you would love to see, but it was Envy that not only figured out just how to ensure that they picked up round after round after round, but it was also just that they never let themselves get out of it. I mean, that guy on your screen right there, big reason why they were able to do that. I mean, Athena, time and time again, he was getting multi-kills.
Oh, yeah. Kesner was getting multi-kills. It felt like Knights as well was getting multi-kills. But I think the biggest thing for me was just the way that they pulled G2's rotates every single time towards that B site or towards mid. They put so much pressure around the map, and late round went towards that A. G2 could not hold it. The main reason being because of Kesnet pushing in those post lands, because of Knights getting a lot of those picks. They punished Baby Bay a lot early on as well, and it just worked out really well for them.
Yeah, now, of course, you know, looking at the top performers there, no shocker that Kesnet is the one who stands up on top of the MVP breakdown, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here and talk about the guy that's right behind us, because Knights, since joining this team and being in that more secondary, you know, duelist position in the Phoenix, and his impact has just been felt through and through each time.
He is incredible. I love this duo of Kesnet Knights. What Knights is able to do, what he was just able to do, I feel like it takes confidence. And for a rookie, for a guy that joined this team recently that just turned 18, you're asking a lot for him, and he's actually delivering in a matchup like this one. This is elimination for them.
Yeah, he's keeping up with Kesnet, which Kesnet is one of those players that's made globals before, that's made masters before, and Knights as a rookie is keeping up. Not only that, but we also heard in a lot of his reactions, he was saying, guys, this is it. We're winning. Let's keep going. Let's keep this mentality up. Let's just keep playing ranked. And in the server, he has been phenomenal.
So
I mean,
good.
on that Phoenix, he's done so good. He's used his util really well. His reactions as well, very well timed.
What I think helps is he's just a confident kid.
Yeah.
You know, talking to him a couple of times, like, he carries himself very well. And I think when you're alongside someone like Kesnet, who is just confidence on top of confidence, like, you know, he's that type of dude. It should motivate you to want to be able to, like, play good in those moments, especially when you know you have someone right at the point that's really just fragging out the way Kesnet has.
And this is what we talked about at the beginning. When this team knows that they can win, the fire is in their eyes. You see how passionate they are, how much they want to win. You see it for Kesnet. You see the way that he's standing up a lot more, the way that he looks more confident instead of looking a little bit frustrated. And it's on the other side for Knights too. This is insane. Or two Ascent Ascension teams facing elimination before making it to playoffs.
I know.
And for Envy, it's a do or die.
Crazy stuff. You see it at the bottom of your screen there. The winner moves on to the playoffs. Haven determines it all. Is the multi-time America's champions going to fall in play-ins? Or will Envy find a way to punch their ticket to playoffs? Find out after this.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, where if you tuned out during the middle of map number 2, you might be surprised not to see Evil Geniuses and KRU jerseys on stage. But after Envy mounted a comeback, down 12-7 to win 7 rounds in a row and take it, Mimi, we are now on Haven for a do-or-die match 3.
And Haven's an interesting one. Videss was talking about it at the beginning of the day. Envy could have gone to the sunset. They took us here instead to a Haven where both teams have been winless in stage 2. To a map where G2 has struggled to find their identity, has seemingly landed on this yellow neon look instead. It's going to be a very interesting way to end this series.
Yeah, I mean, Haven was G2's best map at the start of the year. They won their first 7 games in a row on Haven, then have gone on a horrible slide since there. Unable to find success. This was a map they lost in their series versus Fury that sent them down into the lower bracket, put them in this position to begin with, and now Fury have a chance to turn everything around. Their entire year around, Envy, of course, a chance to send G2 home and claim their own spot in the playoffs.
So many teams found themselves in these play-ins. Envy maybe that best example. It's G2. Possibility to refight front B. 2 players holding close in that smoke.
The C site is rather bare. Quick little pop flash into mid. Entices Envy to swing back in. That's exactly what they like to see. Trent out in the open. Good stun. Force back the player in C. Link as now the second fight comes in from Envy. It's firing on all cylinders. Somehow Jogamo with a knife to the back, but it's not enough. So many players on 20 health for Envy. But this is an Envy that have been in control. Now 3 pistol rounds in a row.
As long as Baby Bay doesn't have anything to say about it. But with walking into Garage, it's a freebie for Demon 1. And Envy do secure it. Really nice team fighting from them in this pistol round. I think G2 had a good read with that flash reclear play in mid, but you see Envy step back, wait for their opponent to use their tools, and then re-step into the fight. They do that twice this round, both times to great effect, trading off each other, and looking clean to start Haven.
G2 have made a choice here. You rarely see the defense side round 2 force up, but the last time G2 and Envy played, they played on Haven, a map in which Envy won both pistols and lost round 2s in both halves. And that is what G2 remember. They remember that 13-4 scoreline on Haven. And that is why they've gone for the Stingers here on round 2.
And you look at this series. They win a force buy on Ascent. They win both pistols, both bonus rounds on Lotus. The series would be so different if it wasn't for how much G2 has been winning the early rounds of halves.
This round looking a little bit different. Envy, flame wall up to work into Garage. Now this doesn't tell G2 a whole lot, but we've seen a nice spot over here. Unfortunately, it's just with a Stinger. It's too long range to actually make anything happen, so Kesnet will land that first blow. And Envy should have an easy plant here. Rossi hanging out maybe a little bit too long in mid, and that allows Valen to sweep on in there and claim a kill.
So that's just a pistol. Demon 1, Kesnet, they're both alive with true rifles here.
choosing to bring this fight up straight into G2's face. Around the side of that wall, VALORANT will fight back, evenly traded out, and now Demon 1 is down. Envy in a 2-on-3. Playing the long lines, but no HP. It'll have to be Glyph. You can't let it happen again. That's the first. Holding it down. Glyph can't do it. G2, once again, have stolen Array around 2.
How often do you see a team win a defensive force buy? How often do you even see them commit to a defensive force buy?
They never do it.
Because it's objectively a low EV play. The risk is so high, the weaponry you can get is so poor.
And this wasn't even Envy going for like a light buy FPX. No, they had big guns here, and they still lost.
I think that's what cost it. The Demon 1 whiff in spawn. He needed that kill. That was the difference between securing CT control, leveling out this round, and letting it slip away.
Of all the ways to stop a 8-round loss streak for G2, it's the defense force up. And so Kesnet has a rifle somehow because, of course, they only bought 4 guns in the last round. Let's hero Kesnet. Give him a chance to shine. And maybe, just maybe, figure out a way to play this round.
We saw some insane back and forth with the Eco wins in the Sentinels game yesterday. This has some echoes of that.
Now, it was just a stinger that Knights picked up off of Jog's body. But Envy have been calling nicely around G2, and I want to go back to when they started winning rounds on Ascent.
Sure.
Envy consistently were finding the weak side of the map, getting good mid-round calling, and hitting into isolated single players or the side of the map that didn't have Vi's utility. Now they found themselves an open C site.
Valen, the only one in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it is a Spectre.
They
Without armor on the other side, yeah, that thing becomes a whole lot more lethal.
This flank is so fast. They have no idea with that smoke on the trip.
ADS there on the Stinger. It's a weird buy, of course, the G2 picking up what they could from the previous round. And Glyph could still be an issue. Backside for now. Trent just trying to stay alive, and that's a great shot out of him. And Trent will take another one as well. You thought maybe there was a chance for Envy in a round like that, but G2 will keep it calm here and take another.
Nice try to Envy with the Kesnet hero buy. He gets him a great opening pick. They call a pretty solid round. But G2's superior arms win out the day with this double flank coming through. I'm just happy to see Kesnet keep up the performance. There was a lot of individual moments on Ascent, but I don't think anyone shined brighter than him. And I don't think anyone needed to
Good play, Jake.
more than him.
Baby.
So, a run it back available for Knights. Attention over mid now from Envy. And that's exactly where G2 have this double stack on Garage. It turned into a bit of a bloodbath. Kesnet has been seizing space so early on. Previous round, you saw him get in front of the C's on A. This time, it'll be behind the drone, instantly broken away, and the teleport to set up the bait. Valen right on the opposite side of this flame wall. Envy don't suspect it, but it may not matter. Push through A. Envy are already aware of it. Now, with both sides of the map striking for G2, Envy are all out of sorts. Demon 1 can't even steady it there. G2 just took over the map.
I love the trap play in Garage there from G2, baiting in for Valen. But their aggression on the rest of the map is even better. Seeing that heavy presence in mid, they're so fast on the flank through from A. And that crunch absolutely decimates Envy. That was their buy round. That was their round where they finally had to run it back online. And G2 decimated them in it.
It's cool how Jogamo on the flank was actually using his fast lane. He's giving up the idea that he was going for the flank. Didn't matter. Use that to close the gap. Find a couple of quick fights on different angles.
And against a team that plays this chamber instead of the more common Cypher on this map, I think going for a lot of defensive flanks is a great idea. That trip is so much more vulnerable to getting smoked off, fast laned off, anything, that even if you're just early conditioning these ideas, Envy is going to have to be, for the rest of this half, afraid of these fast flanks.
And still, I don't know if they need to reinvent the wheel. I felt like in a round like that, G2 had the exact answer to the strat that was called from Envy, right? Envy go for this garage idea. There's a trap play in garage and a quick flank coming through A main.
Yeah, checkmate.
Yeah, you've just been beaten on a macro level unless somehow you have a hero move to steal back in.
What I really want to see this map and what I thought was missing on the attack side of Envy's Ascent is Demon 1's lurks. He has been so impactful in these play-ins, when he's playing the chamber, when he's getting proactive in the mid-round. I feel like he hasn't been finding his mark yet today. I think if he can come online along with the rest of the team, that could be the difference for Envy.
Pistols for Envy and back to early mid control. I will say I'd love to see them go back to the A main fight in future rounds.
Even just to get Demon 1 embedded down short, I think makes a world of difference in how they can play their macro.
And the last time we saw it, you saw that Kesnet can actually beat the timing of the default Cs that's been thrown out with the fast feed on the Neon. And now actually pulling the trigger on the ultimate to take this forward space on B.
It's just going to run out of time.
Yeah. B can be a little bit messier, though, for defense side to retake, especially versus the weak guns, especially with full site control. How often do you see teams play completely bunkered up on site? No one far away. And if Envy can isolate one of these two sides, one of these links, pick up some guns, maybe there could be a chance. Knights certainly think so. But I'll have to be ready for Baby Bay. Slow on the approach as the star clears away. And now G2 pinching on both sides. Oh, it's nice with those pistols. All of a sudden, Baby Bay's not the insurance, he's the necessity for the team. And Glyph, who's a mile away with that Hunter's Fury, stuck in a firefight, can't pull the trigger on the ultimate. If he had been able to use that, it's a guarantee round win. And it's great presence of mind of Jogamo to chase him down and make sure it's not a possibility.
Baby Bay is the reason that they won that round. He was so late working back through Garage. His teammate had already died C-Link that they thought, we have this side of the map secure. We can pivot the fight elsewhere, but that's exactly when he arrives. Takes down Knights, trades Demon 1 backside, and buys the attention to allow Jaw to arrive on this late flank.
So here's that A main fight we wanted to see. Now Kesnet can get in front of the C's. That Trent usually throws outside A lobby for that quick fight down on A long. Instead this time, working on to short. But a high angle held by the Omen. And Envy are going to stop in their tracks after getting the forward posting of Demon 1.
That's exactly what I wanted to see. Get him active with the tour de force. Give yourself an option to call back into. But now where do they go with this mid round? Do they pressure elsewhere? Babyface just walks down mid, holding this aggressive angle.
Crazy position to be in. But of course, in range of his teleport, send him back into Link, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
There's 3 players on A still. Envy. Gonna try and put a little pressure, drone towards Garage, and that's the pick they needed.
Good pick, and now that drone not gonna sell a fake over there. Usually you'd have the flame wall. And Envy have already shown 4 players on this side. So quick slide up from Kesnet, worried about 2 different angles.
Too deep.
And separated from his team. That's a spacing issue. And G2 will punish it. Demon 1 can't even pull the trigger. So Envy spent sense scrambling. Leaf out in the open and punished as well. Rossi's found a pathway back in.
Another flank from Bebe. Josh just activating alone.
No one looking at him. Last round, it was Jog and Baby Bay to win it. And now it'll have to be Glyph finding some way through this. Jog has no idea, but he still gets the kill.
How's he moving like that?
I mean, he looks like he's
it looked like
in
he
zero G.
Glided up the box.
I hope he's explaining how to do that, and we can get a chance to listen to it. I think he unplugged his headset, and he's trying to wait that one out, plug it back in, get the defuse.
Looked like a ballerina.
He's moving in-game and out-of-game, yanking that out of its
This is
socket.
the moment, though, that cost Envy the round. Kesnet cannot be that deep
30 seconds
without the rest of the team able to scale with him.
I mean, Jogamo just embarrassed Envy. Look at that. Oh, it's the quick hop up.
The short hop off the box. That's so sick.
As
Bro's
he pulls
playing
the
Tony
180.
Hawk.
Oh my word, what is that? Because you can see the tracking from Glyph.
I'm surfing, boy. I'm surfing, boy. Let's go.
He thinks Jog's head is going to be on that lower angle where he initially dropped.
Because why wouldn't it be?
Why wouldn't it be? Oh my word. A mind-bending movement.
That's so sick.
Look at this walk down from Leaf. C long. unleashed a little bit. And G2 really haven't done anything on C the last few rounds. As the split comes in, though, this is a decisive kill. Leaf gets caught a little bit lost there. Now Turtle smokes on site, trying to keep Valen embedded in here. Calling in the reinforcements, too, knowing Kesnet is just on the other side of Plat. And knowing that Envy is not far behind him either. Valen's still alive. His reinforcements fell one by one. But Envy didn't have an answer until this very moment. So it brings Trent now into the clutch.
You look at map 1, you look at the Sword of the Ascent, it was all about the clutches for G2.
Demon 1 up here, a little bit isolated inside of the smoke, and quick on the trigger. A second round for Envy.
Good work from him. Keeps this one secure. Doesn't give Trent any chance in that clutch. So Envy, after a debilitating round before, they go for a faster play here. And while it took some time to kill Valen, the team fighting to deal with the rest of these players was nice. Demon 1 activating through Garage at just the right moment. And that's what I wanted to see. A Demon 1 get inactive, a Demon 1 getting involved in these rounds. You saw it before when he lurked through short. This round, working up Garage. He's slowly getting his feet out under him here on map 3.
Need to see more and more of that, as G2 will call a timeout, even after just losing the singular round, but they have a lot of things to consider in a round like this. Of course, if you go old school, when you got the Fade and the Yoru and the Omen ultimates, you can do a lot in terms of turning off the audio with that Fade ult and popping out from anywhere on the teleports. That's something Envy's going to have to respect here in this coming round.
It's really good tools to cook up whatever kind of synergies you want. For G2, though, I think overall their approach to the macro this map has been very good, especially their control towards A. The early rounds, they always had that space. They were constantly activating on these fast flanks. It's one of the big reasons they were winning so many of these retakes. So I wouldn't hate to see them go back to that, especially in a round where Baby has the tour de force, and you can post him on his own on a site, acting as that forward scouting.
Well, Envy certainly believe that C site is the weak point. And Envy's a team that once they lock into a weakness, they will abuse it round after round until you prove that you have some kind of a response. And so they'll waltz into this B site virtually for free. And the question will be whether or not they can play up versus this post-plant utility for G2 on the retake.
There's so many ults for G2 to get back in, so Envy have to fight. They have to win this towards spawn.
There's Knights right up in front of the stun. A great timing caught, and now Leaf realizes that there's a whole heck of a lot of people right up on that choke point. He pops out back plat. Glyph not looking at him, that's the first. And Baby Bay as well, marching in from Garage. A flash will keep him down, but not for long. Another one hits the floor. And 2-on-2 now, but so hard to play down long versus the chamber up. Baby Bay switches over, takes this fight up into Demon 1, and he'll regret it. Leaf on Rossi. And not a clue in the world, finally learns where Rossi is, but there's no time. Envy found the answers. They found the weak site. They pinpointed exactly what they needed in the post plant, and they executed on that idea.
Back-to-back rounds, abusing this C site. Nicely played in that late 2-on-2 from Envy. But this is the moment here. Knights going aggressive, recognizing the threat of the ultimate, and dispelling them, wasting time early in that post.
Let's go, Rossi. Nice, guys.
Now I want to see more of that from Envy, fighting deep in these post plants, getting close towards CT against a team that has shown you so many different flank looks in their retakes. I think that's very effective. Try and punish what's been often the weaker side.
Baby Bay wants that timing out of the smoke, but sent packing. And this is all a ruse. Look at A lobby, look at mid. 3 players on other sides of these angles. And Leaf just getting dropped there. It's good shooting from the Envy crew. They've worked all the way through B site and realized, hey, we got flanked through A. That means nobody's home on that side of the map.
And they'll take it for free. Just a stinger late walking in from the B site. Valen has a fight here, but with now Knights backing away, he'll lose his opportunity, and they spot him.
Now this round is a 4-on-2, but kind of a 3-on-2. Demon 1 not a factor, and now it's a 2-on-2 on site. Jogamo slides on forward. It's a good flash from Knights again. 3 kills for the rookie. And Envy within 1.
I just think his Phoenix util is so good. Whether it's when he's playing the slower rounds and is getting a ton of value out of his wall and how he's conditioning on the last map towards mid, on this map towards garage, or later in these rounds, always getting value out of these flashes. And how he's fighting off his teammates. Clean 3K from him. It's another run it back online.
Baby Bay with an op this round. G2 still no big differences on this C side. But maybe quicker on the rotate from Baby Bay could be an option. I mean, Envy are really staggering the approach here. Run it back behind the fast lane. No one else behind it.
But they've already lost a long control. The ult is just going to fizzle out.
And the Hunter's Fury from Glyph trying to play off that, and he connects. Wow. I mean, that would have been a round-changing kill had it not been for the walk-up, had it not been for Trent taking care of Rossi, taking the smokes out of this round.
This is the right pivot from G2. Baby Bay has the perfect angle, but he whiffs his shot. Kesnet lives.
That one. And now the overwhelm is here. The stun doesn't even take a chance. Envy, bring the heat. You miss one shot, and they will pounce on you.
It costs a round here. If Kesnet dies, there's far less of a go factor. And now it has to be a clutch. G2 desperate for an opportunity to get back into this round.
Well, that's some spam through the wall. Try and equalize a bit here.
No charges.
Still tough to work on through this when Envy know exactly where you are. If anyone could do it, it would be Trent, but not today. We're tied at 5 apiece.
2 maps in a row where G2 have this fiery start. Look great. Here it was off that force in round 2. But Envy figured it out. They find a weak C site. They start abusing that. Now they start to play some of these mid rounds here. Baby Bay missing that shot. Fast acceleration into the site.
Enemy remaining.
And now 4 rounds in a row picked up. And you see again, it reminds me of map 1. They start to win rounds. They get the confidence underfoot. Start to make bigger and bigger plays.
And so this bye looks eerily similar to that round 2 force-up from G2. They won it then, but this time, playing up against a stacked Envy that have once more found the weak side of the map. Tethered up for a moment. And that allows the rotates to come online now.
Already encircled by Leaf. They're hitting into a stack.
This could be trouble. The Stingers at close range are absolutely devastating. And Jogamo and Baby Bay from backside have done it. Rossi is the last alive in the blink of an eye. He lost every single one of his comrades. What can you do for us, Rossi? What can you do? One more is required.
Do you read this flank? Leaf is fast through sewers.
He expects it. And Rossi has time. If it is a flank and he waits this long, he could be gambling on Leaf, assuming that, well, Rossi himself walked all the way back through G2's own spawn. But it's a game of chicken.
30 seconds left.
And in a game of chicken, it is really hard to make Leaf break. He's a player so confident in his decisions, his positioning, that he has not even moved a muscle. And Rossi, perhaps reading that, has finally found the gap on out of here. He's second-guessing his timing to actually plant on C. Chooses to work for the B side instead. Now in this post plant, he's got the pull. Another star to play on and the ultimate. But with him retreating all the way, he is trying to play for maximum time on this spike.
And Leaf couldn't find a gun. Still just a stinger in his hand against an Astra in a one-on-one.
Rossi is miles away. Leaf knows he's got to tap this spike quickly, because the pull will come online. Stop the half stick. For the second tap, there's a stun ready to go for Rossi. He lands it perfectly. That is beautiful.
The IGL, after finding an open site, after calling his team into success in the last 4, this time walks into his stack, needs instead to come up as an individual, and he delivers. the Red Bull clutch.
By all accounts, this was a 1 round from G2. A 3 versus 1 on the Stinger force up. But that's why you gotta love Rossi on the Astra.
Yeah.
No other smokes agent can clutch it out like an Astra. And now, we're down into mid. Leaf wants this fight, and Babybay's holding his window. There was a smoke here, but he doesn't care. He's peeking over it. And you have no idea he can be up in the sky like that. And now Valen locks down C2. Any hope of a fire back momentum starter at the close of this half from Envy has been stuffed out in the blink of an eye.
That is a big round for Babybay. This half had turned into an absolute nightmare for G2.
I mean, they were up 5-1 at a point.
Yes. Haven't won a round since. Till now. Till Glyph. The leader just wondering where it went so wrong.
We've seen the one before. We've all seen that clip. But G2's utility is so diligent, Glyph never stood a chance. G2 tying things up for the half here. I mean, you couldn't ask for it to be any closer than this. In a series that G2 had by all accounts won for themselves back on Ascent. It is now dead even to close the first half of this final map.
Such a sick map 3 here. Both teams were winless on Haven this stage. Both teams desperate to stay alive, keep their seasons going, and get a chance at the playoffs. Tied up 6 apiece at halftime. The series ends next.
Yeah, Glyph has been IGOing for all of Stage 2 here, and yeah, he picked it up at the start of Stage 2 here, and yeah, he's been improving a lot. His calls are honestly insane. He has a very good read on the game, like really, really good calling, and he's just like improving every day. Like, you know, the mistakes he does, he's not doing them the next day again. And then if there's other mistakes or whatnot, like he's like learning, and then improving super quickly, and just like actually like becoming like one of the best IGLs in the game right now.
As you heard from Demon 1 there, Glyph did step into the IGL role for this team in Stage 2, and I have to say that his evolution has been a treat to watch, particularly in this play-in stage. I think his attack calling has been immaculate. That led him to this 5-round streak to try and tie things up here at the half. Now, though, he has to call a tough defense side versus G2.
He does. When you look at the turnaround for Envy, I think a lot of it comes down to the style of his calling. Started to play a lot of these slower rounds, work the map more. You saw good prep coming in from the coaching staff as well in the approach to their games. You've seen that today. You've seen that in some of these attack sides. But what made the difference back on Ascent wasn't just the good read, those late finishes towards A, but it was Envy's individuals heating up. It was them winning every big round, stealing momentum out of G2's hands.
Envy have won the last 3 pistols in a row. Let's see if anything changes here. Demon 1. Exactly ready for them, but it's just an arm shot this time. Babybay on 45 health. And Envy trying to stick around inside the orb on site. A stun, though, will send them away from here, and G2 set up for the post.
5v5 retake. That's difficult on a pistol round. Yeah. You look to Kesnet and Knights, those two to make the space, get Envy back into this round.
Especially these A retakes. Without a paranoia, no line control. So Kesnet's got a stun. That's about your best option here. And the flash, but it's countered out on the other side. Jogmo sliding right up into him. Doesn't have a care in the world. As another cover drops. Covering these players, Leaf will land a pair. And G2 stop the drought on these pistols.
The post plant looks easy there for G2. Taking the right timing to refight with jaw sliding towards spawn. I think G2 as a whole does a very good job of knowing when to refight and make their play in their post plants. It's rare you're going to see them go for a fight like that without intent. Here, he was using all of the utility, picking the right timing, and the rest of the team is still there. The second jaw dies. They're in great complementary positions.
No force-up shenanigans from Envy. They play it by the books here. It'll be G2 right back to the pistol again. Control over this A space early on. And that'll be an important thing to do, making sure that Demon 1 throughout this half can't just get the easy forward line on A and turn those two entrances in the site into one by just posting up down bottom sewers.
If you look back at this game, I think a lot of the what-ifs in the head for Envy will be the around pistols, around these force buys. Lost 2 bonus rounds in the first. They've lost to 2 force buys this series as well on the second round of a half. And here again, they have to start a half at a disadvantage.
And so really we're looking at round 15 here and making sure Envy can stop the bleeding. Tough world they live in as well, where Knights just has the 2 orbs, so sending him into die to unlock that early run it back, not so relevant.
No. That's really the dream, though. When you look at this defensive half for them, I think the 2 biggest things I'm focusing on is 1, Demon 1. He had a tough defense back on Ascent. He needs to be good here. He needs to get an operator in his hands. Because once they have that, once they can post him on a line, it frees up Kesnet and Knights to be so much more active on this map. It allows them to fight where they want, to quickly re-clear space. When he doesn't, it's much easier for G2 to run him over. It means that they're a bit more hard-pressed to try and make those same plays.
And to his credit, first half was looking solid out there.
It was.
Especially more of a factor in post-plant situations, I think, than super early on into the rounds. That'll be the different role he has to play. Envy buying full light armor here. They have the money to go for heavy, but wanting to get this econ rolling and have the buy in the next 2, regardless of dropping players. But that does leave them especially vulnerable now to this bonus round of G2s.
Early exchange towards A. Envy hold on to the space. G2 just staking their claim with a trademark.
Down C long. That's where Demon 1 is. And some footsteps heard. Demon 1 would have heard that on Trent, so he is very prepped. You already see the rotations coming in from his Neon, abandoning that A side, starting to shift over. The Prowler will force him back, and G2 ping-ponging left and right around the map.
See the chamber on C, look elsewhere after baiting out the TP. The A site right now looking quite weak.
Yeah, but it does seem like Envy have the reads, right? Like,
yeah, this
both
rotate's coming in.
Starting to shift back over. Sometimes if you keep alternating back and forth, you can get caught in windows where you don't have support on either side, but G2's slow play allows Envy to make this happen.
They sidestep the dart, though.
And a fake wall on B side. I mean, that's going to be instantly learned from Kesnet. An easy kill, and now the forward flash too. Glyph is lights out there. 3 for him on the round. Working off of a gorgeous curveball from Knights.
Very good from him. Another late round where it's 1 flash from Knights, setting up the team to fight and winning out the round. That young player, so much of Envy's success, I think, tied to getting him in. Look at the roots of this team.
And that call must have come in so early, too, because Knights was playing over on the C side earlier in that round. Instantly rotates here, takes that forward fight on a beautiful timing.
Let's go, bro.
Glyph the one to follow it up with those 3. But now, this is the round that really counts. Both teams have weapons. Envy posts heavy towards mid. His jaw will just push Glyph off immediately, seizing space A long.
Envy with a full mid trap. Double B, double garage. Let's see how convinced they are of that, because this drone is ill-advised. Nobody here on the site to come into Glyph support. Now Envy have to work their way up against a wall.
5v5, they got destroyed on their A retake attempt back on the pistol. This one's going to be even harder with no Sova.
Their comp struggles massively on A retakes. They're trying to come 3 up through heaven because you can't really break out of the choke point on the floor. You can't break out of here either when Leaf is shooting like that. Good Lord. Just putting on a clinic, making Envy think twice about dropping out of heaven again.
This is one of the reasons why I really want to see Demon 1 get an op in his hands, because I think it solves a lot of your problems towards A, of being able to contest this space. When a solo Sova is playing that space, if you take one wrong time and greed for a drone like Glyph did, these Neon comps are incredibly fast to accelerate and punish you. And if you die in that position, if you're down a man without an Omen paranoia in your comp, retaking A is pretty much impossible.
And look, I feel for Glyph. You know, the scouting report clearly states that G2 are old men and they work rounds very slow. They crawl forward at you. That's exactly where G2 changed the tempo and catch him where he thinks, oh, I have got the timing. I can do this.
The good news for Envy, though, is that they do have the operator for Demon 1 this round. He gets to help bolster the A defense. Similar opening for G2, but this time they pivot back towards mid after pressuring A.
Still a very passive line for the chamber over towards A, but of course that tripwire controls sewers, but forward intel lacking for Envy.
G2 haven't explored much towards C on their attack side. But now they look to walk back towards this space. A drone just went back towards mid.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Envy sometimes can over-rotate and leave gaps.
Oh, they're re-clearing this.
But it's a re-clear, right?
Yeah.
Had G2 been looking to actually execute into C there, it would look great for them, but because G2 are trying to transition back into mid, this slow play, and the scouting report paying off there.
Rossi's in a committed angle here. If he dies, this is trouble.
This is a tough spot to be in, but he's fought through, and Trent is so low HP. That's a collat headshot through the wall, and even though Rossi drops, Kesnet is still there, and Kesnet has a chance to win this round. Spike not planted, moving forward onto the line. Belief is there to secure it.
It had to be Kesnet. Demon 1 was still across the map. He was the last bastion of hope. And now Demon 1 has to clutch.
2 health on Trent, 30 on Leaf. And the scouting ultimate, but the drop is heard. Trent is in exactly the right position. G2 up on 10.
And that's not just a lost round. That's also the operator. The weapon they had been waiting this whole half to get online, gone. Won't have that again in the next. This is a good re-clear idea from Envy early in mid. They got a quick punish onto Baby Bay. But here, it's both Knights and Rossi getting caught off in these positions. And Leaf, really the man to take the risk of this round. That fight towards spawn. Working back in here as well.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
It's not a super high fragging game from Leaf, but he has been so impactful in these critical post plants. I think that's his strength as a player, seeing these complicated situations and finding exactly the position, the kill that gets his team out of the bind.
Exactly. Always finding the answers deep into rounds, but now Envy need answers quicker than that. Of course, like, again, it's another round where they start off with the early kill, but can't really navigate holding onto that site so easily. And also, previewing it, their money is horrendous. This is the exact same situation they were in on Ascent.
Same
right?
timeout as well.
Yeah, 10-7, you're down, you don't have a buy, you can't really afford to force up, but you have to find the answers after getting crushed these last 5 rounds.
There, they gave a hero gun tonight. They lost it. But then they started their run. They found their gap and worked back into that game. Here it feels like a harder task.
Yeah, it's also the difference of which side you're on.
Yes.
I think on that Ascent game, they were on the attack side. They could, you know, focus on the points of the map that they knew were going to be weak. They could keep execing down Cat. Here, they have to respond to G2. It's harder situations to figure out for a young IGL.
Very passive start from G2. Just waiting for any aggression to come.
Demon 1 just disrespects the dark cover, gets in front of it. But you can tell that G2 know exactly how Envy like to play. Just completely guarding for the aggro walk.
Wait for a re-clear, wait for a fight. Punish that. And then you can go.
Now the question will be, if time ever comes into play. We're far away from that for now, but Glyph having the Hunter's Fury can pose a big problem, especially as we work now under a minute.
G2, after pressuring in mid, the spike still towards A, and look at Envy. They've been inching forward in this space. Demon 1 and Kesnet, two big names to hold this space down.
Yeah, G2 have to spend a bit of utility. That's a collide kill down short. You're joking. Kesnet has come alive here in the last two maps.
That was a hero gun. Now Jaw has to try and make a heroic play. He dives into B.
But he's leaving because Leaf is over on the C site. It's under 30 seconds now. No Hunter's Fury anymore. And a site opened up for G2. Rossi could be a difference maker. In window, into the corner, not stunned out, tries to get that backstab against Jaw.
Look at Leaf in spawn.
Behind enemy lines now. Kesnet has his knife out. He had no idea that could even be a possibility. And so one of your guns is down. Demon 1 now has to step up to be that guy. But Babybay's holding him. Now it's G2 closing in. Even numbers. The lifeline Kesnet had extended to Envy has all but been extinguished. Babybay has stepped up for G2, and they continue to extend this lead.
3v5 victory for G2 on their anti-eco. And who's the one to get them out of the jam again? It starts with Leaf. I mean, that should have been enough. Guns recoverable, a 3v5.
Trent never even saw him.
But then it's that fight towards spawn. It's Babybay getting active into the round.
Enemy remaining.
Great position.
Yo, Nate. Assalamu alaikum, brother.
You want to play?
No doubt for
Let's
G2, it
play.
seems, in getting that round across the board.
Demon 1 up on line, but no forward line. Again, relegated playing deep on this A site. And G2 are looking for the pop. Oh, he waited for Jaw, but the shot wasn't there. Just missed, and now all of G2 have made it underneath his scope. He's already on 57 HP, another miss. And there's not a second chance. That's a hit on Jaw through the floor.
It's another 5v5A retake. Envy have not been able to win a single retake on this site.
This retake is for Envy's year. Knight's ready to run it back. That's the first shot. Envy have shown up now. 5-on-3. As Jaw steps right into Envy's face. Envy still need to find a way back in as the drop comes down. And now Valen is there. Valen to shut them out of it, but Rossi comes back in and brings Envy right back up.
Envy, they fall from heaven, one after another, dropping into Valen's lap. But the last man to do it, the last man to fall, manages to save Envy.
Unbelievable.
And again, it was 11-7. Again, it's a big Envy play. Keeps them in this game.
Rossi had that 1v3 clutch earlier. Now with the drop out of heaven. Brings his team ever closer. Holds on to the op for Demon 1. The win conditions are there. The light at the end of the tunnel. They can see just a flicker.
G2. Win conditions of their own, though. Babybay with an attack sighted off now. And another slow approach. They're looking for Demon 1. Where is he this round? Posted towards long.
But the last time he played in that cubby, it was good utility from Trent. Prowler to come on in, spot him out.
This time he stays, though. Doesn't take the teleport. In fact, gets more aggressive on the line.
Yeah. Look at Kesnet. Kesnet's just back in spawn, floating back and forth, using the speed of the Neon for the fast rotates.
Need to have found the gap here, though. Garage is weak, only a trademark.
And now Demon 1 doesn't have a place to teleport to. He'd go straight up on his same position. Knows they're closing in as the old back spawn. Valen out of his crosshair again, and the spam delivers too. Valen in back-to-back rounds now. Huge multi-kills.
Knights is
Control
in.
the site.
30 seconds
He's
left.
Is
alone,
here for
though.
Envy. Knights stepping forward. Knights could be everything for his team, and he is. The young superstar brings it within touching distance for Glyph, but Babybay's op is there. One more for G2. They're right back in that same position they found themselves on Ascent.
Valen could not do it in the last round. It was a kill away. But this time, he gets it across the line. This read is so good. You see Demon 1 towards long. You know that they're heavy on the A side of the map. TP backside. Force Demon 1 to have nowhere to go.
Look at the buy. Look at the buy for Envy. They got nothing.
It would have to be Kesnet, really. He's got an ult. He was a hero last map to even give Envy the second chance on Haven.
On Ascent, he needed to win 5 in a row for his team. Now 4 is that magic number.
Go, go, go.
The first challenge. Demon 1 teleports away. Stuck on A short. He's sticking around there with a Phantom in hand. They know exactly where he's gonna be. And out the utility behind it, a rare miss. And Demon 1 holds his ground. Now he falls down though as Kesnet trades evenly. It's one after another for Envy. It's all falling apart. Rossi left alone in a 1-on-3. A stinger is all he's got. With Envy's year resting in the balance. He will drop. Trent will take it. G2 will advance to playoffs. Envy might have gotten close, but close is not enough against the Kings of Americas. G2 stay alive here in the lower bracket.
Incredible bounce back from them. There's a heartbreaker on Ascent. Show up to a map where you have not won all year. Or rather in this stage and be able to deliver, make it to playoffs. What people expected from G2, but damn, did Envy give them a fight today. A month ago, it looked like they would have no hope of playoffs, no hope of success. They breathed that life back in. They brought it close today. But against America's best Ascension team, against America's winningest team, it was not enough. G2 in their rightful position in playoffs, ready to defend their trophy.
G2, they're still gonna have to fight through that lower bracket. It doesn't get any easier from this point out. But for a team that has never missed a stage 1 or 2 final since joining the league back in 2024, you know what their eyes are set on. It's set on another America's trophy, and this is just another day, another step of that journey.
So many teams had struggles in the group stage. G2 was one of them. Had to figure out their identity, figure out their comps. In a minute, it didn't work perfectly for the players on their squad. Every day they're getting closer to that. Showing us an Ascent that can slip back into their map pool. Showing us a Baby Bay that can make up for the struggles earlier in this stage. Look dominant here in the big matches.
Rossi nearly did it for Envy. You saw the glimpses of those heroics that Envy have shown us throughout their tenure here in VCT, but at the end of the day, the class of G2 was there. They were able to cast off that tough map 2 loss, bounce back here and win it decisively on Haven. Starting to stop that slide of Haven maps. This has been a map that's been tough for them to find wins on in stage 2, but a critical one for them to win. We're gonna be able to hear more from that down on the stage. The Verizon post-match interview with Valen starts now.
Thank you so much, Ender and Mimi. And yes, Valen, let me be the first to welcome you to playoffs because you have done it after a long slog, a surprising lower bracket move for you guys right in the beginning. Here you are. I mean, I think let's go back to the beginning. People didn't expect you guys to be in play-ins. And here you are having to do something we really haven't seen you do in a very long time. And then you go to the lower bracket. I mean, as the leader of this team, I hate the pressure question, but was there a lot of internal pressure on yourself to get this done, or was this, because you haven't been pushed like this in a very long time, Jake?
I mean, the people who know that G2 thrive under the pressure. Dating back to guard days, lower bracket runs is where we make our money. So honestly, this was just another challenge. It kind of was a throwback, you know, lower bracket run against a bunch of tier 2 teams. It definitely feels good, but we're still playing a bit sloppy. I mean, even it showed there in the map too. So we're just staying true to ourselves, trying to practice every day, get better. The current mindset isn't really pressure. It's just let's prove everybody wrong.
Yes.
Because I think we kind of we lost our stock a lot, you know,
Yeah,
being in play-ins, lower bracket play-ins, the whole nine. But hey, for our concern, we're on a single elimination game every match. We got one life. The upper bracket doesn't exist to us anymore. And that's our mindset, and we're just rolling with it.
Is that something you have to remind yourself of before every game, or is that just kind of a stasis that you are at?
Nah, what we remind ourselves is just having good process and playing to win. I would say dating back to like Loud Game, Furia Game, we had a lot of plays that were not playing to win. We were kind of being scared.
Yeah.
I'll use that word.
Yeah.
So yeah, just trying to play to win more, make big plays. We're big players, and we had to remind ourselves of that. So yeah.
I'm glad you talked about the guard days, because I'm going to bring us back to last time you were in Sao Paulo.
Oh, yeah.
Where you ascended with a very different version of this team, but you still led a team in this incredible Ascension game that I think a lot of us were there to remember and rooting for you the entire time. You have a chance to go back to Sao Paulo, where kind of your story began to be written, this incredible tale
100%.
of Val and VCT Americas. What would it mean for you to go back and lift another Americas trophy
Honestly,
in Sao Paulo?
I really just got chills when you talked about it. I have core memories in my head of winning in Brazil. I have videos of jumping in the crowd with the people. I mean, the security wasn't really existing. I was just jumping in the crowd, enjoying the vibes. I love the people of Brazil. Honestly, like the Brazilian community, Latin community, they support me a lot, and G2 a lot. So it would be an honor to play there. It really does feel like home.
Yeah.
So I want to go there and kick some ass too.
All right, well, kick ass. Hopefully you will.
you.
Everyone give it up for Valen. One more time qualifying for playoffs. We're going to take a very good stay right there because it's EG versus KRU Visa next. All right, who's punching the ticket for playoffs today, EG or KRU?
I'll say EG.
Why?
Because I only know player from EG.
I'm going with EG. I love underdogs.
I really want EG to win. I don't love KRU right now. I hope I hope EG wins really bad. Ooh, I don't know either team, but I'm gonna go EG because that's the only org I really know.
KRU, I'm excited for play against Brazilian boys, you know. They play like so aggro, always. They don't respect anything.
Está sendo pressionado, o Bonito na pose!
When I see like someone playing like that, I'm so excited because it's always fight. You know, I like that style. If you have a better aim, you're gonna win. So I'm excited for that.
Pegou a primeira vida do mês que o Koala deu roubado, deixa chegando costas, achando o Shai, pedalando dentro do ponto. Absurdo, maridão!
Então, sobre o DG, eu acho que é um cara que ele é muito bom individualmente. Ele é um cara que ele carrega jogos. Conheço ele, já joguei com ele. Então, o moleque, quando ele tá confiante, é difícil de parar. Pô, apesar de ele ser meu amigo e tal, eu acho que na hora do palco ali, a gente tá lutando pelo nosso. Espero que vença o melhor. Espero que vença eu, inclusive.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our final match of play-ins. It's KRU Visa taking on Evil Geniuses, and of course, this is for the last spot of playoffs. Last splot. That's right. All the splots are up for grabs today. Of course, I'm the person who's bad at his job. I'm Golden Boy. We got Dryer, we got Athena, and sticking with us, our guest. It's Emmy here to yap about the games. And what about that match we just saw, Dan? I know you had some pointed analysis you wanted to make about that past result.
Whoa. Very valid. You want to hear mine?
Yes.
Hot dog.
Hot dog. Please tell me you have something.
I mean, it went as I expected, to be honest. It's not much. I mean, the comeback was nice, but
yeah.
I wish I'd seen sunset.
I think I understand why you're messing up your words, GB, because that was a crazy game to watch.
It was.
I mean, the comeback on that second map was insane.
Yeah,
and I think that last map, too, it's really nice to see how Valen's feeling in that post-match interview. Really nice sentiment. It's really nice to see that he's feeling those chills and really understanding how it feels to be in this. They talked about in an interview previously that they're taking it one step at a time, one game at a time. And we can tell that maybe the pressure isn't there, but definitely the emotions are.
And when you're at this point in the competition, you pretty much can only really do that. Take it
100%.
one game at a time here. And well, let's actually use that as an opportunity maybe to pivot into the next two teams that we're going to talk about here. Because look, folks, it's no secret that this Evil Genius lineup, they are a team that enjoys getting their preparations all lined up, their homework. They have great protocols. They do everything that they could by the book. But what's going on with the team right now?
I feel like when you're looking at these protocols, they're really nice here. E.g., they're using that mid control to retake mid after losing a player off of a drone. They're just so good with their set ways, setting up a lot of these strats for success and getting a lot of early game rounds in. And I feel like when you're watching rounds like these where they're pushing down mid or just being aggressive, it's usually set and it's really nice to watch.
Yeah, I agree. They do have nice protocols and it is very set, but I also think that's a weakness because I do think they're very readable.
Yeah.
And I think I can talk about it now. In Breeze, when I anti-shroud them, they ended B after 1 minute 20. By vs by, they ended B every time. And I think it can become very readable with what they're doing.
I think that's also the way that Coach Potter likes to plan things out too. Lots of set strategies, I agree, can become readable, but I think the way they execute it is really nice. It feels very fluid to the point where they seem to have a lot of new ideas when it comes to different maps.
Yeah, I think the only thing though.
Oh, he disagrees.
Well, I was going to ask is the thing that I always lean on is like who are the people that are making the plays happen as well in those moments? And I feel like if Digizin isn't going, if it isn't like just fragging out, then the team really does have a hard time kind of following up behind him.
Yeah, I think it's similar to Oxy as well, the way we implemented it at the end of the season.
Yeah.
He needs to frag. Like, Digizin needs to be on fire, and he does get set up well, but if he wants to do something, he needs to go do it.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, and listen, the reality is this is going to be a difficult fight no matter what, right? Digizin is going to have a lot of work ahead of him here. But of course, the question on our minds is whether or not this EG team is also ready, too, because there's a lot of preparation you got to do and don't have a lot of time to do it.
Yeah, I think a lot of preparation, and when you're looking at the map pool behind us for EG, they've played every single map this stage. It's been insane. And I think it's a little bit of a struggle when you're playing every single map. You can't pick certain maps to master. And when we're talking about those protocols, imagine how much time you have to spend on each map to implement those protocols, to build that playbook. And I would love to see them pick 3 or 4 maps to master, have those perma bans come in, and be able to really stress the importance of those maps that they want to play.
I mean, I think they do have 2 permabans in Lotus and Split, both a 0% win rate.
They've played it. That's not a permaban.
Okay, they float them, but they have to ban one of them.
Yeah.
And I really hope I don't see Lotus today.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. Like, they have
Or
to
Breeze.
pick between 2 maps.
Yeah, but you
to ban.
can't pick on the opposition's weakness if you're too.
I think that the problem
That's
here.
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
you can't.
I turned him.
She's cooking. She's cooking up here. All right. Well, let's go ahead and see what's going on over at the EG camp. They'll forge an alliance here, and new alliances will be drawn. But let's go ahead and see what's up with Liz. She got Pancakes standing by.
Pancakes, you're back in the arena after a day off yesterday. So what did you do specifically to prepare for your match against KRU?
Well, last week kind of felt like I was like in a spaceship playing, and then map 2 and 3 happened. I'm not really sure what to do with my hands.
You can put them down by your side. That's okay. Don't worry about that.
But for yesterday, we've been putting in a lot of work, and yeah, we're really excited to play.
Keep your hands down, but give me a fist bump, okay? Best of luck.
Okay, pancakes or Ricky Bobby? I'm not entirely certain. If you watch Talladega Nights, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. Great movie. But that being said, though, lots on his hands today because on the other side of the field, you got a couple of ambitious Brazilians that you're going to have to deal with. And he also has an ambitious Brazilian of his own that he's going to have in his ranks as well. And these gentlemen, they're looking to make a run to play in front of their home crowd. Dan, is a great opportunity for these guys, but they're still so far.
For the Brazilians, they're 3 games away from making it to Brazil, from playing home. This is something that players dream about. Playing in front of your home crowd, playing in front of the country where you were born, the city where you were born. They're so close to making it happen. There's a little bit more Brazilians on the KRU side, but for DJson, he has talked about it the entire year, how much it would mean for him. And for KRU specifically too, because you're looking at the teams that are already in playoffs. We have Lev, we have the 3 Brazilian squads, Loud, who made it through playoffs. MIBR and Fura just made it through the upper bracket. There's 1 South American team missing, and that's KRU.
Yeah, and we actually heard in that interview with Valen talking about how passionate the Brazilian fans are, and I think that's a different vibe that you would love to bring onto the stage. And when you're playing in that home ground, it feels almost like an advantage, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, we were there for lock-in years ago. I'll never forget it.
Yep.
A lot of passion in that crowd. Very loud, and it was also quite hot.
Loud.
But of course, okay. But of course, though. Let's talk about KRU, because here's the thing. They got here through a solid win off of the Sentinels, right? I mean, I just want to get your just give me the lowdown, just top level thoughts of this KRU lineup and what you've seen so far.
I mean, the problem is I think they're very up and down. Like, you don't know which team is showing up. Obviously, they're showing up right now, but are they going to show up today? I think Heat has looked incredible, and I think he's the key. I really think he's the key. Dante makes space, and Heat goes in after.
And also the win condition that we saw when they were playing against Sentinels was the defense. For both of the maps that they played, 8 rounds in a row on the defense that they were able to get. One of them was starting with that anti-eco. This is, mind you, something that never happened before. Before the game yesterday, they had 18% retake win rate. It was incredibly low.
I think that goes to what he was saying, though, right, Dan? Like it's like, what are you going to get today? We don't really even know.
Yes, and yesterday they looked like the team that we saw towards the beginning of the year. And it's something that they've struggled with. A few of how they were going to play the defense, knowing that they're not always playing this double duelist composition. They recognized that this was a weakness that they had to work on. And yesterday it feels like finally they figured it out.
It feels like they really shut down mid. I feel like that was the biggest thing for me. They knew how to play into that, using the MW Zera Odin from Cat on Ascent to shut down, or setting up Heat for success every single time. Their early round and their mid rounds were the reason that they were winning on that defensive side. And it feels like you said, they fixed a lot of those small things. They went over it, and to the point where 8 rounds in a row every single time is insane.
Well, and also let's not forget too, you have a lot of experience on this team that you can lean on at a moment's notice, and one of those individuals is veteran Les. Had opportunity to catch up with Elizabeth earlier today.
All right, Les, today we have a game against EG. What is going to be the toughest part about facing them?
I think the toughest part probably is DJson. He's a really nice player. It's hard to play against him. I think he's a star player, and he plays really aggressive, so we need to take care of that.
Are you worried about his op specifically?
Op, yes, but I think his new is doing really well.
Well, best of luck today.
Now, of course, when you think about that guy we just saw, Les, and what he brings to the table, it's the fact that he has just so much presence on the lurk. He is such a force to be reckoned with. It's so difficult to take him out of those positions.
It feels like one of the main reasons why KRU hit somewhat of a flow state was because of Les. This 1v3 clutch, first of all, being absolutely insane, securing a lot of those rounds. But the main thing I like looking at are these lurks. He is so good with those lurks on the attack side, even on the defense side, just being able to anchor for so long to delay for his team. And I actually talked to him in an interview in Match Point, and he mentioned that he actually works better as a lurker than he does with his team. It's something they implemented back in because he felt like he made a lot less mistakes on that lurk.
He has always been such an incredible player finding these timings, and it feels like people try to read it, to understand it, and it's hard. But I feel like today he's going to get a big challenge. For EG, their assistant coach faded. He was the head coach of Vitality last year when Les was on that team. So I think that extra knowledge is going to be really important for what he's able to do.
Well, as a coach, how do you view that potentially being an issue, or a factor rather, in this game? Having that kind of insider knowledge, does it matter that much, or is it going to play that much of a role?
I don't think in this situation it'll play that much, because I do think Les gets to do whatever he wants on the attack side. He gets to do whatever he wants, and it's a little bit random what he does. His defense side stuff, though, is very readable, but he's good at what he does.
Yeah.
So I think Faded might have some info on his defense, but his attack, I think he literally just gets to play the game.
And we talk about the veterans as well. We kind of have to mention Sadak here as well. We can't mention this match without mentioning Sadak. I mean, he's got a tall task ahead of him here, Dan.
A little pressure, but this IGL, he likes this pressure, especially with the way that they have been able to turn things around. And it wasn't just one thing. It was a whole team working together. And it's all thanks to him and the time that he takes to understand every single one of his teammates and what the needs are.
I mean, the most insane stat to me is Sadak actually had the most first kills in this series, which is wild considering he's on that KO. He's on the Omen. His util usage for me on the KO is also one of the main reasons why their defense is so good. They're able to get that information so quick. The reactions with those flashes as well. He sets his team up for success. And I think as an IGL, he's done a phenomenal job with a lot of that mid-rounding, with understanding where they want to go.
I also think he gets a little bit wild sometimes.
Yep.
That's why he has all the first kills.
Look at his picture. Of course he's going to get a little wild. I mean, the guy out here, he's flexing.
I feel like he's the guy controlling the kids while Les gets to do what he wants. And that's why the mid-rounding's looking so good right now.
Yeah, it really is something that you're seeing this crew team starting to find their form. But, I mean, I want to just go to you real fast here. Amy had a great point. Which version of crew do we see today?
I feel like they've started allowing Les on the lurk more. They've played towards his strengths. Now they're finding their footing as a team. I think they're going to use that momentum going into today. They found that flow state, and I'm really happy with the way they're playing all of their roles now.
Yeah, I think a lot of folks are pretty stoked about the way crew is playing right now. But let's go ahead and send it down to the stage and bring out your two teams. Here's Evil Geniuses and Crew Visa. And of course, for both of these teams, a great opportunity lies ahead. Win here, punch your ticket to playoffs. But unfortunately, if you hold the L today, your journey, your season comes to an end, Dryad. Crew, this is a team that, if we remember at the beginning of the year, and a lot of teams were made for championships, or for champions in general, but Crew specifically was a squad. You bring veterans in, and now they're in play-ins.
And especially when they're under pressure like this. This is a team that, like you said, has those veterans, has that experience, and also has somebody like Dante who they're able to mold for exactly what they want to do, for those openings, for the neon, for some of the mechanics that maybe some of the other ones don't have as much anymore. But it's just a team that is incredibly strong. It's a team that everybody was counting out after they had where they worst in the group. But suddenly, Crew going on a run, I feel like we've heard that before.
Yeah. Too many times. Too many times we've heard Crew going on a run. But one other team that did also go on a run one time and made a legendary run out of it, it's Evil Geniuses.
A legendary coach standing beside this roster, but also all these players coming together to make somewhat of an underdog team. We've seen players like Zerona and Pancakes coming in from that Tier 2 scene, bringing so much firepower, but also in Pancakes, the IGLing has been phenomenal. And a team with so much firepower when you're looking at the players like Dijizin, when you're looking at Bao, it's so nice to watch. It feels like this is a team that has really come into their own, surprised a lot of people with the way that they've started playing, and might be a little bit readable, like Amy said, but I think they do a really good job in making sure they're staying creative and not fully succumbing to the meta.
Yeah, think about, Amy, how things played out for this Evil Genius team when they made their incredible run. It was a completely different roster, obviously, but Powder has been in those underdog situations many times. You faced off against her. What do you make of the series layout? What do you make of just EG in this one in general?
I mean, I think EG have got their backs against the wall, especially with this veto. I can't imagine why they would let Lotus go through. I know you were saying that they have the two bans, but I would rather take the gamble.
They were all one
don't
Lotus,
pick
right?
split.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lotus is a little bit of a rough map for them. I feel like they've struggled to kind of play it. The last time they played it was against NRG in week 4. They lost 13-1. Like they didn't even get more than one round, and I think it's a little bit of a struggle. But I agree with you, Amy. I think this is a little rough veto for the side of EG, and
I think this is a 2-0 for Crew.
You think so?
Yeah.
Based on the maps only.
Yeah, and the momentum.
Yeah.
I think the first map is going to be the real test for KRU. They've had a love-hate relationship with this map of Lotus. They've had incredible moments like they did in stage 1. Then they were banning it a lot. They were not winning. They brought it back last match. They found results. But it's an EG that on top of having their own protocols, they're good at countering and understanding. And that's what happened to KRU when they were finding all that success in this map. They were countered. They were being read over and over again. It feels like Potter, she knows how to do that.
Yeah, that's what you would hope, right, in this situation, to make these reads happen. But I also do gotta kind of lean on the momentum that KRU kind of built off of that Sentinels game. I mean, they really worked them.
They slammed. They looked really good. Like I said, it looked like they entered flow state. Everyone knew what they had to do. For me, the real thing for the side of EG is what they're going to play if they've changed up the comp. Because the last time they played, they had that race. They had 2 controllers. They had the Fade. But when you're thinking of a map like Lotus, where you really need an offer, you don't have a chamber. You're playing the Cypher, and you have a Raze. Little bit of a struggle because you want to use a lot of that util when you're fighting closer, fighting that A lobby, fighting Rubble, and making sure you're using that really actively. So a lot of the time when you're sitting there with an op, it feels like you've got a wasted duelist on your hands.
Yeah, I would really like to see Neon from DGZen.
I agree.
And I would like to see the double controller still as well, but I would like to see a Vise.
100%. I think it would help them in the long run. And I think for KRU, they've reached a good spot. I'm really happy with the way that they played it 13-8 against Fluke Show last week. And it feels like they really understood how they wanted to play the mid rounds for me was the biggest part. So many good push and pulls around the map.
But you guys are talking about maybe EG changing the composition. It was only 2 days ago that they played this map against Furia. So there's just not a lot of time for them to work around how what they're trying to do here.
Yeah, I think you're wrong.
Wait, you're right.
I think the last time they played was a minute ago.
And you're
Girl,
so
you don't
right.
know how to read.
And we're not going to hear.
No, but,
you're right.
No, but I understand though the crux of it, which is just that yes, they have kind of been in this play-in gauntlet for a couple of days now.
Yeah.
I mean, none of us know what the maps are even like.
Yeah. No,
they might not have been prepped properly for this. They were expecting to beat Furia probably. They probably weren't expecting to see it.
I know,
That's
right?
crazy.
No, that game was crazy. It was definitely not the Haven that I was thinking of. Yeah, it's been a little bit longer. It was the 9th.
Yes.
It was
the
9th.
The 9th.
The 9th. The 9th is when they played
back.
All right, here are the
so
agents
back.
here as we got double controllers set up, and of course, good to see Heat back on that chamber. He's going to go to work.
Him and Dante are the
He's got his business tie on and everything.
Dude, he has been phenomenal. I was going to say he's been the winning condition, but actually not really. It feels like MW has been their winning condition on the Fade, on the Initiator. But I feel like he just getting a lot of those early round picks has been phenomenal. And we're going to keep the Rays on the side of EG. Imi.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this, but it could be down to what I said. They didn't even prep, so they probably did only have 1-2 days to try and flip up the comp, Like...
It's a toughie. It's a toughie. But I'm curious how this is going to play out. Evil Geniuses, of course, with a great opportunity to shock the world here. KRU Visa, a squad that has been built to make it to champions. More importantly, to make it to playoffs, find themselves in a very rough situation going up against a plucky underdog Evil Geniuses lineup. But who better to call the action in this one than 2 of the greats? Here's Vansili and Riv.
You heard the Death say it. It is the final match of play-ins coming in here. Qualification and elimination on the line for 2 teams, Evil Geniuses and KRU, who have been searching for an identity throughout 2026. And here, they have a chance to really solidify that and prove it as they catapult themselves into playoffs.
One of those teams being KRU, going through the same storyline, right? Having a very weak stage, going to the play-ins, but then starting to own in the play-ins and have found their identity. But this time around, can KRU actually go on a run without Kesnet, right? Remember, they always made champs until last year. They missed it, and then Kesnet went on over to play with Envy. Now, hopefully, with this new roster for KRU in 2026, can they go, take over EG and try to make it at least to the playoffs, as Lotus starts off with 5 players of EG looking to fight here on the A side.
They do get to decide where that spike goes, and it looks like they were all start to funnel in for this fight. Quite a bit of damage already. It's just spammed onto Digizine here, and he's the entry. They haven't even really started the fight yet, and they're losing members. The Superman goes down. KRU wants to get active off of this here. They're trying to operate on different sides of this play. And EG has gained a little bit of control off of losing one member.
The big thing right here is that we just broke this turret for EG onto the B side, so that's going to keep Heat all the way towards this B side. Gives an advantage now for Bao to go for a late lurk. It's up to the 3 players on EG to just play off each other for these trades.
In pretty good positions, taking the high ground here so they could fight back into the site. And there's one from Zerona. He's going to keep hiding on this. No, gets together with Digizine towards the back so they can start to anchor each other. They finally see Les coming around, and they're distracting KRU so much from even getting into the site and doing such a good job. Les finally takes down Bao, but he's got so much to do in front of him as he starts to head to the site. Has to break through the wall maybe twice if the gas is still up, and this looks all impossible.
Yeah, I mean, it's already taking on that spike. He's just looking to pat some stats, get some orbs up as well, looking for the exit against Pancakes.
Maybe one, maybe another. Locked orb and goes down to make sure no one gets one off him. So good kills from Les, being that lurk around. It's something EG will look for and are very happy to get the pistol round.
And I like this start from EG in this pistol round because that, when we looked at this composition against EG in that week 5, we said, okay, this is actually a great comp for them to play very slow around the map on the attack side, to bait out utility, to try to waste utility too, because you could throw cages and smoke and use different agents to lurk around here for EG. So I like this time that Bao was super active, breaking that trademark in the front of the B side, using his cage to just keep less behind and just waste that clock down. I want to see more of that, more assertion from EG to keep KRU here pretty much planted in their positions on defense and not allow for them to fast rotate to help on the defense. That said, it's looking to just be a quick little contact play for Heat, so as he TPs, a trap play will come out for the side of KRU. So EG, they just want to wait this down. Again, because they have a camera on the A site, they have lurks, they're just waiting it out really to spot where Heat could be at.
Nice avoidance by Heat and the rest of KRU. The protocol stands. As Heat stays inside that rendezvous, I think they stay here to see if they can get an initial kill. The door opens across the map on that mini-map, and it actually looks like it will start a bit of the movement. Heat goes to see if his footsteps trigger anything from EG, and they're still trying to get this set up. They do not want to leave mound position, and looks like EG will finally start to funnel in. And they're being very cautious about this.
It worked out. I mean, Bao's tapping the door on one side. It weakens out C. Now you play contact on mound. You notice the stack is there. Bao's already inserted on top of the staircase, so it's easy for EG to rotate for the A plant.
All the info, all the time in the world for Evil Geniuses. They just need to turn around in time to make sure they don't get swarmed here unless KRU just go for the spike death.
May very well be the case, but with the camera, it looks like Bao just spotted a lot of those players outside that A main line. So will somebody start moving down and go on a hunt? It is a pretty expensive buy that EG has brought, though, within the anti-eco. So I don't think anybody's going to be chasing here. They'll probably flip it out and try to save their weapons back towards Defender spawn.
Oh. Gonna dive in where the kills come from. EG starts to rack them up one after the other, and it's only going to be Sadak messing with the door and seeing if he can't get a smoke kill. He's going to go down to the spike. Another nice round from EG, playing information on the map and taking no chances to start against KRU here.
I want to take a moment to talk about the Digizine on the Raze as well. The Des mentioned, and even Les mentioned, the respect that is given to Digizine as a Neon, but he's coming out here with the Raze. And I still think that this works quite well for Evil Geniuses for this specific matchup against KRU. Because for KRU, they're playing a Viper and a Chamber. When it comes down to stall util onto that C site, there's not too much. So EG could start defaulting a lot on this side. And when you want to try exploding on the site, you could do the Omen Bully Smoke and Satchel in, and nothing's really going to stop you from no Razor Vines. Maybe there's just a Snake Bite. So using this util to spot where Heat is going to be at, force him to TP, gives the space for them to take, and it can start exploding here, just like this.
Ooh. Well, they found the heat map on that one, and it is bright red over towards Mound. He gets out safely with a TP. And now EG, much like Pistol Round, have to work the 4v5, but they are not as close to the site this time.
After losing Digizine too, I mean, taking that pressure at the beginning was just trying to, again, push Heat back and grab an orb. And then you could reset, you could pop it to the C side as you have your bonus round. But lots of Guardians that they have across for EG. It'll be once again a slow play to maybe go for some snipe shots with these Guardians. 2 players walking in slowly.
Puts a lot of pressure on these two, especially to get Zerona over here without having that Digizine entry. And they still leave Bao around to listen for the lurks. Nice job encroaching in. Full contact play here coming from both teams. And KRU takes advantage there with Heat pushing in for another kill. Bao, the timing is almost there. He gets slid on in the double peek. KRU reads in the mind of Bao on that here. Superman forced to push forward. And it looks like KRU will shut down that bonus round very nicely in a flawless way.
The wall contact was nice for EG to move into the C site. But just unfortunately here, as they're spamming from the waterfall, KRU that is, to deny that plant, he just finds his timing to walk forward, catches 2 players off guard. Nobody protects Pancakes as he's trying to get that spike down right over here. You have to comment actually on how effective these slide tackles have been for Dante for the last couple of weeks.
Taking on a little bit more of that kind of jump out and wiggle around sometimes too. Getting into that we see from Mata and other Neons. He's starting to hit a bit of a groove there after a decently tough stage for him.
For this round number 4, you even out the playing field. Because for EG and the anti-eco or whatnot, they haven't taken any orb control in their defaulting. So nobody's really close to like big ults to really explode, so it's back into like these protocols of playing off each other and making sure that they're trading to farm up the pips for somebody like Digizine on the attack side. Good read at least to start for Heat. He's starting off here on the A side. He'll be the first contact to try to fight into the control and maintain the A line.
He's been big to get that first blood already. MW Zera is able to get a spray through 2 with that Phantom. Very deadly. And now EG don't even have that wall to move safely. Trying to make some 1v1 fights happen here. Little mini fights. Dante's going to win that. Feeling good already here after that bonus round win. And it's just up to the last 2 members to see what kind of damage they can do here, as KRU does not look to be leaving any gaps in who and how they trade right now. Buying all the time in the world.
30 seconds left.
They're kind of pinned right now for EG. So for KRU, they could try to push it down, try to get the orbs up, try to make it very expensive for EG, forcing them on a save in the next round. So EG, they just want to hold this line, try to answer back against KRU, and make them rebuy in the next round. Unfortunately, cleaner shots coming out for KRU. And they'll tie up this game 2-2 so far. I think it was a little bit of a micro mistake for Evil Geniuses there. As they walk Contown out towards Rubble, they got spotted here by Heat right by the break room. But there was no Viper wall up after that one, yes. And then, okay, maybe there was a wall up. Gets 2 kills in a smoke like that is just unlucky for EG. And that's why there was no smoke also being thrown by Superman yet here on the top of the staircase, because they just trusted their Viper wall. But you find that timing, you'll take it. For the side of NW0, counting the lucky stars for a KRU, and that now puts EG into a much lower buy. A mishmash 2 Spectres, and once again, it's to prep up for the next round. Orb control, get Digizine 1 up. You'll have the showstopper in round number 6.
Fast. First pressure round for EG, and KRU are responding very well to start. Dante wants to get the dance on, but he's quickly sat down on the floor. Unless almost wants out of the site right now.
You just went French on me, Dance.
Oh, he's going to go back into the site, though, as he looks for another partner. And now he needs to just wait it out. Just on the other side is MW Zera, less trying to play ahead of that clock that EG thinks they have to play with. Oh, the double peek is really nice for EG to reset here.
That's beautiful. The protocols for Bao and Superben to be assertive on a 3-2-1 swing, and then just making MW0 hesitate a bit, forced to peek. But it's just Bao and Superman holding down towards this mound. If MW0 keeps walking out here, he'll be in for a surprise.
30 seconds left.
He's actually thinking that EG is going to re-hit towards that C side, so he plays the off angle first.
MW0 winning this round means he gets ult out of these 2 kills, snowballs more rounds for the team, so this could mean so much more if he pulls this off here to combine with Dante in the upcoming just a few seconds. In EG, 3 for Superman as he's able to lock that one down.
And a huge 3-3 round 2 for EG. And it was simple, right? You saw how you pushed Heat back down towards that back of that C site. Then they just encroached in with the Sheriffs, the Stingers, making sure that they're death balling towards that C site so they could trade. Very nicely done. I have to commend, though, MW0 on that 1 versus 2. He had a couple of opportunities. That C's was perfect, too, to isolate one fight. That was all the way where he couldn't trade out against Superman yet, but Superman a little bit cleaner on the aim today. And they're going back to what they did a lot here against Energy. Always TPing across rubble for Superman, trying to see if there's any pressure moving in towards that side. But if you think about what EG's playing against, there's no C's nade coming on that side, so it's easier for them to take that space with the Viper Wall up.
Pretty textbook entry. They won't find too much defense to start off, but no, it's there from the util. And yeah, KRU also backs up, hearing the showstopper. Uh-oh, MW0 hatching that nade under his feet, and they're not even gonna think he's there. Plays inside their head. Nightfall comes out, he does finally get that ultimate, and Sadok's able to play the elevation game as they just tear EG apart. Scrambling to find an angle, EG falls left and right, and they're swatted out of A site as KRU picks up another round with the defuse.
A little bit too quick here to pull that trigger of the showstopper for Digizine. As maybe you heard a footstep, he thought that he would get somebody inside of that smoke instead of holding on to that rocket to see if he could continue on to a frag. So you lose that space into drop. That could have been the rocket to save and protect that area for the pulse spot denial. But the comms weren't there. They get caught off here by MW0. Allows here for KRU to have a nice little clean retake in instantly here. Yeah, after you type the game 2-2 and you go back and forth, and the econ's not the best now for EG, and you feel like you're losing grasp of the attack side, you call the timeout for Potter here.
We wonder what EG would have planned coming in for Lotus. It's been a bit since they played it in the beginning of August there versus Energy, and that was not a game that went in their favor. So there's definitely a plan. Potter always has a plan. EG comes up with it. So see if we can get that in full force here coming out of the timeout.
Yeah, actually, if you're looking at some of the stats when it comes down to conversions for EG after timeouts for Coach Potter this stage, I think she's only lost 1 so far. I don't know if it really comes down to when you have a lower buy to get conversions, but I think in gun rounds is where it's important for EG, so we'll have to pay attention to that in round number 7 and 8 to see if it converts into a W. But now you see the scoreline. A loss for EG the last time these two teams faced against each other, but this was also a matchup where Zorono and Pancakes just joined the roster. Yeah. Pancakes was basically a month new in IGLing, picking up that mantle from Mitch when Mitch left EG Academy to join Energy as an assistant coach. So now since then, though, lots of experience was gained. The synergies built up week after week, and KRU knows that this is going to be a very important and difficult matchup, no matter what, to play against EG today.
Back towards the A strikes. Like EG feels comfortable starting here to see what they find from KRU, and it hasn't been Heat on the A side. He continues to head towards Mound, and they avoid his scope again. His trademark is still over here, though.
The sprays are nice, though, from MW0 through these smokes. Look at Digizine, already at 56 HP, but they are trying to leverage EG, that is, a hero rifle on his back. The Star Duelist to try to come in for the hit.
Just right as the wall drops, they meet Sadok and squad next to stairs. You don't play on the stairs. That's not how you do it. MW0 also cleans one up as it is EG now pinned on the other side of A site, looking for a way out. Or just a way in with the spike.
Exactly. Try to get some money in, add a little bit more for EG if you can. That's the best scenario here, because both Pancakes and Superman already have their ults moving into the next round. But so far, in terms of EG trying to enter into site or creep up, man, are they getting spammed and spammed through these walls, their own walls and smokes.
It's that timing. MW Zera sees the wall go up, and they must be walking through that hot line. As soon as the wall goes up, he spams, why are you there? Wait a second. Do it different. Break that timing, because you are being affected by it a lot. Another one. Big retakes here for KRU on these rounds.
Yeah, but remember, this was a half buy that you had for EG. Here, rifle for Digizine. He could still buy rifle this round here. And coming out of the timeout, it seems as though they want to up the tempo for EG. They started off as a 1-3-1 to start, but looks like a recall back from Pancakes to slow things down for a bit and see where maybe the op could start. Let's see how EG operates now after this timeout from Potter.
Just go ahead. It's just chamber.
I'm going to pressure this guy.
Okay,
hold on right now.
I'm smoking off front B.
Wide. 2.
All right. Chamber here, Jake. Here, top 10. Can you jiggle it for us?
Yeah, 1 second. One breakable right now. One opening door.
Wait.
Nothing top 10s. Nothing top 10s.
Omen, re-one wait C. It's going to be Ape.
Alright.
I will smoke. Hand up. Hand is dropping. K-boys?
Let me smoke somewhere. Stay stuck.
Yeah, I'm opening door again.
Doggy door for you, Jay.
Walking through.
Hold door, Abe. It's one more combo site. Yes, I'm down.
One backside.
Come on.
Wait.
I'll think right now.
There's one on site. Fade on site. Front site.
Right here on me.
Backside, boys. Go.
He's having some shit.
Maybe have it. Yo, watch your stairs, boys. Stairs is gap.
Okay, stairs.
I have a drop.
Okay,
yo, Omen was spawned.
No one has stairs right now.
Chamber unknown. Omen spawn, chamber unknown. Through the heaven smoke. Dink.
Lloyd speed 110. 100.
Doug, you want up?
No.
Superman is the nightmare to the nightfall on that round. Incredible gusto from EG to just keep going forward knowing they had KRU on the run.
That was a call to Wombo Combo, making sure that you could maybe deafen some players, get behind enemy lines, and get that pick. There was a wrong call at the beginning, though, when Bao said it's a one-way smoke on C, the off is on A.
Yeah.
But thankfully, because you still had the big Nightfall, it's still going to disrupt the site over on A, and you're still going to be assertive for AG to move towards the A site. And again, what I like, that last battle for Bao inside B to fight the 1v1 against Heat. We didn't see too many of those lurks on Lotus against Energy, and I feel that was the talk in a preparation between Coach Potter and also Coach Faded, to make sure that Bao is going to be a little bit more active here in these forced rotates.
Dante getting active to start here. Round 9 as we are all tied up at this point. And it just keeps going round for round. It seems like they move back towards A. It's where the comfort comes from in the site they've hit the most. EG continue to focus their forces here.
Interesting, too, that this round, Les has the pit to work with, but he's not trying to close up that site. I think usually you want to put a trademark in there, just how you place a vice wall inside of that pit, but it was placed in front of the B site at the beginning. That was the conditioning here that, or the setup at least for KRU, just to try to get the early information. It worked out. Got the first kill there onto EG. We're now trying to lean more towards the A site.
Such a forward position again. Gets a hit there. Quite a bit of damage coming through. Zerona to finish off that operator. But Sadak is still more than ready in the back of the site, and KRU have already rotated quite a few forces over here. This middle fight, if it comes to fruition, is going to be very big between Les and EG.
Bao has Cage, has Trip, not really using it. Finally gets it up on time.
That was close.
Allows the plant to come down, but...
They see Les. They have to take it together. Pancake's pushing forward. He doesn't have any HP, but he goes for the gun, and they're going to hear that pickup. Possible slide, but almost a play, too. It could have gone either way, and MW Zera is fast on the trigger. This becomes so difficult for Bao. Smoked off all alone and feeling the pressure here in the front of B main. MW Zera still locked in with the Odin, and KRU is going to make another successful retake.
Much more difficult here for EG to convert a 2 versus 4. Respect the play that we have moving forward from Pancakes, but again, a nice little pick to deny that pressure in the front of that B site was Dante. EG just trying to get that trip broken up. And it's interesting, again, because it gets down to what I was mentioning in that matchup against Energy and going into this matchup here. You could Cyber Cage, you could Omen Smoke, you could try to find ways to really disrupt and force KRU to use util early in the round without face-checking yourself to break the turret and break that util. If it calms down for a bit, maybe you could be able to start jiggle peeking into those moments, but we'll hold that thought. EG will have to rethink now for the round as another here rifle arm. Bao, Bulldog on Digizine, pressure onto Les, and he falls from the bandit of Superman.
Very quick util. And the one time they move Heat away from this position, who would have been very safe against this, an EG pounce into sight. It looks like KRU is just on the other side, though. Dante seems like he's reined in for a moment here as KRU set up the retake.
Yeah, Prowler missed, so that allows for EG to move in, and you see the double push forward from EG.
So big. Zerona's got that timing. He's ready to bandit, but KRU, he is ready with the operator.
They won't expect a second one. So right now, oh no, the wall bang on Pancakes. Good trade back, but right now it allows for KRU to flood into C.
This is going to be tough. There's a weapon difference here as well. And Bao is taking the long way around because he can call the team back and play cutoff here in spawn of KRU's side.
KRU's going to expect it 100%.
He tries to push up. He thought so too, and Bao looked to take the forward position, and now that's going to be taken up by Superman. They split one more time and create the forced 1v1s. Now up to Digizine as he starts to play a little bit of the audio cues, hopefully in his favor. He is met with the Odin and drops MW0 where he stands.
Trip is there. That's going to slow him down if it doesn't break it. Thankfully, he makes it into the site, but you see now KRU grouped together. Forced to use his nade to clear some space, so not too much in the pulse plant, but his aim. But it's still Digizine.
20 HP with a Bulldog versus Dante and Heat. He's got the timing. Playing roundabout right now. And he knows the first one's fake, but he's still going to try to get this 1v1 angle as Heat staring him down. And Digizine gets taken out. KRU another retake as they defuse the spike. Wait on that one. Pick up a weapon, get your op back, and get the defuse.
I like this, how quick we were to pressure onto the C site for EG, but it was an overcook for the two players flanking in the back of Waterfall. It just feels like after the first, Arona falls, and Bao thinks he could get a full timing by cutting the rotations, but still forces his hand to walk right into the rotates with Biat. So you're kind of already have like a idea and inkling that somebody is going to be cutting these rotates somewhere, so why would you face check into the corner too? So that just didn't allow for EG to go for the full rotate to plat towards the A site, and you saw how the rest of the round kind of fell apart. Thankfully though, again, it was a half buy for EG. So Odin back in the hands of Pancakes. Odin for NW0 as well, holding on the A line. But the idea is to push Heat away. Camera's trying to spot him, but he stays behind that box. So right now, this is good for KRU. You have good info that the hit's coming on B site.
I like it. Push all the way through for EG here. Pit down. They're going to have to wait. What a spot from Bao here. Gets a little razzled, but he shows the dazzle on that one. Gets another kill under the circumstances. Okay, MW0 just mowing the lawn over there. Able to take down Bao as he sweeps the entire lobby area. And now it's the 3v4 as KRU still have to make this retake happen, and they are all across the map here. Omnipresent might help them out. Digizine drops one, and it seems to be just going to the wayside now as EG set up strong on B.
Just surprised that Superman gave his back here onto Heat. Should still be a free kill. I mean, that's twice. He's still going to get a free kill.
Wait, there's one. Okay. Had to be someone, right?
And I'm just questioning that because Bao threw his hat. They have the ping of where the players are remaining. So you have to check those angles. But thankfully, at the end of the day, it's still a clean hit for EG, utilizing another wombo combo. Showstopper into the B site, Pit to cover up the area in the post plant, and a hero play from Bao right there. Fully stunned, gets the hat out to guarantee the round for EG.
Behind me, Bao? Dante Dookie with your hands out. Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Jesus. He removed Diaz, but he's not going to add that second word.
Yeah. All right. Op still there for Heat. Looks like they actually put Spike down this time. First time KRU starts to move forward very fast. And take a more aggressive position to start the round.
It's a change from both teams, because now EG throws the forward smoke right in front of the mound, but because of Dante's position right in that corner, they're already going to know that EG has moved away from the C line.
That was the paranoia from Sadak, thinking they might have gotten hit right away. It makes Les very aware of what's happening front side B here. Is that left side of the map is just being tempted C side with a lot of util, but no play just yet. Dante, the quick surprise kill on Superman. Again, just checking, walking out without having that coverage that they know no one is there. Dante and team get out safely for this.
I would have liked to see Pancakes fall back. We'll hold that thought for a bit. A peek here with the Dodo False as he just spotted Pancakes.
Les with a nasty kill down in spawn there. You saw through B, and another one is he's just running cross map right now. There's the other body that Pancakes just looked at as they try to make it towards C, but someone's already there. As Sadak is just reading Evil Geniuses.
One enemy remaining.
Nobody's checking corners at this point. This should be an easy round for KRU, especially on a 5 versus 1. I would have loved to see Pancakes fall back towards that C line because he had the insert of Superman right at that switch. If they Prowler and it finds information, he has perfect opportunities to throw Paranoia. They flood into the mound and go for that pick and say he walks out like this and just gets crossfired, tripped off. And KRU have a strong lead moving into the second half.
We will have to see what happens as we get into that second half. But first, Dryad is standing by with Loud, Darker, and Tikazine.
That's right, I'm here with some special guests from Loud. We have Darker and TK Zin. You guys are enjoying the game, watching. We have a draw show coming up after this game. But TK Zin, you're part of Loud, but you're also still technically part of KRU Academy. How are you guys seeing? How are you seeing the team?
They are improving a lot, and I feel like they will win this match because they are playing good, and that's it. Yeah.
What about you, Darker? Any analysis on what's going on?
Yo la verdad estoy apoyando a EG desde GSIN. Yo quiero mucho que gane EG. Siento que es un equipo más completo.
To be honest, I'm just supporting EG. I'm supporting DG Sena. I just think it's a more complete team. So we have divided opinions here. Any prediction on how this is going to be? Is this a 2-1?
Yeah, 2-1 for KRU.
Is it 2-1 or is EG going to close it in 2?
2-1 EG.
Well, my last question for you. With the draw show coming up, any wishes?
I want to play against Furia. Yeah.
You want to play against Furia? What about you? It seems like this team is not agreeing. What about you, Darker?
Yeah, one might be I.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen, and also we'll see how this is going to close out. I think these guys get along very well. Back to you guys.
I guess I just want to fight Brazilian organizations no matter what. At least they can agree on that, right? So nice to see that both players here over at Loud for Tikazine and Darker are still cheering for the Brazilian players across these two teams, right? So you're looking at Les, MW0, and Heat on the side of KRU, and then for EG, it is also for Tikazine. It is a super important stage for EG to make it there. The home buff is actually going to help them potentially make it the champs if they could surpass KRU here. But speaking of Tikazine, or listen to Tikazine's interviews, he's like, I want way more than that. So it's not just trying to make it top 4 for EG. He wants to taste the champion stage. As now on the second half, EG on defense. KRU starting off with some pressure on the C mound. Double smokes as well, just to keep both teams kind of at bay on the map control. So stalling things for a bit in the mid round.
Much more passive defense from EG as well than what KRU is showing. So the rest of the team get all of this space. You can start to move up. They play that door game. See how much util they can get out of it. Destroys the camera, draws a few more eyes from Evil Geniuses. Now you still have to worry about what KRU's doing on that C side of the map, though. If they find anything, expect a big switch since the spike is in a lean position either side. Just tempting fate. Digizine takes quite a bit of damage on that one without being able to trade back. And that's enough. We smell blood, says KRU, and they start to head right towards A.
Pancakes already used most of his util as well to try to stall and get info here towards the rubble, but it only gets one, right? The Prowler only speaks to one player, but at least we have a trade and now confirmation that KRU are moving into the A site.
Yeah, and it looks like EG is trying to anchor a little bit back out and play safety because of those first few kills. Decent util to try to drop back in here. Spike gets planted down, and you still have Les walking about, activating that lurk on one of his favorite maps. And he'll do it again. No, he picks up the hat trick already. Looking for the ace. Oh, as it gets tagged away. He will get 4, though. And that pistol round coming in for Les and KRU is huge.
You know that playing a Viper on this map, he's always going to be dangerous.
Insane.
Look at even KRU in terms of the identity of Les in the last 2 matches for play-ins. Outside of Lotus, they're putting him more onto the Omen role. But now he's going back into the tried and true, what he's comfortable with, where we always know the A side of Lotus is his playground. And that's the reason why.
And this is where he loves to play. When he doesn't have the double duelist rushing into his face, he can be back to his lurky self.
Doesn't have to play with the team, right?
Doesn't have to play with the team.
And he gets a 4-piece out of that.
Crazy 1v1 potential out of him. Oh, he avoids that family photo from EG. Incredible. Quick reaction time by him, and he's going to even go out for more. Oh, another one. Almost gets a quick scope to that as Digizine finalizes 2 beautiful sheriff kills of his own. And they'll keep this fight going. He's the same spot 2 rounds in a row, and it pays off for a few to get his ult points online, which is a big thing for EG here as they have to pick up rounds in these upcoming ones.
Good news, though, is that you have this rotate out from Superman that will be able to upgrade into a weapon. Second way, though, is are we going to try to pick something up for Bao so they can try to go for exits or damage if they can. Sheriffs that you have.
Oh, gets in range and 2 for Dante right away. Actual lineup after everything there. And he is having such a better game, too. It's got to bring the confidence up for him. I know a lot of the times it was tough for him to feel like he was having a good game or the impact he was having was being felt, but the intangibles were there, and now we're seeing everything come together.
Yeah, and the fact that you also have so much util in the post plant on the side of KRU. Why? Because he had Heat that just utilized his gun to create some space, and then a slide from Dante, which then means going into the post plant, NW0 still had a full kit, Sadak still has a paranoia. So EG, with Digizine, when it comes down to defense, they have to make sure that they're able to waste out a little bit of that util back from KRU, where they're looking for the pressure fights here on that A rubble, or anywhere as a matter of fact. So that's why EG are fast rotating from the A line back into B, thinking that KRU are going to reactivate to try to bait some util out towards B.
And Spike's down for a fight round. See what they can grab, any angles, any line of sight. And like you said, that util, just drain it out of EG to make the sight hit easier. But they got to be ready. A bit of a contact plus crossfire by Evil Genius's setup on Rubble. Could be explosive. His pancakes. What? Les with a shot to just drop the Odin, and that's going to fizzle out Superman's position right away. Digizine's now forced to come over from break room, and he's just going to be smoked off actually as Zerona puts that wall up so they can safely get back to position. But KRU's not done yet, Vans. They're still moving around the map.
Just baiting left and right, going back into C. I mean, the trips are not going to do too much at this point.
No.
Bao could be in a position where he could still spray from Waterfall. There's not forward pressure out from KRU behind the Prowler. He's going to try to move forward, potentially to start spraying. Unfortunately, he sprays the wrong spots as you see it ricochet off on the left side of NW0. So KRU in a strong position now in the post plant.
Huddled together. Don't have to deal with any nades getting dropped on them, so their positioning back here so good. And EG doesn't even really have a chance to get crossfires on each other as they wait for everything to come in. They have to clear the smoke. They have to push forward. And that means their hand is forced here. It's going to feel uncomfortable. Sadak already starts off. A close shot means MW0 has the angle. And now it's up to Bao. Spike's going to be too late. Yeah, just doing the damage he can. And Les is going to be the one to finish that off. 21-6. And KRU scoreline of 10-5. They are in the flow state.
Yeah, everybody's shooting so far for KRU, but also, like I said, when it comes down to Lady Luck, oh, you just fall out the bullet tracing from the Odin, and instantly Pancakes gets punished out of that. I was just about to mention the amount of times that we've seen such good map spacing and taken by KRU's side by getting kills through smokes. Either it's on defense or attack. It's just one of those, I think it happened like, what, for 3 rounds, and those 3 rounds happened to be a round converted for KRU as well. So, unfortunate for EG. But you now need to bring
Yeah.
A little bit of that morale up here for the EG team. You're starting to see that struggle out from Pancakes as well, currently 1-12. So the last time out being called by Coach Potter this time just to reel the team back and hopefully muster something up here after the timeout.
And Pancakes himself has said, my IGL is much stronger when I'm playing better, when the confidence is just exuding to everybody on the team. So this is going to be a hard position to pull out of, but one of the strong ones if he can, and will actually build the confidence, because it's going to be a tough comeback.
So you're not giving me any confidence now that he's playing 1-12 in terms of his IGL?
Hey,
but
that's the turnaround.
The good news as well is that DJZine also mentioned when it comes down to that conversation that we had, I think it was with Andre, he was saying, like, it's my turn as a leader. I have the experience right now for this team outside of Superman. I have to now provide the leadership for the newcomers of Val, Zerona, and Pancakes who are playing their first rookie year here for EG. So hopefully there, with the 10 seconds remaining before the barriers drop, after listening to Coach Potter, this is also going to be DJZine giving them some hope. Hype them up, but at the same time, hoping to get something out of this showstopper as well. Sees Nate to start for the control over on that A side. Les was just able to avoid that.
How is the question? Oh, man. So they're not really going to expect too much of a push out, but they have to at this point. Pancake's looking for a quick peek, but reconsiders as the low buy is going to need all of the power that they can muster here to do some damage. Prowler for Prowler is traded. KRU another round where they are just sourcing out as much util from EG as they can.
And think about the noise that's been made so far by KRU. It's all been done by just one single player. You don't know who it is, but you would think here that it's Les because he's always lurking on that side. So now you're forcing EG to be a little bit more proactive around the map. Almost got punished there over on that C mound. So now finally the jig is up. And they realize here for EG that it was just a fake tap to start on that door. 3 players now leaning towards that waterfall to try to fight. But again, there's still so much time left on the clock for Sadak to even call another pivot if he wants to.
Might get some action out of Les in the door. No, won't be opened by either of them towards the A side. Spike is going to commit, though, towards C here. And they have chosen EG's strong site. Will they be able to get all the shots they need here? MW Zera cleans up a few. Or no, I should say Sadak comes up with another one here as there's a moment of breathing room, but that's because EG is just backpedaling to try and set up the forces. Zerona picks up a weapon. And they need to do some damage to KRU here.
This is doable. If they want to utilize a showstopper, take space, if KRU stays on site, that'll have to be a big decision right now for EG to take.
I think they're confirming if anybody could be double lurking on him right now. DJZine doesn't have a blast pack to get himself in, so they may go ahead and hold this, just hoping 11 rounds isn't too much pressure. No, he activates it now, seeing him leave the site. And they're going to try to force their hand with that one. Already pushing back in. Zerona's able to take one down. KRU actually in a pretty sticky situation here as the defuse starts to go through already towards half. KRU trying to rush back through. The defuse comes through as Bao's able to take that one home.
It's a bad plant. A terrible plant for KRU to play outside of the site as they're trying to spam with the Odin, but it's not in a scenario or a place that could really take down the diffuser. So even if the showstopper being shot down towards that spot, it should connect towards water, do some damage as well. And the Paranoia Haunt also allows for them to encroach, that EG that is, to drop the players inside that site. Now you stick it, you convert it thrifty, and that's a huge conversion off the timeout from Coach Potter. But
that's crazy.
It seems that KRU, they don't want to give that momentum back for EG. A quick push, 5 players outside towards the E lane. There's only Pancakes there playing solo on A.
Able to delay with one Prowler. And if it's KRU's intentions to go into the site, they are going to get the site right now. Giving up already. EG goes for full retake on this. Very smart move. They have 2 Odins to roll back in with. Let's see how they can produce a strat out of this.
And an op.
Les gets hit by 1, and DJZine's going to be able to clear him on a very close corner. That's the start EG need to round 17. Spike planted. EG resets, and this is one of the things that they wanted to work on, is setting everything up before they get into the play and not doing it by the seat of their pants on the way through the play. Getting pushed back, delayed right now by KRU, but Bao still finds another kill in the site. A second in the site here as EG start to flood, and that is going to be KRU washed away.
EG putting huge value into the two Odins and the Operator within that round. An expensive one added, but they were able to convert it off that hat that was thrown here by Bao. You saw the positioning from EG, staying back towards that B line, respecting a potential late lurk coming out from the side of KRU. But as soon as the ping comes out, you saw how they grouped up. The paranoia was huge to deny KRU from pushing up on the top of heaven to fight back. So they stay out in the open, caught off guard. And EG takes them all down, being KRU.
Oh, yo, come on.
But there's still money in the pocket out for KRU to work with. Heat with the chamber ult around everybody else on half shields. Another 5-player setup now for KRU to start walking up slowly once again over on the A site. Seems as EG want to play this cautiously. It'll just be the camera setup. Very passive take from Bao. Just not allowing potentially less to walk up on that staircase again.
Just let them get tripped up on the traps. Know that they're running and trying to scamper into position after the plant. If they can keep, if EG can keep that chaos flowing. Almost a second. Are they going to drop in very fast? They're trying to keep them out of drop with that nade. Bao takes position already. And yeah, EG is right on top of KRU the moment they are in the site. Incredible timing. What pressure KRU is feeling right now. So it's going to take everything to either get into the site or back out and find a way through. Les gets a huge kill that could allow them to transition over to B. Heat with another one. And yeah, Dante is out of there. High talent it to the other side.
Huge pick there from Les, just staying inserted. Just break room. They open that up. He moves towards the C side. The two players stay inserted to cut the rotates, but Bao takes him down.
30 seconds left.
That will now force Les to fall back with Dante. The gamble now is, should we play the pit or not? Because of this first angle, he just want to cut the first rotate from the A site over on C.
EG has been great in these positions.
Oh, this is huge by Dante. He just heard a footstep too.
Les going to be the contact. Dante is going to be the secondary, but the timing might be off here. No, Dante's still able to get one, sees the barrel, alerts him, and KRU's able to take down two. And while EG's been great in these positions for this series, it has been a problem rearing its head in the NEVX situations that they fall down and KRU takes the momentum back.
Hitting the emergency brakes in the EG train that was looking very strong, especially with this drop from Bao. The first pick, they get good information, but also by getting that kill from Pancakes, dropping that spike, that gives a chance for KRU to just reset for a bit, pick up that spike after the last kill, and not be forced to stay on site. So unfortunately, another unlucky moment for EG because of that. And KRU is able to salvage that round and put themselves up at 11 within this first map. Spike being dropped for them to default across the map. Heat trying to find a pick.
Going fast. Favors the speed of Heat. And he takes Digizine down right away. That's so much retake potential for EG as well. And now KRU isn't even worried about moving fast to one of the sites here. They still want to see how EG is going to play ball. Well, they go towards the pit. Because you figure there's probably one person hiding in it, and you're going to get this off site.
I mean, you also have a dog. Sadak could also TP inside that pit to get information. You'd start spraying through that.
Flush him out. Just like that. By process of elimination, you know he's got to be up top, as Zerona still hits it. A beautiful tag coming out of Bao there. All three into sight. They're going power and numbers now for KRU as they try to get this plant down. Just on the cusp of the site, Bao takes another one out. He has been super snappy in these rounds for Evil Geniuses, and they need it versus KRU's power at this moment. Paranoia is back and forth, trading a bit of time, trading a bit of space. Now the bomb, finally in a place to plant, but is it safe enough to even try?
Here.
Sadak will commit. And they go for the pit here. What a shot from Heat. A third one on the round. He's been so quick, nobody even can touch him before he TPs out in these situations. And now EG's forced to take from either side. It could benefit them, but it also could collapse the round. Neural Theft goes out. They're trying to run around. They're trying to scatter the pings, and it works just enough to scatter Bao all over the site. That's another round for KRU as they put map point pressure on EG.
And that's the thing. The pressure forces EG to make mistakes. I think the small mistake that we see is that paranoia thrown by Superman on the 3 versus 3. Looks like he wanted to blind that line, but there may be confusion in terms of the communication to Fled as a team. He didn't have a smoke to throw towards that C line yet, if I'm not mistaken, so there was no way the other 2 from Waterfall could really pressure down towards that bend. And because of that, you see that Crew are able to reposition themselves, find their own timings, and put themselves also at map point in this series.
He goes right back for it. That would have been some deja vu. Well, Superman catches him on the door opening as EG screams into that rubble position. Okay, Les. Okay. They are right on the other side of this wall. It's going to be crazy when this wall drops and the kills go to Crew as a slide out from Dante would have bolstered the forces for even more. But that doesn't mean EG is going to stop trying to fight this. Digizine wants to road it with another, and the blast pack scrambles Crew just enough so EG can find another round to keep Lotus alive.
Where was this from EG on their defensive side? The assertion of walking forward, the confidence to walk forward and fight into those spots was beautiful. And they were able to do so because of desperate measures. A bucky in the hands of Zerona was just, or Pancakes rather, was just trying to walk down that line to hold that doorstep. That allowed here for Superman to get the pick.
No, we
play as a
shit,
group.
bro.
And they're happy. In terms of those type of results, I think it's also going to breathe a lot of confidence for EG moving forward here that, hey, they can make these type of Hail Mary plays and still convert for good rounds. And it works. I mean, they're trying again. They tap open the door. This time they try to encroach into a split potentially in front of that B site. But after Digizine gave up that line with the operator on that C line, EG decides to not fully commit into fighting the front of that B site. Back into a cut noise. Re-hit. Prod the map for a Crew.
A mobile sniper is an efficient one. Digizine goes from B to A to find that line, taking down less, which means they don't have to worry about the wall. And this is going to be a little bit easier controller-wise for EG to set up this defense. Superman asks for a bit more over towards the C site, and here comes the rest of the team to help him set up. More delay so they can get into position.
Find you.
Want over. Quickly destroyed, so they know they have a good idea. EG has a good idea of what's going on, but he trying to switch that around. EG just has the answer at every angle.
Galore by the Crew has, so that's thankfully, despite the missed shots coming out from Evil Geniuses, they still have better weapons. Digizine getting 2 with the operator within this round, but an open site for Crew to take to plant over on A. So that will build the econ.
Cash money.
And also the ult for NW0 in the next round.
Planted. My ult, I'll find you.
He's got a lot of headhunters back there. Oh, he's opened the door. Somewhat committing to site. Okay, they're not going to give him the time of day there. It's the push from Zerona and the rest of the team. Oh, Dante with the Bucky. That's huge. He does make the headhunter sing, and now they've got upgrades. This isn't one of those situations, right, Vance? The 2VX, the something VX, showstopper's out, and it does. Don't stand against the wall. He with 1. He's trying to play the time, trying to delay. Oh my gosh, he's gonna do 1v1 against the op, and then it's gonna be a half. Pancakes gets the kill! He secures it! It's not the intangibles anymore. It's the frag that he needed, and he pulls in a major round for Evil Geniuses.
One of those bullets just whiffed by the ear of Pancakes as he almost had it. Would have been another huge clutch on his side. He had a clutch ace just yesterday. Insane coming out here from both Heat and MW0 for the last 2 games, but man, this is not something you really wanted now for the side of EG in terms of converting the round. This was a lower buy for Crew. We had to use a Nightfall, the showstopper, and also try to win it on a 1v1. 3K. But yeah, everything's reset when it comes down to the ultimates though for EG moving forward for the last 3 rounds of the half. So this timeout, it will definitely give a lot of advantages for Crew coming out of here. MW0 has his, and it's now up to Coach Zonic to see how they could explode now with this util, with these ults.
What a map to start. EG to find their footing as well. Partially the way through on this Lotus. We were wondering, the pick was interesting for them to come through. They run the same thing, and they're still kind of finding that identity I think both of these teams were ironing out on their way in here, and only 3 more rounds EG need now. Potter gets a chance to talk to the team there, and like you said, Van, she has been successful as she comes out of those timeouts, so they have a big idea of what to do here.
That was a huge conversation there. You saw that Coach Potter was really just yapping. Yep. So looking at it, trying to get the line of the operator in front of B. Will he try to walk down? Because for KRU, they haven't really pressured that line at the beginning. So if they lock that down, gives a chance a little bit for EG to stack up on the extremities, but they're setting up a 1-3-1.
They change how Pancake's Prowler works. He's been doing it from kind of in main, from breakable, through door, gets a for sure tag, and confirmed towards rubble. So he plays super safe. EG goes for the retake on that position again here, and they're playing very mobile towards mid. KRU, all their forces ready to move in on A and commit this for a final round.
EG is just hoping that this is a fake so that KRU would break door and go back towards B. That's why they have the 3 players on that side. They have nothing to delay over on A. So if KRU commits into this one, they'll be now at the advantage in the post plan. There it is.
KRU funneling just about everyone in a tree. If they kill less, this becomes pretty tough, I feel. He takes one down, though, and they're making just a good case for closing this one out right now. They know they need to source less. He has caused so much trouble for EG. They go right for rubble to try and find him, and it's preventing them from heading towards the spike. They can now focus back onto the site. EG start to move in, but that's a kill. Dante's able to get it from drop, and Superman and Zerona start to push in from tree here to try and uproot the rest of KRU. Out of the site, Heat with an operator trained on a sliver shot, and the pixels are perfect. He gets 2. KRU takes the first map, 13-9.
Nice delays once again. Les being a thorn on the side, holding up on the rubble on the attack. And KRU continues to show here that if you're going to give that space for them to play on Lotus on the A side, it'll be hard if you don't shut him down. They tried to for EG. They had 3 players moving down towards rubble to try to take him down, and he still kills one.
They spend the whole game trying to avoid Heat, find left somewhere else on the mat. There is just death everywhere. MW Zera spamming you through stuff. A few of those thrifty rather helping EG to come back, but it wasn't enough.
That's the game plan here for Coach Zonic and for KRU as well. When it comes down to teams trying to anti-KRU to try to take down the lurks of Bless, it allows for the others to pressure on different spots, for Zach to be a little bit more open to call different stuff on the fly to catch EG off guard, and it just did that.
We have Sunset coming up next. That's going to be Evil Genius's pick. We'll see if they can rally. Don't go anywhere. More VCT Americas after this.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Apenas Sadak e Les. E tá sendo pressionado o Nolito na base!
Instantly taken down. Sheriff, by the way. That's an escort for at least the market stack. But Basic has to give himself away. And Zerona is just going to keep grabbing!
You're the coach of Crew, Visa Zonic. Well played, sir, on Lotus, your map pick. We are going to EG's pick of Sunset next. We've seen this map from you, but you kind of flip-flop on it score-wise. You either do really well or the other team does very well against you. Talk to me, what does Crew Visa have to do to make this a clean 2-0 and get that stomp that we know you can do?
I mean, I think the first time we played Sunset, it was quite comfortable for us. And then MVR came and kind of how can I say that? They kind of make us play differently, I would say.
Yeah.
Like kind of adapt. And yeah, it's something that we took some conclusions from that series, and I think we are going to be able to adapt in this series.
So we've made some changes. We've made some. All right, well, best luck on map 2.
Looking forward to seeing that one when it comes to fruition. But for now, though, let's focus on what we just saw. Crew Visa is currently up 1-0 after really was just some great performances across the board. And let's not forget about, you know, the guy himself, Les, who, let's see, did he get MVP? Yeah, he definitely got MVP.
That's for sure.
It makes sense.
That's for
It makes sense. I mean, this dude was insane. What was it? Like, we were 6 rounds into this son of a gun, and he was already, what, like 10 kills on this one?
Yeah, it was insane. Yeah. About 10-2, I think, to start off. Wild. This is the Les that we know. Yeah. This is the Les that we've been seeing for the past couple years that maybe wasn't showing up in the group stage, but you love to see him show up when it matters the most.
I genuinely think that when I'm watching Les, I'm starting to feel a new kind of way for lurkers. I think he kind of fits into that category with Nats. To these players that do things a lot for their team on the lurk, not just lurking for the sake of playing in that role, making sure they don't get flanked, but actually making things happen around the map. And he was so good at it, fragging out the whole time, really holding his own.
He is so good at finding timings. I feel like I say it every time, but it's just how does he do it? Other players try to play like him and they just can't really replicate it. This is just the consistency that we've seen for the past few matches, how well he did against Sentinels, especially on the defensive side, and how he's able now to keep it up. 303 ACS. I mean, he's just.
And I think since they've allowed him, it feels like to really fully commit to that lurker role, really play the way that he wants to play. That's been what we've seen make Crew thrive. It feels like they've really found that flow state surrounding him because he always enables them to get those wins.
Yeah, when we had Coach Jimmy here, he was talking about how Les just has this like random style of play. And it works out really well for him. But of course, 100%. It wasn't just Les that was owning the server. I mean, we do got to talk about the entirety of this Crew team because they found so much success round after round. And even though Dryada looked like for a moment there was getting a little dicey, Crew, they were in the driver's seat and they closed it out.
This is how it looked when Crew was looking great on this map. And a lot of it connects to what we just talked about, how Les is able to play for these lurks, find timings, get that space, because the way that Crew like to play on this attack side of Lotus is very, very slow. They try to get that information all across. It's about 30 seconds when they're going for a last-minute C hit. And a lot of the times it works out because of what Les is able to do early on, but also because of that read and from Sadak specifically.
Yeah, it feels like they have a full understanding of how they want to play that attack. It enables Les to take the timings he wants. He feels no pressure if he's the one to make the space or not. And they have a good follow-up plan every single time. It looks really good. And on their attack side, they're able to play those post plans really well, save for the Thrifty round that they lost, but they still managed to do it really well. And it's something that I really like to see from Crew, this slow, methodical calling from Sadak, knowing where to go based off all the information, based off where Les is going.
It's also helping too when, I don't know if you saw a couple of those highlights there. Heat was absolutely taking faces.
100%.
I mean, just if you're having that much output from all these players, and we're not even really factoring in Dante in the fold of all of this, it actually leads to a Crew that I think is quite formidable as we go to map 2 here, Dan.
That looks like the Crew that we expected towards the beginning of the year, or even when they picked up Heat, we knew that how good he was with the operator, how good he is individually. He wasn't showing it, but he's showing it now.
This was the expectation that I was hoping to see for Crew, and it seems like it's happening here. But of course, job's not done yet for the boys in pink. Meanwhile, for Coach Potter, there's still so much left to do. Let's see what's going on over there as we have Liz standing by with her for map 2.
Here, the coach of Evil Geniuses, Potter. Now, technically, we are one map away from elimination, but we're going to your map pick of Sunset. A map we've seen you win both times we've seen you in play-ins, but it's been close each time. So what have we done? What have we changed anything?
You know, it's working with the pressure. We've crumbled under the pressure these last few times all year long, so we know that our backs are against the wall, and being able to handle the pressure is what we've been working on. So this is our map pick. We failed it last week on our own map pick as well, but confidence has been stirring for us. You know, spirits has still been high, so we're feeling good for map 2.
Any compositional changes?
No.
All right, well, best of luck in map 2.
Thank you.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and map 2 here of our final play-in series. It is Sunset. It is EG trying to take down that team that was on your screen right there. He's standing up, making and taking the shots. They have to shut this man down, and also the one next to him. Les, Digizine, the man on your screen right there, is going to be the one screaming into the sights, and as you can see, he's going to be on Neon this time.
Look at the agent composition for both EG and Crew Visa. As Coach Potter just mentioned with Liz, there are no compositional changes for the side of EG, but for Crew, same thing. And I think right now when it comes to what Coach Zonic was mentioning, where they got kind of picked apart by MIBR, was how good MIBR was working on defaults, the pressure that they have on the A side, and then the slow inserts that they play on middle, and also just catching players off rotate because Crew were counting too much on their trademarks on the top middle that you could just play around that radius and get those picks around. So I think making sure right now the win cons for Crew is that we're clearing every single one of these corners when we're rotating across. And for EG, they could still have a very similar playstyle to MIBR despite having a different comp. Because the Viper, with the wall that she utilizes, adds the same type of pressure that the Neon wall does.
Yeah.
That Zekin was doing here. Sorry for that. Ospas was doing over on the A line.
And Zerona loves that Viper. You'll know exactly what to do with that pressure as they set wall up towards the A side of the map here. EG start on attack. And they see Heat for a pick. Of course, he'll go for a quick one. And they have to know they're going to catch some pop flash plays from Sadak on this KO. They'll be more than ready, we expect.
Pancakes with drone and small shield so he could clear around that map, allowing now for EG to have a confident push in the back of A.
Ooh, and nobody could follow Digizine, so that was very important. He took down Heat himself. Dante kind of stuck on slant, but Crew and MW Zera now moving in to try and reposition on the site. And they've kind of flipped it now. It's EG on both sides and Crew sandwiched in the middle.
There's no post-plant util, but it is planted out in the open so you can play the sandwich from gate and elbow.
A push towards spawn, easily taken down by Digizine. And now they can start to focus a little bit more down on what's happening in sight. The dance from Pancakes, able to get one for himself here on pistol. But it's Crew picking up the last few kills, putting the pressure of the defuse down, but Bow comes up big again for a round, and the EG start with pistol this time.
Very nice that EG decided to push out towards the spawn at gate and play a 2-2 in that scenario. Because when you drone on the short side and everybody focuses on the elbow, you kind of open up the door for Crew to move in here from shop, from short A into the site. So if you're not playing a crossfire setup, then you know that Crew can play the strong retakes with the aim that they have. You break all the crosshair placements, you keep them at bay when Crew's trying to flood back, you deny that and have a huge pistol round to start on your map pick. They talked about crumbling under the pressure for EG that they've been trying to work on going into this game. Again, it's backs against the wall. Yeah. They lose this matchup here. They have no chance to make it to champs. Not enough points in the circuit. You have to make top 2 in these playoffs to represent the Americas later on in Shanghai.
Split map already for EG. They're trying to read how Crew wants to play these lower buy rounds as well as get in safely with everything to the next round. And that's going to be, again, another contact walk over towards the A site for Evil Geniuses.
play similar things, but the drone, if they decide to use it for EG, will clear out the A site. That will maybe decide for them to push towards A if they want to, but then also allow for Bao to rotate in. But as the drone doesn't come out, I think that's probably a pineapple call. The timing here for Bao, that he's inserted towards that B site with 0 pressure. But with the knife only catching 1 for KRU, it might give a chance for Heat to maybe shoot some players crossing over towards his B site, despite the position from Bao.
Yeah, he's got his ear to the wall here. He can hear everything happening on this, and he'll look for a quick one to start, and catches a quick one from Digizine. Over and over, he continues to heat up.
I got scared, because look at that smoke there from Superman. It's not even covering the entrance to the B site. That could have been a huge headhunter shot.
Yeah, he has been on one. So it was big again that they shut him down. Digizine, that's actually 2 rounds in a row. He opened up A site to do it, as we see another kill traded out there. This sliver, the death of so many players, and Pancakes gets a good bit of chip damage out of it. Wait for the flash maybe if Sadak has one. No, just the knife goes out as you see it go off on the left side of the screen. And this looks all but too easy for EG here to get the crossfires and close down. And Digizine with 3 on this one. He is racking up 4 on this one as he is racking up the kills. 2 away from ultimate coming into their bonus round.
When you talk about that sliver pixel there, right to look into the market, that's a huge spot for Heat that loves to play that in the pulse plant with the operator once KRU takes on the attack side. But this is definitely a big momentum boost for EG. The 4-piece you just mentioned here, Riv, from Digizine.
Dang.
You need a man like that to activate. Already 6-0-0.
Dang. Doesn't even need an assist.
Now allows himself to continue with this rifle.
Oh, on your foot. It's on your foot. Oh, Dante gets the Rona on the other side as both sides of the map get active.
Fortunately for EG, it's a man advantage for KRU because of that push of Dante, and an instant rotate from KRU over on B site, because seems like Evil Geniuses feel like they have to move a little bit more quickly.
Bao taking a very aggressive position, but is slightly backed up by Digizine there for a trade in kills. Knife to come out. No, that's a little pop flash, but nobody can really work off of it. Slight bit of space gained. But really, less coming around here from the outside could be a big factor. Kills come through for Superman already. They start to dissect KRU, but there's still a trade. This isn't for sure EG's round just yet. Heat falls now. The 2v2 as things are evened up, and Pancakes, a low buy weapon for him. But it's not for Digizine. Oh, he made the step. The overdrive's there as he slides to safety.
Spotted for him.
Tempts them with the Phantom. Brings out the jump. And now he just plays all the time. Knows he's in the head of MW Zera here. A player he knows all too well in these situations and will easily play the time to grab the bonus round for Evil Geniuses.
The hands up at the same time for Digizine to wave at MW Zera. 2 veterans of the scene in VALORANT in the Americas. 2 Brazilians have gone head-to-head, toe-to-toe in their own respective regions, even before the partnership era. And you saw here that Digizine, when it came down to those jiggle peaks, he was still very prudent against MW Zera, because playing against the man himself, the Durbada player, you know he's always going to be able to burst back against them, and that's a huge bonus round for EG to take.
Insane. The way he's tricking him with overdrive, Phantoms in the face, 9-0 for Digizine. Absolutely nuclear game right now, and we're only into the 4th round. He is going to try for a first pick, and he finally cools Digizine down.
Well, that knife is huge.
Way 3 contacted in mid.
Thankfully, though, with the pick from Heat, no weapons can get picked up from the side of KRU, so they're still playing with low economy. Pistols across the board. MW Zera's Stinger is actually being held with Heat towards his B site. Gives a chance for EG to play the contact now towards the A. Despite this still having 3 players from KRU over on that site. Better weapons. Back exposed. An advantage now for EG to move in for the plant.
Checking their watch. All the timing in favor of EG right now. Not afraid to make sound in sight, but they're still playing the no chance game, trying to clear. KRU pushed into Bao and then pushed almost into their coffins there. Less able to stay alive, stay above ground, and now pick up a weapon. I was going to say, Superman, I don't think is ready for the pinch. And this is going to be KRU now screaming back and around. They should not be winning, and Les is there to make sure they do. The defuse comes through, and after those 3 rounds, KRU are able to sneak in a thrifty.
Look at where the bodies are for EG in terms of once we see the replay where they're dying. Nowhere where they're tradable, especially with the combination of that paranoia slide from Dante. Look at where Zerona's at. He can't swing out to help out towards that front A line. So they all get dropped one by one. Players are rotating back on off angles, and despite such a huge start for EG, they get fully denied, and you see here Coach Bonner, this should have been an easy 4-0. But thankfully, because you converted the bonus, there's still enough to buy, and you also have big ultimates for the side of EG.
Yeah. Digizine can just reach into his big pockets and buy everybody at this point. Very fast into A. Oh, there's the pop flashes we were talking about, but it's for himself. Sadak tries to make a little mini fight happen. He's good for 1. I mean, having Digizine out of the fight is taking out a big X factor here for EG.
Is there going to be another overcook here? Because look at Bao. He's calling another pineapple right into this position. And you know what happened last time when they rotated all the way from C to A site? They were getting picked off one by one. And Bao also lost his life by overcommitting a push right into the rotate from KRU. So I hope that you learn from your mistake here. You're just going to play the angle. So far, he's not moving. Giving a chance now for EG to grab or plant and play a bit.
So they just have to focus on market, really. That smoke goes up, so they buy a bit of time. High-low, really kind of a disjointed one, which makes it even harder for KRU to understand how to act against it. And Superman's protection there is pivotal.
That's going to have to be a save. Heat has an operator, Les has a phantom. Paranoid cannot even activate a pushback from Heat into the B site. So you have to commend that high-low position. KRU was really focused on the Prowler going up against Bao on the top of the boxes, allowing Superman to swing out and catching 2 players off guard, who also overswung before the Nightfall gets a confirmation that there was actually a second player in Boba. So a slight mistake coming out from KRU, giving a chance here for EG to reset things once again in their favor in this round number 5.
Really vibing on Sunset. And then we saw a bit of this momentum from Evil Geniuses coming at the end of Lotus there. Just not enough to close out the round and catch up to the pressure that you had KRU putting on one of their strongest maps. But Sunset, such a different story. Night and day here for Evil Geniuses as every plan they put into place seems to work out. So much love on that team. And the button will be pressed over here on the side of KRU Visa for a timeout to reorganize the squad for round 6.
I mean, it's a tough matchup right now for KRU, not only because of the respect that Les and everybody gives to Digizine and the preparation that EG puts into the fights and into their matches. It's also here into the back-to-back that they have to prep for in these matches. And that's why you need star players here, right here like Les to really step up to the plate. Yeah. He's done perfectly on Lotus in that previous map. This time around, though, going into the Agent where he plays a little bit less now, no pun intended, going into the play-ins because, you know, he's always playing like the Cypher or the Viper. And the reason why they went into this compositional changes and re-identify themselves on different maps, it's because you need Sadak to play an initiator that could activate Dante a little bit more. That still allows here for Les to play the lurk roles where he played it to perfection against Sentinels just yesterday to eliminate them from the VCT Americas. So keep an eye out on Les if he can continue to do these type of inserts on this Omen, especially when he can TP across lines on this second map here on defense. Currently set up on the top of middle to watch down that line of tiles. But EG still going back into the Viper Wall commitment and conditioning over on the A side. Oh, nobody breaking that hot though, so you know now that the lean from Zerono is not a condition for that wall on the A side anymore. And that KRU may think that EG might mid-round finish into a mid to B split.
They're going to keep eyes on that. Except for right now, if EG were making that move, they'd easily be able to contact right into market, into the back of Dante, but it feels like KRU is okay with the timings right now, and they're going to start rotating right towards that first drone. Sadak kind of hesitating on this, but feels like they're okay if Heat is deeper in the site, and his rendezvous is going to get him to safety if they do decide to go A.
That's the thing, though. The drone from Pancakes is clearing towards that B site. Didn't see the line from Heat opping on that spot. But this is also a common position for operators. Remember, also Jerwin loves to play that spot on the waylay, so EG, they have to make sure that they're staying clean to clear out that spot.
That's why it's so good. It's protected from the util, gives them a moment here, and Digizine cannot get the personal clear down for the team. They're delayed by the fragment grenade.
Also a trip on A.
20 seconds. They're trying to set up the protocol so they have the plan. Everything layered perfectly. And they head in. Plant's going to go down, pretty much default spot here.
Spike planted.
And KRU lets it happen. They don't want to get caught up in the chaos. Dante might even get the overdrive ready for this one as they start to screen back into the site. There's the ultimate going off. Dante's going to be the spearhead on this one. He's going towards slant, catches the back of one. Pancakes couldn't even really see in that situation. Zerona with a very fast fire to take down the aggressor. And he gets a second one on the fight. EG looking pretty good in this if Bao can do what he does best, but Heat already very much on that line with the operator, and KRU come back for a very big round after timeout.
EG got very lucky to be able to make it into the site unscathed despite losing a player early on Digizine at elbow. Because when you saw that paranoia being thrown by Superman, he had no smokes to throw on shops, no smokes to throw also towards gate. Yet thankfully, no op shot from Heat connects. The jump across, two players jump in front of his screen, and he gets none of those picks. But it still allows here for KRU to set up for the retake. Because EG used so much of that util to get into the A site in the first place, they had no util for the post plant. Zerona tried his darnest to try to save that round for EG. It's KRU now with the second round, converting off the timeout from Coach Zonic. Still having the threat of the operator for Heat still in his elbow.
And I think they want Heat to be the first one to see anyone. With the way that KRU is playing, they've kept Digizine at those 9 kills that he got right away for these past few rounds. So he's not been able to find the openings, the entries. And KRU is very happy with that here as they prod towards mid and now head towards A.
Cage fake TP and on top right side, just trying to thin the defense over on A. But because the trip is still here, they still have the line of the operator there. No rotate coming out from Sadat. They trust less in his position. Oh!
It doesn't matter if he misses the first one, apparently. And Sadak's in sight. They still have a bit of a crossfire here between each other. And my God, Sadak, what are you on right now? Bao's able to clear a transition in mid on Dante, but it's a little too late. And that's going to be another round for KRU. Very clean around the board, really, even losing 2.
Yeah. Like I said, when it went for that cage TP and on top of right side middle, pretty sure Les went for a jiggle, tried to contest that and said, okay, there's no pressure coming through, so that could stay over towards the A side, and EG has to find a different way right now to get the elbow control. The walk down slide, anything is not really working out because Heat is always going to land a shot. You got to start saving some util on that side. But of course, you want to save the paranoia for an A site hit, so I think at this point, you kind of need Zerona with a snake bite or even maybe use your relay bolt towards that right side elbow. Because KRU, they're holding down a fort over on A side thanks to the operator of Heat, who's now currently perched up over on the B site.
They're going to hear the trap. EG hears this in mid on the other side, so they want to destroy it again. And Sadak and team will give up the space that time. What a read to know it's going to be aggressed on. Is he in the right position? Digizine still gets the stinger to work for him. Oh my God, through the wall as well. MW's air is forced into B main here, so a re-clear from EG has to happen.
I mean, it could just flip the site and keep controlling the back of Boba.
Yeah. Oh, Superman through the scope. An unlikely character to have it, but just firing down whatever is necessary. And only one more. Les, they know he's going to be coming from afar here on a lurk in a position they haven't cleared just yet.
Since when could Superman op? Never saw him with that before.
Well, back in his day.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe. Maybe Crossfire, I don't know. But very good in terms of sheriffing, very good with the Guardian. I've seen those shots. We've all seen those shots on Bind, for example, but the operator is new for me. I love now after 6 years. Comes to still surprise me, and EG is able to convert a lower buy going into this round.
Thrifty.
And they are going to be happy about that one. This kind of evens out the type of scenarios that we've had so far in this first half, because remember, this could have been, should have been a snowballing half for EG after converting bonus, and should have been a 4-0 at that scoreline. Yeah, see? Even Superman says it. I get up.
I can do this.
But
of course you can.
He's going to give it to Zorona for this round. And I'm okay with this, right?
Pass it around.
Comes back to what Emu was mentioning on Lotus, wishing that Digizine would be playing that Neon for the team on Lotus, because he's so good in terms of the slide contacts that he gets. The instant kills that he gets off the slides is very similar to Dante, as we witnessed so far in this series. Both of these Neons now prolific in the series.
Yeah. Trying to get aggressive, too. KRU takes a bit more of a position in mid. They have to rotate over towards Market as they hear all this commotion from EG crashing into the site. And MW0 does them good for one here to start off with the first blood. Drops the overdrive, so that's no longer a problem for the retake, but Superman still is.
That's info on the left side.
Wait, they're just going right in the pop flash. They're trying to make plays under the nose of EG. And they pull the rug right out from under him. Heat with the savior shot onto Sadak there from Bulba to keep KRU in the sight. Op, Zorona. Happy to go forward. EG's got quite a bit of money here to keep going, so he's going to keep looking for the kills to see what he can do. Great reaction by KRU in this round to get back into the site and start to pressure EG as soon as possible. And Sadak's going to be his first target.
30 seconds left.
He's fast with it.
One enemy
Oh, he's real fast with it, Verona. Now, in a 1v1 with Les, his elbow almost sticking out. He's going to quickly turn, and Les is already there. Never a moment to gain space for either team in this game. You've got to expect it.
Being very vocal, you could see here through his camera. Felt it. Felt that he should have won that 1 versus 3, because those shots were sublime. And these shots were on blind players. Nice little pop flash through, reacting after the neural theft from Bao. But look at that, baiting out these shots. He probably thought that Les was still very far in the rotate. Because like I said, a pit wraps around, has the pit to work with on a pulse plant, but unfortunately, it doesn't pan out here for the newcomer of Zorona into the EG roster, and KRU are now closing that gap in his first half.
It's like everybody's getting the calm down hands. This play is saying whatever, but it just looked like, yeah, especially after that, kind of get around. EG could have won there. You just want to make sure you let them know they're still doing the right thing. I mean, I think a lot of that talk from Zorona was, hey, we got this. We're getting these rounds that close. Let's just push it over the edge. And like we said, they have the money to keep pushing.
And again, I think I have to think about the rounds that they had on Lotus when they had that low buy and pushing down towards that A rubble on a lower buy, just dueling against KRU and just winning all these duels. They need that to continue forward here on this map of Sunset. Because right now, we've always praised EG from the start of the stage that the macro has always been very good. The reads have been very good. The prep has been quite good. But when it comes down to the micro executions for EG, that's where they kind of faltered. You saw it for a bit here for 2 rounds where they're trying to take elbow control, denied by Heat with the operator, who's now once again setting up on that side. I mean, you got 3 over here. Heat maybe won't go towards elbow because of the position of his TP.
Cover going out.
But he's still watching that line.
Just one caught. Pancakes in that knife from Sadak, so they kind of want to rotate away. And the drone, so they love to run back for the drone.
Exactly. AG's just doing very similar things, just trying to get the information on the B side. The op is not there, so okay, he might be towards the A side. So after the timeout, you're thinking, let's start using util potentially to push him off this line. But because Heat is just playing so passive right now, it's wasted util on the side of EG potentially, and he could still even get a pick from his off-angle position out behind the gate.
Les also on a box on the other side. You can see Superman on a box on this side. They're trying different things for both teams just to get the edge in these rounds. That's how close it is. From the shadows is going to reveal just a bit of information. But this is unknown until the wall drops. A shot from Heat's just wide there. Digizine's going to keep putting the pressure on. This time the wall for safety instead of fighting gate right away, and they have the smoke to keep just putting that pressure on to keep crew out of the sight. They went in right away, though. They went in again right away under the nose of EG, but they're aware of it this time and react way faster than the previous round.
The value of that paranoia onto Superman right towards that short side. So very similar to the pistol round, crew feels that they have an open door to flood back towards the dumpster into short A. And yet they get 2 of them blinded from Superman's paranoia, and EG just shuts them down. But I like the look, despite the... I think even if Superman doesn't TP towards that back of the spawn, the fact that you're playing a Zerona wall up with a recon dart from Pancakes, just to confirm of where the operator could be set up at. And see how much util EG has in the post plant remaining.
Oh.
If they continue this way, this is going to be a great first half for EG.
Pancakes getting that has to feel good, too. The IGL getting online, seeing those kills come through, and a flawless for this round as he is calling the team in these positions.
Oh.
Jeez. They love pushing right into gate as soon as they get into sight.
He is the hunter!
He is the hunter. It is true.
But you see the value of that pop flash from Sadak. Again, the ways that you want to activate Dante. The reason why also you're playing this double initiator for crew. Almost got that pick there onto the hunter.
Yep. EG seemed to have shaken off that first game already. No elimination faces them here within this game, and playoffs on the horizon if they can get through. We start off round 11 with a crash into B now.
Still
for
hunting.
EG. Pancakes is very much hunting. Try to escape that. Digizine holds the front line, and this is an easy plant here. His crew has to give up the space.
Still got to pray. Pop flash and a slide to get information first. That's kind of like a mini drone.
Trying to displace him. Digizine still gets one out of that. The trades for EG are still coming through to whittle away at Crew's retake numbers, and that's tough. Heat takes one in the shin. He's down.
They're going for this.
They don't have a ton of cash in their favor either here, so EG's going to be able to run away with a few rounds if you consider the way it should go.
It was close.
Yeah, they'll save.
Yeah, looks like Les was looking for a pick. If anybody was playing on the edge of that smoke, trying to get lucky with a knob shot inside of that pit, that would have dropped things. I mean, look at what Les has. He still has a paranoia to work with. So that maybe would have evened up 2 versus 2 indeed, especially with how Heat has been shooting so far. Becomes a clean hit, though, for EG.
Okay.
Into the B site. Great map control. Great way to space towards that back of B. Control the Boba as well, sorry. That's off some great Hunter's Fury beams out from Pancakes.
Even under pressure, they're performing there. In the situations, EG should be just going down. They're getting one, and that's what's mattering for them, because the rest of the team can repair the round if anything happened. It's coming together for them here in the second map.
Crew wants to change things this time. They want to fight back down towards that line where they punished Zerona before. The pop flash slide potentially here.
We've only really seen this aggression from Crew towards mid. It looks like they still want to commit. Bite goes down, and they might go right away, or name of the game throughout this series is contact as far as you can go. Both teams realizing this is going to create a pretty big fight here, so no one's giving the peak first.
The Toxic Stream going down as well. The fuel being saved by Zerona. That's why you didn't pop flash yet. The timing on that one. He saw the other two, though. Plans foiled for Crew. Forced to fall back. Now pivoting EG into a faster mid-take.
There he goes. Digizine to the left side. MDV Zera. Not the lower buy, right, for Crew here. They did save a few guns, but the Stinger pulls out the kill first. Now they just have to source one out. The pop flash goes through, but this is such a position. They catch 3 immediately, as there is no safe space for EG on the map for this round. 7-5 for the first half, and Crew are able to pull that one back with a flawless.
Trip under the pressure. This is just normal stuff to play. That trip on the top of the ace of middle for the side of Crew that Heat just placed. And then EG feels that pressure coming in from the A line. They move up, they don't break that trademark, and then everything gets stalled by beautiful util right here from NW0. They get slowed by the trademark, they get seized on top of that, and now they get pop flashed and ran over, and EG now only has a 2-point lead where it should have been more.
We're going to swap sides. KRU will take the attack, but it's up to EG to bring us to a third map. Don't go anywhere. There's more after this.
Whenever I use Zowie monitors, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good.
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular.
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
All right, DG Zen, we are here in the lower bracket of play-ins, but talk to me about, you would give your rookie self any advice right now, what would you say to him? Look in the camera and tell him.
Okay, to be honest, that's a good question. I would say be more patient about like your future, because for me right now, I'm thinking too much and then it's not good enough. You know, when I lose like one game, I hold that feeling like for too long, and then I feel like, okay guys, that's not good enough for me, don't feel like better for me. And then that's my only thing I would say for you. Be more patient. It's okay if you lost right now. Take your time, like enjoy the momentum right now, and then be happy.
Be happy indeed. Best of luck today.
Thank you so much.
Let's be happy, but it's not okay if you lose right now. That one, yeah, but no, that's great information, is be patient. And it seems like EG was able to kind of turn that patience up and figure out KRU as they went in. We are locking into the second half of the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN, as we get this one underway. And it is going to be EG trying to scream back and bring this the distance.
The patience of DigiZine was also speaking about his own career, getting no wins on Furia, not having his going to success with Loud, having to play the challengers and back now onto the stage with EG. A second chance, maybe a third chance under the helm of Coach Potter. Starts off a second map with a bang. KRU's able to answer back, close that gap. Now on to the pistol, advantage back for EG, as Dante's down to 45 HP, which makes things a little bit harder for KRU if they want to re-hit towards this A site. Your tip of the spear now maybe just blunted at this point.
Yeah. Limping a little bit more than usual. The paranoia ready off contact here for what Pancakes can call. Reaction from both sides, but the distance is closed, and a very nice shot from Pancakes finalizes the damage on Dante, so it very much so mattered. They were able to chip away at KRU to start. Ooh, Les just able to get a gun! They could have shot him when he looked down, but they decided to peek when he was looking, and that could be the ace for Les. Another round that he could collect everything. Zerona with one, almost gets the kill and some damage in here. Who else would you want in this situation right now for KRU? Going for fakes, 30 seconds left feels like all the time in the world.
EG is stressing me out in these scenarios. Yeah. 20 seconds left. Yeah, Bandit, though, still very doable for Les, because you just saw what he just did.
Bye-bye.
They know. Pulse plant will be difficult. Yeah, camera is still up for Bao. So if the plant goes down, camera comes up, you could figure out where Les will be exiting from.
I mean, you're up against the Cypher. Just to go back the way you came is pretty much the safest thing here instead of explore the site, but he's going to hunker down here just next to the wall and try to give himself a clear 1v1. A wall goes up. He knows more how to play around this than anyone. And the first one's going to be to his left. He now knows where the second is, and he tries to create a little bit of space. A paranoia to delay. Goes just to the side here. Zerona. Youth. Zerona trying to get in there for the kill. Zerona's able to make it happen! Making up for the previous round and collecting it for Evil Geniuses.
That would have been a clutch of the ages there for Les and for KRU. But look at how it opens up so beautifully for EG. Then when right here, Digizene's fully pressured by less. Superman's still trying to throw a one-way smoke. They're not there to help and assist on to Digizene being under pressure. Then they get popped down there by less, but you're starting to see in those moments that shouldn't happen. You don't need Zerona to pop off to try to win a 1v1 in the clutch. Because they should have just trusted their weapons, trust the numbers, and just fight for EG. And that's been the conversation week after week for Evil Geniuses, just trying to work the comms, trying to work the confidence.
Yeah. Backing out fast. He said to get that wall up, give himself some safety as they start to trade fast. Pancakes now has to react, and he gets less as he steps back in and out with the jiggle peek. Very good answers here from EG in situations that seem to catch them off guard on Lotus. They are performing now here on Sunset.
All right, Heat playing pretty much the same positions as Jerwin. I feel I'm watching Jerwin right now, inserted right at the bottom of the staircase, watching the crossover from Market. Because the camera got broken at the very beginning, EG, it's harder for them to realize if there was an insert or not onto this B site. KRU guessing here that they should be going towards A. Oh, are they trying to sell a fake here? Walking back towards the middle where there's still 3 EG players flanking.
They're going to see the trademark, and they're going to say, what? So they know the situation now.
Yeah, but NW0's got to call this.
Now he's going to be able to turn around. That's huge for Heat. Almost being able to protect himself in that timing. I mean, this is the lower by round here, but you're seeing where KRU could have found the entries. EG, though, patches up the holes.
Once again, got nervous there because you're letting Heat
go.
Get ready to go down. ADSing with the Headhunter is usually pretty good for that first pop, especially when the first point of contact was a 1v1. Thankfully, though, EG is able to convert the anti-eco. No surprises, no shenanigans this time around. And W0 felt that he had that timing for that pick. That said, though, EG getting one step closer to hitting double digits. This is a full rifle round for KRU, and the bonus round for EG has still a rifle for Digizene, who's been, again, very good in these moments in the bonus rounds.
If EG can collect both of the bonuses here on Sunset, you have to expect they can close it out. None of the situations get in front of them after that, right? They have to get through Heat here on A first. Oh, you need to almost catch him looking away, but he still snaps Pancake's head right off. Les now identifies the Zerona lurk, so they have a great idea of what they need to do. Starting to push into B. KRU is going to find a few, but Les finds Zerona in rotation behind his own wall.
While his teammate is spamming on the top of middle through the wall. That's just so good. And that's also because Zerona makes so much noise crossing over that Les just tries to find a timing with the spray and gets it. What if we drop that wall, double swing to fight against him, but to the respective EG as well, they don't know how many players will be behind that wall if they drop it as well.
30 seconds left.
Great comms to put EG at this site here. And they have to pull out all the stops to even make this work. And Superman puts up a stop sign right there. There's 3, there's 4! And Heat is now feeling just that as he is put into the drop smoke. Has to force his way out. Oh, the TP just puts EG in such a good position. Heat swings for one. He was good for this earlier. And the slide from Digizene gives Superman the opening, and they win a round. They had no right winning.
A duo ace there for Digizene and Superman as well. You're right. Something was a call moving forward here after Zerona dies towards middle. That Pancake says we should stack up here towards this A site. And he has some superb shots coming out from Superman. Dangerous on the slide, though. They both lined up in front of Heat, but thankfully Superman has that bandit. And you talked about it, a bonus round converted for EG. Should make things a lot easier for them to close out this second map. So they win both pistols, both anti-ecos, both bonuses.
Oh my God. And then they go into the same play, and KRU reads it. 110% this time. The push mid is thwarted for a moment, but the damage already seems done here.
It's 2 weapon upgrades for KRU. Now the tides have turned, they have player advantage, and also from those kills, Sadak has ult. So the 8 HP, it doesn't matter for him. Because they could pop it right away, and if it gets dropped, he gets rezzed up, he's back at full health. And that's exactly what they're going to try to do. Just move back as a group towards this B site.
Molly yourself?
They could do that.
He's going to just activate here, get that null command into sight for sure. No need to toy around with any of this trickery. Just straight fundamentals. In and out. They'll leave him in sight. Why not? Cannon fodder so the team can react to the trade.
It's not in the best plans for them to play outside of the B site, though, for Crew. But remember, you have to look out for Heat's position. Thankfully, he only has Headhunter and Spectre to look into the market. So a chance for EG to close that gap.
Odin swinging in on top side of the site with pancakes as we see market being opened up. Wait, it could be the ace coming in, and Crete is going to be able to close that one down as Sadak falls. And a Thrifty coming in for Crew. Deja vu, fans. Deja vu, exactly like the first half.
Yeah. Just nice shots coming in here. The spray transfer from Sadak has support as well from Dante right next to him. I was even baited here by the TP out from Heat. So good on them on the pressure that they add here over on the A line.
No!
Wanted the ace. He wanted that ace. All right, back into hero rifles for EG. On to Digizine and Superman, who played lights out 2 rounds ago to convert that bonus round for Evil Geniuses.
A little bit of spending money will hopefully help them in this round through those guns. Zerona gonna try to play a little ratty on this one, and that's honestly, they need to. And do everything to get that cheese and bring us to a third map. There's 2, actually. Are we going to get this now from Evil Geniuses? What the hell is going on? Heat's got an outlaw. There's next to 0 chance, right? He clears everyone.
All one-shotable.
Unless he's got the quickest reload in the world. Here's 2, and Zerona's not even going to let one of those ring out. EG get the round in their favor just as quick as Crew took the last one.
And you're happy that those hero rifles went into the hands again of the veterans of Evil Geniuses, both Digizine and Superman.
That's the X factor, right?
And bait the newcomers, bait the newbies in the team. Zerona's out there with the pistol. They're aiming at him first. Look at him. Swings onto the side too, so they focus on him, and he gets the instant trade onto Sadak. Beautiful headshot onto NW0 as well. That's what, a 3-piece into the round. Timeout coming out here for Crew. It almost feels like the timeout from Coach Zonic rather, is kind of late, but it kind of makes sense because you've lost your gun round against the bonus from EG. Yeah. There's no real way to really try to salvage that back, and you're just trying to make sure here that it's all uphill from now on after this timeout. This is pretty much the last buy that you would have unless you're able to get a plant on top of that for Crew and maybe muster up another half buy. This is a perfect opportunity now for EG because they have so many ults to their advantages as well. So if Crew wants to play a slow game, this Hunter's Fury available for Pancakes is going to be fairly good.
Pancakes with the calls so far really surging after that Lotus matchup, finding his way. They didn't have a very good game number 1, but it doesn't matter, and that's amazing to see in a young player like that, especially with IGL pressure on.
Yeah. Again, very new coming in from Challengers. Had a chance to speak to him before going into the partnership era. I was like, hey, did you actually ever IGL for like Voice Like Shopify or anybody? He's like, no, man, only small teams. Being able to play Tier 2 to Tier 1 has been his first experience IGLing and now making it work. But Crew, after the timeout, it's their turn to try to answer back. Let's listen in.
Ele morou na parede, morou na parede.
A Viper tava na A, guys.
Tá, aqui a gente vai fazer a mesma coisa aqui na A, viu?
Tô de mira ainda, se ele curta.
É Cypher e Neon B. E 3 A, eu acho.
Tá, bora aqui. 1, 2.
Quebrei a trap dele.
Tá, não, cancela essa porra aí. Dante, volta...
Era bom a gente subir no meio.
Volta vocês dois. Vamos voltar nos três. Vamos entrar no trem para subam vocês no meio.
Tá, vocês dois, eu e o Hit?
Não. Lesse e o Hit.
Câmera meio,
Hit.
Ele tava o elbow.
Pegou o Sova. Para ele tava lá.
Eu posso smocar, mas espera aí que eu vou pegar...
Vamos aqui, Dante, vamos aqui, que não deveria... Tá para ele, Dante.
Planta cara.
Peraí,
dois direitos.
Ele tá direito, tá direito.
Quando o cara...
Tá
B, guys?
Sim, sim, sim.
Depois de...
voltei só.
Cypher neon B. Vamos voltar pela base, vamos para voltar correndo.
Ô, Les, eu queria trocar de arma contigo, velho, que eu tô com de vida, mano.
Tá pago, velho. Eu só quero...
30 seconds left.
Pensando em ultar.
Tá.
Eu tenho faca... em 15.
Eu vou voltar pra cuidar neon.
Ah, tá, já passamos então? Força. Cuidado marcar um. Cuidado marcar um. Eu vou passar para marcar alguém.
Fazer um olho também.
Eu posso smocar
Olha a cota, não vou.
Ah, neon tem ult, tá? Ah, neon tem ult. Ah, neon tem ult.
Troca.
Meu angol. Ulta você, MW, na soma. Matou, né? Cima marcado, cima marcado.
Pra ver a esquerda do bomb, rei.
A neon vai ultar, tá? 2 base. Valeu. Mano, a gente tem que subir meio, guys.
Nice try moving in forward too, but I love the peek that you had from Zorona. It almost looked like he's like, why is he not looking back at that angle? I'm pretty sure there's a gap that he watches from the corner of his screen. So he gets a beautiful pick there on the top of the A ramp. Good calls from KRU in the mid-rounding though. They had 2 big ults to work with to try to stall as much as they could into the post plan, try to catch some players off guard if they're able to hit them with the Nightfall.
Oh, the paranoia for Nightfall there was so good from EG.
Exactly.
Oh! Come on, boy.
Douglas, body rock. I wanna feel your body rock.
He's rocking at 19 and 10. So
Yeah.
a lot of KRU is feeling it for sure.
You talked about a good paranoia and ult here for KRU, but it's good for AG because they still had a guy on top of News, which was Superman there that thwarted that push from KRU. Attempted to try to fight back for that control. Now they're at map point, speaking of evil geniuses, with a pit.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of util just sorting out that play, and the kill comes in for KRU when it looked like Pancakes was going to get away with 2 on the Odin there.
This opens things up for a KRU re-hit over on the A site. The pings are looking for them to push up on middle to maybe go back and flip the B site, but that should have been 2 easy kills from Pancakes. The reason why I'm saying they could go back towards the A site is because Superman had to use a paranoia for Pancakes to peek out. So when it comes down to a stall, to try to slow down towards the A site, there's nothing on their side that they could utilize.
Pressure, Digizine can actually feel it. A little bit of a 6th sense here. And the smoke up, he's going to use that to anchor himself to peak pawn. But this push here is KRU going to the left, and it's not going to be Bao being ready. Dante with a beautiful slide there, and they know the transitions are going to happen immediately. KRU starts to pick off EG in rotation, one after the other. They have nowhere to go.
That was just a nice slide for Dante. Leveraging the Neon as a selfless agent. Becomes an easy pick for Heat to move forward. And you're just thinking here, if you're sitting here, fade to black, Pancake staring at his screen saying, man, if only I got those kills on Dante and Sadak. There was no way Dante could have slid across like that. It would have been easier for my teammates to hold that defense on top middle. But it's okay, right? It's a 12-6 scoreline that they had. A lot of opportunities to close on that second half. There's no way, knowing the experience of EG, that with a 12-4, 12-5, 12-6 lead, that teams don't come back to push it into overtime, right?
No, never. Oh, man. Does seem like EG has shored up a few of those mistakes that would allow KRU to come back, but Sadak likes to pull out all the stops. They don't seem to be ending at any one site here. They're pressuring a site, rotating off, always having less in a position to help in another spot. A nice knife detects everybody, or not everybody, but a few at EG at A, as KRU just scatter about mid. I don't think there's a stop button to this strategy, Vans. Null command goes off as soon as Sadak gets it again, and they start to push their way into the site. More contact than anything, just the Prowler to lead the way. Zorona taking things into his own hands, actually just looks for the spam angle on the box through smoke.
Ticket market control is important for the paranoia of EG.
No way! What a fight, KRU with the protocol to actually attack back before EG even set up. And that's what EG needs to have the best moment for, is putting the plan together. It is completely taken apart before it's even set in stone.
Not working out in terms of positioning for EG within that round. Bao also playing his trips where he's still in the radius of the KO ult. Right? If he gets hit, those trips fully denied, not giving a chance here for Zorona on the top of Boba to get any spam kills in his favor. So KRU moves into the site, an easy plant. And I love, yeah, you talked about protocols here, Riv. When it comes down to what Superman has, KRU is prepared for these antis.
Yeah.
Try to get that paranoia line from the staircase over towards that back of the site, so that's why Les is holding towards News. And that hits all three players like a bus. Dante slides out for the kills. And now KRU closes the gap by 4. Still one more big buy, potentially even 2 big buys for the side of EG, before they might have to call their last timeout if they're not able to convert the next 2 rounds.
Dante with the op, looking for a line in mid to start. And they're good for the info right away. Zerona with the peek, trades a bit of HP, and Heat finishes it off, which gets Les out safely. 9 HP, but still, numbers up.
Behind 2 walls.
Yeah.
That was a Zerona wall up to walk down, trying to escape with an attack smoke thrown at the top. And Heat still hits it. Heat sinking bullets, pretty much.
It seems like it. He hasn't missed very much, and if the op does miss, the headhunter corrects that action. Still with a slight bit of protection here from Les in mid, so they're only committing 3 towards A. So I don't know if it's that full commit. Again, Sadak hits the sights, pulls the team to a different side, and they continue to work the whole map here.
Camera's going to see and spot 2 feet. The op position for Digizine to get ready for the top middle control.
He puts the op away. Overdrive out. Might decide between the 2 here at this distance. But he's got to start looking. They got to be confident in each other. He doesn't need to check that same angle Bao has here. He gets paranoid right quick. Les the first one, as now Heat finds that first angle. Bao's not able to protect that much. And they both lose their life. Sight for KRU here with 10 seconds left, and EG now forced to pretty much save.
Yeah, Superman's just trying to run down to pick up the rifle here on the top middle. Now you save the next 2, or these 2 rifles for the next round. But despite EG getting early information, thanks to that camera placed by Bao, unfortunately not ready for the fast take that KRU tries to, or is able to take on the top middle. All thanks to, again, a slide out from Dante, allowing for the rest of the team to follow behind that and not allow Digizine to get any picks with the operator. Trying to go for the highlight reel flicky shots, close range shots. But I feel like if they want to bring an operator out for EG, you got to look at the forward lines. The deep lines with the operator that you could take.
Oh, a little bit of damage. Deep pockets for KRU, so it won't hurt too much as the alt doors pretty much get traded there. Op still for Heat. And now that's 3 rounds in a row for KRU, and they only have to push for a few more. Jeez. Just continuously pushing back EG before even fighting them with walls, with util, until they squeeze them out of position.
All right, the timeout's actually going to be now.
Yep.
Trying to convert this one, and if not, also speak for round 24. Because right now, EG, if they lose this round here, they should put KRU up to 11. EG has not too much money to work with. I'm starting to see here that for KRU, they continue to want to try to pressure and fight towards that A line. Even if EG's trying to go for any type of like early plays of paranoia, have Digizine go out, you just throw an early knife there from Sadak and it just removes all of that util if EG tries to fight that line. So they try for different areas, potentially should try for different areas to take control with, maybe try to shut down Heat once again with the operator who's only got 1 assist in the column. He's been landing every single one of his op shots so far. Okay, so after this timeout, EG's not going for the force buy. You're buying just enough here for round number 23. So here rifle for Digizine. Traps being set up over on the A site.
Cover going out.
KRU Haven't really been big on committing everything, all their eggs in one basket to any of these strats here on Sunset, but it does look like they will crash into A. Very quick onto this round. It's like one of the EG rounds where they want to keep pushing forward almost. Ooh, Sadak, thinking he was still kind of hidden a little bit. He gets taken down by Superman, and it's actually 5 still for EG alive here, as it's a crew scramble that has to happen, and they don't have the chance to go back across the map this time. It's got to be the fight in front. Another bandit kill from Superman. He's going crazy as Digizine actually finds his upgrade for the next round. And they are now trying to source MW Zera.
Solo on a 1v4. All angles being watched. Digizine with the last kill. A thrifty for EG. Another timeout converted from Coach Potter to allow Evil Geniuses to decide their fate on Summit.
Yeah, there won't be a next round for that op to be necessary. Digizine puts the nail in the coffin now. In your final play-ins match is going the distance. What a comeback from EG after that first map, failing again in their 1vx, 2vx situations to just squash that mental out, reset, and find this win.
And what a positioning change by EG after the timeout from Coach Potter by putting the single trips in the site, because you know that crew's gonna try to smoke in. It got the players ready. The hero rifle for Val on one side gets so much value, and EG saves their own map pick, and Summit's coming up.
Yeah, we head to the Summit for the final map of play-ins. Don't go anywhere. VCT Americas continues after this.
Dante, we've seen the crew energy come forth. You told me about it yesterday. What is your personal responsibility in helping keep the energy up?
Y la verdad soy alguien que le gusta gritar mucho, que le gusta como pararse, ¿no? Celebrar las rondas. Y nada, me gusta siempre mantener el equipo unido, hacer alguna que otra cosa graciosa para que se divierten. Y bueno, y jugar games.
Yeah, you know, I have this role in the team where I'll like get up and yell after like a good play. So I just want to keep the team together and really just do something funny, you know, to keep us united and playing good.
Good luck.
Apenas Sadak Guilherme. E tá sendo pressionado, o Bonito na base!
Instantly taken down. Sheriff, by the way, that's an escort for at least the market stack, but Pasek has to give himself away. It's Arona! It's just gonna keep grabbing!
And this is the only way play-ins could end. No, not with the bananas, but by going to map 3. That's right, folks. Evil Geniuses manages to force the issue, and now we're gonna end this bad boy on map 3. It's going to be Summit. The Map that was the talk of the town to start the season will be the map that closes out play-ins. How apropos, Myrna.
Ooh, I like.
That's
Can you
$5
say that
word
again?
right there. Apropos.
I have no
learned
idea
that
what
one.
that
I learned that
means.
one from Sideshow back in our older days.
that
And I
explains it.
stole it from him since then. He's doing okay as an EMEA host, I guess. In any case, though, let's talk about what we saw in that game because, look, EG needed this win more than they needed to breathe, okay, Athena? And they pulled it off. They did so in dramatic fashion, but it was very difficult.
But it started so well for them. I think they understood what those win conditions were. You look at that bottom, that timeline, the way that they started winning both of the pistols and winning both of the bonus rounds. That is exactly what this team needs to get fired up, to get some things going for a player like Zerona, for a player like DJ Sin that got the chance to play in the Neon. This is the ideal situation for their own map pick.
Yeah, and I think what's really nice about EG, we talked about their protocols. The other thing is their set plays, right? Especially around these ults. I feel like it's really nice when you're playing on a team to have 2 guaranteed rounds on your attack side because you have that set plan. Always starting off with that Hunter's Fury, getting a lot of that information, zoning the map really well on sites, followed up by the Viper's Pit. It makes the post plant so much easier. They did this on that last map as well, but I think for EG, they're always sitting pretty when they have these 2 rounds, almost guaranteed. They did it twice to get those 2 rounds, then they got the ball rolling on that defense.
I think this is crucial too because all of those set plays, they help you when the nerves are on the line, when you're nervous, when you're facing
this
elimination
round was insane.
too.
The Nightfall into the Omen TP as well, like you get so much information
cool.
off that.
They know the little things that work on stage and the little things that Potter adds for situations where maybe they're nervous, maybe they don't know what the next right play is. For Pancakes as well, they started so slow and now it looks better.
Yeah, it's just so nice seeing how confident they get on these set plays. Again, it's 2 rounds guaranteed on that attack side. And then going back to this map of Sunset, that defense side from them looked really good. They had a really good understanding of how they wanted to play the pace. Their retakes were really good. It's just a team that when they are kind of in that flow state with their utility, with what they want to do, it ends up working really well because they have those deep playbooks. And it's something that Coach Potter is very well known for.
Yeah, I mean, it's been her MO for a super long time now. And it makes sense that this is the thing that's getting them over the finish line, the map 3 potentially.
It also shows in the timeouts. She is incredible when it comes. Every single timeout, they're winning that next round. And I know that there's some questions of, it's an eco, it's an actual full bot. She has one of the best stats when it comes to the impact that she has right after.
Yeah, no, great notes on that one, of course. And it does help, too, when you have a player like Digizin on your team who's able to really just pull rabbits out of the hat like it's nobody's business. The guy is unfreaking believable. Dan, this has been exactly what you want to see if you're an EG fan, if you're a Digizin fan, more importantly. He is 1 more map away and 1 step closer to making it to Brazil.
1 step closer. This would be 2 matches that they have if they're able to win this, and this means so much for DJ Sin. He's talked about it, what he meant from the beginning of his journey in Valorant, from the beginning of his journey in gaming in general, is making those internationals, playing in front of his crowd, and he's doing everything that he can to make it happen. I mean, and also the Neon is setting him up for that.
Yeah, and I think he's so wholesome too with his mentality outside of the game that it really bleeds into this game. I think he fits this team so well when it comes to the play style, when it comes to the mentality. He brings that bright light, and you can see the kind of bro friendship that he has with Bao as well. A lot of talking in the middle of the game, and it feels like he's not only set himself up for success, but everyone has set him up for success.
It's really important too because this is a guy that got picked up during that off season, and he barely spoke English. He had to learn English.
People need to understand the journey that this guy has gone through is truly magnificent, and Digizin has so much to be proud of here. But of course, for him and Evil Geniuses, the job is far from over because coming up next, it's going to be Summit. And as we know about both of these teams, they play Summit. Like we've seen a Summit from EG, we've seen Summit from KRU. I would say a similar-ish kind of idea. I think they run single Neon. I don't think they run a Phoenix or anything like that. So I'm really curious, what we're going to get out of this. If there's anything new, if there's, I don't think so at this point.
I don't think there's anything new, but I think it all goes back to what we talked about at the beginning and something that you've been mentioning, Athena, the whole time, the protocols. In a map like this one, I don't think anyone is fully comfortable yet. If you have those little set plays, if you have those protocols, more practice than anyone else, I think that's how you win.
Yeah, and I think EG starting on defense side is pretty big too, because that defense side on Summit, it's a little bit harder, but as long as you get those rounds rolling, especially coming off of that beautiful Sunset defense side from EG, it's a really nice momentum to bring into this map. And of course, the stakes are on the line. Winner goes to playoffs, and I think both these teams have their eye on it.
And not only do they go to playoffs, but whoever loses here, that is the end of the year for them. For a crew that last year was the first time that they missed champs, and for an EG that last time that we saw them at champs was lifting that trophy. This is an event that matters a lot to them. Yes, we're talking about Brazil, but everybody has that end goal in making it to that big international at the end in Shanghai.
Well, folks, you heard it from the analysts. This is it. It all comes down to this. Map 3, who's going to punch their ticket to playoffs? One final spot on the line, and we're going to settle the score to find out who claims it after this.
Is that just part of the game, you dig? I had to work through the pain, you dig? Now we up popping champagne, you dig? Drop the confetti, we had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes, we max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. BDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss. Yo, taking off. GT3, I'm taking off.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and the final series of play-ins that's going all the way to the third map here between KRU and Evil Geniuses. Bow there on your screen for a moment, just had the crowd going here, so it feels like they might have a bit of that momentum all around them, but KRU is going to come back hungry in this third map.
Both of these teams with a gamble for the third map, a brand new map introduced within this stage where the meta hasn't really been decided on Summit yet, so everybody's trying to find their own little identity. Most recently, it has been KRU by continuing to leverage the Heat Chamber and the Sadak on the KO. And the only time that EG was able to play this map of Summit was trying to define the double controller style a la Haven. That has defined that type of style where it's more controlling the pace, controlling the tempo, and trying to delay as much as you could with these controllers. So this is also going to be a litmus test for both of these teams. It's a do or die in this scenario where you hope that what you come up with in terms of comps and practice and scrims is going to pay dividends in this third and final map.
And we just heard Dryad talking about KRU Visa's road to champions and how that has worked for them in the past, now trying to reach it this time, and Evil Geniuses having done it back in 2023 when they did become champions. So this is incredible to see young players on EG with the two veterans in Superman and Digizine up against world champions in themselves, Sadak, Les, veterans like Heat, and the rest of this squad. It is a matchup to be had for our final play-ins one. We're about to get on to Summit. Let's get ready for this one, ladies and gentlemen. 2 maps already down and only one more to go. Qualification and elimination on the line.
Yeah, for EG, if they're able to make it onto the champion stage, think about it. For this roster, there's not a single player from the EG roster from the past that's in here right now. There's only Coach Potter that has made it, that year after year has had to come to rebuild. Remember the BCJs, the Derek Overwatches that really came through. And now this time with another pack of young, hungry players. Also, a quick rebuild into the stage 2 by bringing up Pancakes, and Zorona is hoping to be the proof in the pudding that allows for them to get the upset win against KRU, and unfortunately, to send KRU home.
Such a tough thing to get by. There's something about that KRU-ment, that momentum they find in the blower bracket playoff run that Superman stunts for a pistol round as they get first blood on the side of EG.
Not many players TP on top of that in the pistol round, so that is able to catch Dante off guard and give a strong start for Evil Geniuses.
Smoke's being thrown out to delay KRU in any of their forward pushes or information gains. But still, the spike is very, very committed here in a situation towards the B site for KRU. I wonder how they're going to pull out of this one if it's not just going to be these two fighting everybody they see, and that's going to be an alert for EG to say Spike's almost in our spawn, and KRU has to get out of there.
Open up the gaps, though. Look at the smoke. The smoke is on the turret for them to flank, but then it's also Heat taking control of the A side. this could maybe pull back some players into A.
This is like a mixture of all of the maps we've had in one now. Sadak is still pulling the team back and forth through the map, but there's no commitment yet. And EG is lurking just behind the right spots in defense and also to the right site here. Whatever Heat can do could be the kingpin of this round if he can find a few backs.
Superman actually as well on B main.
Sees one. He's going to get a quick fight for Pancakes right here. This has to be Pancakes win, and it's a big ghost kill. And there it is. They start to just pinch down on site, knowing they have numbers and that KRU was scattered to the wind.
Despite the timing that he is able to find, because that smoke was there towards the A trademark, that double flank was perfect for EG, converting another pistol round in their favor. Superman the opener, and Superman will also be the closer, savior of the day. With the backstab there onto Sadak right here with that flank. Oh yeah, Digizine wants to be in their heads too. KRU who has gone for a rebuild, bringing in Sadak, who really wanted to play for the Argentinian organization, to lead the charge and to put Argentina back on the map as an org, as a team. And he's trying to hold this solo to find information on B lane first. A knife sees nothing, and that pivots KRU to take some mid control.
Almost spotted. Actually sees one. Heard a few feet there on the run too, as you got it on the audio catch. And the door is closed by EG up top mid, so they can focus rather on just the side lanes. KRU walking all the way up through arches in that mid area just to insert, who else? Les. A little bit deeper into that. Now they're going to pull back. Really not confirmed with anything they're taking right now.
Remember how good Superman has been in this spot against Furia. Nobody could take him down. This time it's Heat that's going to challenge that line. It's a trade setup for both Superman and Digizine.
Yeah. Very good discipline right here. We just heard Digizine talking about patience. See if he could tell that to his younger self. And right now he's got a lot of it, holding that, waiting for Superman contact. And Zerona's going to be the first one that has to rush into sight for defense. The util comes out, but so does Digizine with 4! Instant in the blink of an eye. And he searches for another one, but Superman swoops in to collect the flawless.
And you're never going to topple down Superman yet here in his favorite spot at the A-Link. But good on Zerona to call out for the backup, for the help, as soon as KRU starts executing towards the A site. And what I like from the protocols as well from EG, because Digizine had to fall back right here with a nice little 4-piece spray transfer in this replay, somebody else still took his spot to make sure that Heat is going to be, no matter what, traded on the A-Link. Dual ace. That works.
What is the answer? Is it another bonus for EG? Can they control the early game this well for another map?
That's elevation again here for Superman, so EG definitely trying to leverage the verticality of this map, the power of the Omen on defense, and he gets denied by Sadak when both smokes dissipate on middle.
They've continued to pressure mid over and over, seeing what EG will deliver. And this time they get Superman, so they know the smokes are a bit down. And they'll work right into another trap here. Not expecting Zerona, and his discipline is maxed out for this. He didn't expect Pancakes to peek. You can bet that for sure.
Why did Pancakes peek?
Exactly. He didn't expect him to, but Zerona's able to patch it up. But now it's going to be a little tougher as the long-range fights in favor of KRU. They push spawn. Oh no, now Bao is going to get the brunt of this one, and he can't get the kill. And KRU have the read that much more. Still just seeing Zerona. Digizine hasn't shown from that position, so they may have to look. And that could be the saving grace. And that they look away. Why would they expect Sadak? But MW Zaire looks like he's going to be on that line. No worry for who's in sight. They may lose Dante here, but it's cleaned up quick, and the bonus round should be going over to KRU. Digizine, though, on a heater right now, and he's almost going to be able to get Sadak. Jumps out. Is the brain big enough from the IGL? He's going to go down, and the defuse is not going to be able to come through. That's the smile from Sadak. The iconic winning round from KRU.
That could have been sunset all over again with Digizine getting the Overdrive kill clutch for that defuse, but thankfully Sadak throws that molly on the ground and retreats. Zerona was just trying to go for trigger discipline to see if there's going to be more bodies behind. Less creeps forward. So why the hell is Pancakes peeking? What is the communication there?
I don't, maybe nothing was said yet, and Pancakes was just getting on the line that...
It's a good bonus.
All right. All
Silver
right.
lining. Why
Okay.
not?
Coach said so. We're good. Let's move on.
I'm still tilted.
Yeah. It's been tough for a few of these rounds. EG just kind of have the answer in front of them, and it just disappears.
It's a good bonus that Coach Potter says, but you look at the buy that is in for KRU. All rifles thanks to these plants that they've had. And nobody's throwing out an outlaw for EG. So there's still a chance with these small shield buys from KRU that they could do some damage and maybe even tie up the scenario in this first half, looking to split a 3-2 setup.
Swap Zerona to the other side here, so the wall's not as efficient on A, but Superman is still max efficiency right now. They're trying to get a high-low double peek to make sure Sadat cannot be res. Superman with the quick swing, and they're going to go ahead and do a little spraying and praying through the smoke as they also push through to confirm that last kill.
That was so huge.
Hello. Sliding right into the vision of Digizine is like cinema right now as he takes down a few more and a flawless for EG. So a good bonus round and a flawless. Coach is happy.
That was still so good by Superman, though.
Yes.
He knocks down the KO ult, but at the same time, that 3-2 split from KRU, you're trying to get Dante to go in the back of the smoke to try to get the backstab. And he goes for the 180 just to laser beam him. Woo. Another little flick out from the Superman, and he double push to take down Les. And I think that was a small mistake from Les, though, with that smoke. I think if he smokes so that you put the KO in there, Sadat could see if anybody's moving into that smoke, which would have given a better chance there for both the Neon and for Les to take him down.
Just that micro play in an instant.
But because on that bonus round for EG and the flawless round that they had, and KRU was not able to get a plant, not enough money to buy into this round. Full classics and just looking to 5-player hit for Planet to B.
Bow with the Phantom in heaven, ready to fire down on his trips. A little bit of a trap protocol there. I'm sure the shock darts and the dart will follow. There's the first of maybe many. Digizine's already there to answer. EG is able to squash down on these very quick. But wait, the pistols for KRU are able to find a few kills here. Bow, though, sniper in a tower. He could get the ace. Who's going to take this one from him? And no, it's not going to happen this time. Bow locks down the ace.
And he's happy about that one. First year now in the VCT. He's able to get an ace as well.
Man, I mean, he's the hype man for the team, and what a better way to create hype for Evil Geniuses.
Well, he hyped out the team. He hyped out the crowd here in the Riot Games arena. You heard the little button bow in there. Old school name before he just switches to just a bow name. Yeah, it's an Antaiko, but give it to him.
Hey, we're farming out here.
These are the type of wins you want, though. You see a team primed up like this for EG for a third map
Let's go!
to try to get them into playoffs?
Yeah.
You definitely want that. That's cheering, just cheering basically when Superman and Pal looking at the coach cam. That is actually hilarious.
And that will now call the timeout from KRU's side as they want to shut down that bow momentum right away.
Not the same vibes, though, on that side.
No, it's not. It would be a little weird if we saw him dancing in his coach seat right now.
Yeah. You see now the seriousness is also there for Coach Potter, but maybe not for Dan the Penguin.
No. A little crossed up are the KRU strats right now. And they need to figure out how to get by EG. Their bow was really able to fizzle that out by himself. Like you said, low buy, but still confidence holding these sites with just a few members and backing each other up when necessary on the EG side. Puts them in a 3-round lead. And Digizine's topping that scoreboard for them. Another map.
This is what I want to start seeing here for KRU. They're going to start knifing towards that B side, but play knife and inserts. If nobody's being popped up there, insert less. Then you start finding your timings for him to get 1v1s. That allows for you to manipulate the map a little bit more, especially when they go down for the 1-3-1 setups in the mid round for KRU. So that allows for you, if you're moving up mid and Les finds his timing to maybe encroach, fight the B site, then you might have some very strong mid to B splits. Because the mid to A has always been denied here by Superman.
Yeah.
At least for now.
Getting into bend there has not worked out for KRU, where you see Pancake sitting with Odin right now. He clears it with the drone and sees one. Sees actually a lot of them trying to find that out or that bend kill. So he says back up, anchor sights. Nice job by the IGL to have the mid-round call.
So there's that walk up, Elise on middle for Heat. But nobody really following up with him, so he will be the late lurk. As KRU, as they always had, less watching that line. Nobody was pushing towards that front B site. The camera spot's now 2.
Yeah, double confirmation. The TP seeing one. Trap seen by the Prowler. And the entry coming in does not look healthy from the side of KRU. A few getting taken out. What a paranoia timing! KRU's activation was spot on there when it looked like they might be disjointed. Pancakes with the Odin coming through. If he can fight the two in front of him, he may have a timing here, but he should be able to lock this one down. Yep, there's the kill. And KRU come out of the timeout successfully.
Felt that that was a Superman flash, though.
Oh, did he?
A little bit of a mistake there for EG and Anchor. I think so. There was a lot of switching going through here through the fights. There was a lot of chaos, which is why maybe those mistakes could have happened. Yeah, you see the paranoia comes in from the spawn. It just hits here, the Anchor inside that site.
Yeah.
Nice.
Thinking the fight around that bomb site might be closer.
So a small mistake. Even though there's good vibes, high pressure coming in here for EG and high morale, should I say, the pressure could still creep up onto the Evil Geniuses defense, allowing KRU now to put the second round up. The lower buy that they had now, tool de force for Heat. They'll try to play the same thing, right? You saw at the beginning, not only from this tool de force, but also from the knife inserting less into the B main. This is a true 1-3-1 with a spam through.
MW Zera's shots through these walls from Lotus to Summit now are really paying off for KRU.
And I wonder if MW0 was just spraying that as he saw the drone on the top of the door and thinks somebody's going to follow behind that inside the smoke, so he gets lucky with it. Now that forces EG to potentially play a 2-2. Trusting Bao maybe to solo hold the A site as well, especially with that smoke.
Nightfall just dodged out here. Pancake's going to get razzled up a little bit by the Neon utility as he is hopscotching his way out, but gets taken down by Sadak. And now they rotate into site quickly, and they have swarmed it, pushing forward for more, actually. KRU do not want to give EG space. Tough entry back in. Digizine just clearing some angles with the slide. A nice duck. And the upgrade to the Odin doesn't seem like the greatest one here. He tries to get another op shot on, but he's forced to create that lane. The opportunity now. MW Zera cleans up that Tracer spray with the Vandal.
We'll have to look back at the replay potentially here how Zerona died on middle. But again, the true 1-3-1 setup from KRU. That was the first thing here that allowed that space to be taken on that side, because as you lose Zerona, that's less control onto middle from the Viper up-down walls. You're thin in the defense. You're trying to put Bao solo onto the A side. I think Superman was a little bit too late to rotate over onto B, because as soon as he went for the smoke and finally started rotating, MWZR popped out the Nightfall. And instantly, there was no way for the anchored players on the site to really hold that line. They're deafened. You don't know where the Haunt's going, so the Haunt gets value off the ping.
Clean for his shots through the wall. Just deadly. And they go away from leaving less over towards the left side, towards B. All 5 towards A.
Now we're finally seeing the way that you're playing a Cypher. Maybe for getting some reps playing against a KO wall, but this time around, it is KRU looking to take that warp control so that Sadak could pop the null command potentially here. Oh no, they're just going to go through.
Like you said, the team can work off the traps fully because of that positioning, and it is beautiful for the crossfire to start. Digizine going for another 4K on the map, and he's not even going to waste a moment. Gets on the line and position so the team can get him to even better spots themselves.
Yeah, so you just got to save this now, no choice. So we have a minute to talk about the plays. I got to say, though, the play still works out because, as you said, Riv, even if he threw a knife into the site on the exec, the trips are still active. Get true value out of that as well from the spray of Digizine, and they could still throw the same setup if they want to. Because right now, they don't really know where the position of Bao is at. Remember on a previous map here on Sunset, the knife hit both Bao and deactivated the trips over on the B site. So they still think here that Bao is going to stay on A with his util. Bao could still play this A-B line, anti-KO ult. And EG could still get value out of this.
30 seconds left.
Very smart stuff. And you kind of see how effective all of those EG plans are when it is put into place before it has to go into effect. It's kind of one of the subsets of things they wanted to work on, making sure everyone that rotated had the information while rotating, setting up the plays so they can execute that good. Another 4K for Digizine here as he picks that last one up.
Yeah, put out those numbers for sure. And now with that kill, the money's not the best now for KRU. I think there might be some half shields here or there. Actually, Dante has the overdrive to work with.
Nice. Let's go, Douglas. Another 4K.
Do ace.
That's going to be them all game.
Yep.
They did it on Sunset twice now on this map. As we talk about not enough econ, at least they went half shields across the board for KRU so that Heat could still have the operator.
KRU go right back to that one setup for less. Nice peek. Actually getting the identification on the operator is huge for Sadak to start working around.
Yeah, and excuse me, they had plenty of money to go for full buys if they wanted to, but decide to still go for half shields, maybe to be able to buy for the rest of this half. Should Plat still continue?
That makes it even more expensive. I don't think they're going to be able to even pick that up if they do get the round. And it's going to be forced into A now. Wait, Pancakes is right in their face trying to guard the protection of his orb, and he does get 3! Shuts them all down immediately, and that null command fizzles out for KRU after waiting all this time to use it. Up to less. Pancakes, a sliver of health, does get taken down. But you expect these guys to be able to clean this one up. He's got to go for a big search around the site. He's got 30 seconds, so look for another kill here, but EG quickly shutting down another KRU strat will really help to build that momentum.
Oh, 23 seconds left. Can't move back to take the plant. He's trying to do some damage, but Bao, who's done the exact same setup as the previous round to play the anti-KO ulti, manages to pick up the last kill here. So it works out. 2 rounds in a row for the same setup. And also on top of that, the value of Digizine with the operator.
You saw him do it as well on Lotus. Didn't get one shot towards A on the Raze, or towards mid on Raze. Went towards A stairs, got a kill. He's always trying to stay mobile with that op and make you guess where he is.
Douglas, you liar!
Not sure what he lied about. Definitely not his KDA though. Currently a 4-1 ratio, 16-4. A 1-3-1 setup, sprays, everybody's going down. Finally, Dante is able to answer back, but to the cost here of both initiators.
Challenging each other on the wall drop, Vansili. Things are heating up in this game's Arona. A quick kill there, and KRU are just trying to repair this one, as EG seemingly have the answer to the rounds now following up.
Yeah, things are just falling apart for KRU in the macro that they have on their attack side. This time just being caught off guard. See the idea trying to still finish towards a mid to B setup. You know, they're getting desperate here for KRU. A plant would still, I mean, if you look at it, always have shields. You could buy the next round.
Yeah. They are kind of forcing the point here. Eventually could get to them, but if they can keep chipping away at EG as well, put that economy in a worse spot. 3 rounds for KRU to do much of anything on this first half.
Still doable here.
Absolutely. Especially with the angles they have, it creates a quick 1v1. And the distance between that next player, no, never mind. What a shot. Trying to gap himself a little bit. He was right in a fight with Pancakes after that first kill, and the defuse comes through. 1 away for Pancakes. After this defuse, make sure we pick up the operator for Digizine, and we're good to go.
That's it. It was not the best of positions for Superman to play the Paranoia for them to flood retake, and there's no bodies available for the hat to be thrown from Bao, so that 2 versus 4 was definitely doable in terms of positioning. You see Dante's trying to find the timing, and Zerona peaks at the right moment.
Unlucky. Unlucky. Un poco unlucky.
And I think that's, as you mentioned, Riv, the barrier drop, 2 players instantly die. They don't expect here the verticality, the positions that EG are at the beginning of these rounds, and that's why I said it comes down to, do you think you've built the right meta right now, the right team, the right comp for a map like Summit that just came out in this stage 2? And maybe the lack of practice against different comps catches you off guard, and once again, you get caught off guard. No knife was thrown on that side.
Now, and whose name is it that is on the top of the screen to start another round but Digizine with the operator? Continuously whittling away at KRU's chances to take that site with full force. And now they rely on Heat to look for that pick, to push forward. Dante to source the info first. It's becoming tough for KRU to take ground.
Prowler cleared the whole left side of the pit. So they do have an idea here. Look at that ping, exactly to where Zerona is currently at. Would expect potentially here a late hit, take this controlled Nightfall, all of this, maybe try to get into sight. But that trip over at the A-Link is going to be very annoying to deal with.
And then they're going to have to pass through the wall not once but twice if Zerona decides to put it up when called upon. Paranoia from Superman as they feel like things are getting a little touch and go. 30 seconds left in the round. A commitment, again, not there for KRU because they have Heat on the other side. But it looks like they're going to have to run in here, Vance. Nightfall and then a follow-up from the team unless they actually go all the way through the spawn of Evil Geniuses. You couldn't imagine that to be the case. They're going to still back out of this one. Oh my gosh. It's going to be heard by Superman trying to get into position. It's up to Heat now to get the first forward kill. But it looks like EG is actually going to allow it to happen. No, they peek it and didn't realize Heat was going to be on that line.
Ulti missed. So the plant is down. Nightfall available for KRU in the Pulse plant as well.
Incredible round from Sadak here. The Superman tries to pull back in the favor of Evil Geniuses. 3 for KRU, but it still looks very doable from their position in sight. MW Zera. Oh, he goes for the Nightfall right now as the Neural Theft comes out and gives up the entire team of KRU. Yeah, it's Zerona taking him down. What a nice lurk coming from the other side here. EG realize they have the numbers.
They
just have to put it together. It's all about the pace now. They get Dante. No, Dante comes up with a kill. Superman trades one. Now Dante's alone, and the shorty is never going to be enough against those numbers. Evil Geniuses, yes, will get the defuse with Zerona sticking it. 8 rounds now in the first half.
.22 on that one as well. They were so patient to fight towards the A-Link, or the B-Link rather. But thankfully, throwing the cage, getting the hat. Prime moment to get the Neural Theft for Bao in this round. Allows EG to convert and have a strong lead in this first half. And again, like I said, because KRU hasn't been throwing the early knife over on that B side.
Let's go!
Just to get the insert first. Digizine gets full value with the operator. And EG can't be any happier of the protocols in the macro, the position it's been currently set up on this map of Summit.
And it feels so good when you're an operator on the defensive side and they can't find a way to shut you down. Digizine keeps that just so effective for the side of EG. And KRU have to close the distance immediately. It's mid again. Like you keep saying, Vans, they pressure this area and try to make EG sweat right away. A dash into the site for Dante, and Bao actually still seems to be breathing easy. Hasn't been challenged just yet as he hears them running around. This is a weird game of cat and mouse, and Zerona's able to attack first. Bao still in position, still relaying info, and Evil Geniuses working a hell of a round here against KRU to possibly end that first half in their favor. Heat has a tall hill to climb here. as he's going to go ahead and head towards the other side of the map for a plant in a 1v3.
Bao has been studying some scuba here on this map.
That's crazy.
Using the cages, a trip to his favor, extra obstacle that he could utilize for anybody stepping onto a fortress of a B-side setup. I'm still scared. This is heat, though, with
pulling out the op.
Yeah, I mean, last round now of the half, you have now Phantom and op. You can watch that at the long range. TP's also available. And the door has not been closed.
I think he takes a peek, sees if he can get the Phantom, answers with the tour de force. It's going to have to all happen faster than 3 members of Evil Geniuses can act.
EG's not closing the door.
Oh, I actually thought we might have seen that, Bao. Very close to Squish and Heat. Cools that round down. And a 9-3 first half here for Evil Geniuses as they come out strong in map 3.
Yeah. Didn't get to squish Heat off the door, but they're definitely squishing through here in terms of their defensive setups. How many times so far has Zerona found these timings to backstab KRU? You're definitely seeing the lack of practice and comfort of the attack side of KRU on this map, but they could definitely answer back here on the defense.
Absolutely. KRU have to answer EG's dominance from this first half. We'll swap it when we get back from the break.
Yo creo que se diviertan jugando al Valorant, porque algo que yo vi mucho estando en el Tier 1, ¿no? Que hay muchas personas, no obviamente en mi entorno de mi equipo, pero como que hay muchos jugadores o algo así como que lo terminan tomando como un trabajo, que lo sigue siendo obviamente, pero hay que entender que también sigue siendo un videojuego, tipo aunque estés en Tier 1, en Tier 2 o en cualquier tier, sigue siendo un videojuego y hay que disfrutarlo como lo que es un videojuego y pasarlo bien con tus amigos, con tus compañeros, con tu equipo. Entonces esa para mí como la mayor lección, seguir divirtiéndose con el videojuego.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. We are into our second half now. KRU versus Evil Geniuses, and they need to find an answer on this one. EG has been collecting the pistol rounds and finding a way to run away with the game, so it has to be KRU from the get-go here.
Your heavy hitters got shut down in this third map so far in the camp of KRU. Less at 2 and 11. How many lurk kills, lurk opportunities did we see less on that first half? I could count on my fingers, probably 0. And then Dante also, how selfless he's been, was not able to slide, create space for the team to actually activate it behind them. So EG now at 9-3 and have been good in the pistol round so far in the last 2 maps. Another pistol round here could put them in a prime position to close out the series.
All right. EG got a good idea of exactly how Heat wants to play. I'm sure they already knew he'd peek every time he could, but they see it right off the wall drop. He's going to be using that rendezvous to get the upper hand for the team. And it's a look around round, if you will, for EG. Spike down as they just mill about for info.
Yep, it's a Blues Clues round. Smoke top door, break the door as well, so not allowing KRU to take too much pressure on middle. You see them already rotating out, forced to stack up on individual spots.
Ooh. Okay. Delivered. Zerona and Sadak answering for their teams. So it's up to Digizine to be the carrier on this one. He's got the sprint. He laces up and now tries to get back over to where EG's setting up the real protocol for a 2-2 NA.
I have the spike.
Les has no flash. He's playing TP and a Ghost.
Oh, the swing there. Got some timing, but Digizine's already into the site.
30 seconds left.
2v3. Sadak and Heat. Collecting this round is the start that KRU needs here, but EG already positioned themselves perfectly to run away with the momentum in this second half. Sadak fragment to displace one. KRU don't have much time here because EG's going to do everything they can to keep delaying, keep hiding. Bao just standing out in the open for a quick shot that takes Sadoc's head off, and now they sit together. More than confident to lock this one in, and EG grabs second half pistol.
The cleanest of protocols in a piss round for EG on that 3 versus 2, because 2 bandits available for KRU is still dangerous.
Very disciplined.
But all of that play was drafted off a contact play from Bao, right out of this box.
Oh.
As soon as they swing out, that's where the other 2 will swing for their positions, and they try to trade as much as possible. The fact that he lands the first headshot there, sending so much love across the board for them. They're feeling here that they could definitely cross the finish line for EG to reach the playoffs as well.
EG at 10. Fans, if we look at our initiators of this game, Pancakes versus... Oh, almost did some damage too. Double door. Like the shock darts there to protect themselves as they go towards A. But yeah, Sadoc versus Pancakes, you would never expect that to be the one where KRU falls behind. But the IGLing here from EG, fully online. And now they move towards A, walking in once again. Heat just trying to find a forward angle, but KRU, EG just route around this push KRU have an answer so far for the beginning of the round.
Thing is, it's a stinger buy though. KRU could go very quickly while EG are setting up.
That relies a lot on Dante getting in first, breaking some ankles here. Digizine may be the one. He's had the aim, he's had the spray, and he may get another one. Util out is the only thing Dante was gonna get an advantage on apparently. And now he's upgraded. He has to work wonders for the squad. They're always in this spot, and the wonder fizzles out there as Zerona bites down with the Bulldog. Les's paranoia gives him a moment to breathe, but Bao suffocates the rest of KRU. 11 rounds now for Evil Geniuses.
The group stage record for KRU starting to loom back, creep back up. Despite a strong performance from KRU in the play-ins, how this third map has been unraveling for KRU has been just, again, the nightmares that they've been facing into this second stage. 1 in 4 that they had in the finish in the group stages. Happy that they at least closed out with a victory in the last round, the last week of the stage. Potentially going on a run, but now potentially tripping at the finish line of playoffs. Door being closed once again by double trips. EG controlling the map. Another forced buy for KRU.
He forced into these Vandal TP positions now to get the opening kill, and he's actually traded. It's not as fast. DG quickly move in. Dante's already in spawn. They're not even going to expect this. And wait, the Guardian from Superman clears 2, and Dante of all sliding in. Insane stuff from Evil Geniuses right now as qualification for playoffs is on the horizon.
Those are the best weapons taken out of the equation. Only 2 Spectres, 1 Spectre less alone. EG in different positions, untradeable, but just winning fights. Nothing but aura for each of these players so far. The backstab from Digizine on to Les, and EG now at map, series, and playoff points.
What a third map surge from a team with 3 players who maybe in tier 2 have been in the playoff such position, but never a pressure like this. To keep your season alive, to keep your run for playoffs ready, and a possible chance at champions on the line to stop the KRU right here. Evil Geniuses put us on map and series point. Over and over. Why not? It's conditioned from the last few rounds.
It's so funny because that was the first thing that probably came out when Summit came out. Everybody's going into the shop just trying to find lineups.
Look at my lineup.
And nobody says, nobody's going to do that pro play. Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? Well, you don't have to go against the Cypher for one thing and worry about those trips. So they just mess with the map before even being seen. Now towards the left side here, EG look to put the final touches on B against KRU.
KRU is just playing very scared now. All turtled up. Nobody's trying to find an aggressive line. This might just be a 5-man plow into what could be potentially a good stall from Sadak and less.
Screaming into the site. EG gained free space here, but Zerona gets taken down very quick, and I think that gives Crew a moment to just say, calm down. We do not need to rush this. Plenty of time, but it's going to be rushed by EG. When has that not been rushed here? A few more kills. Pancake gets another. Sadak's the last one left, and who else but Digizine to knock him down? The plan so dastardly from Evil Geniuses as they take down the crewmen and lock in playoffs.
The vibes are up for Evil Geniuses. Treating every single one of these games like a do or die. This would have been the end of their season, but they come out strong on Summit and lock their place in the playoffs. For Crew, unfortunately, for the second year in a row, are going to be missing champs at the end of the year, where they've hit champs every single one of those years since 2021.
And to miss it with 2 champions on your team. A team that has the full potential to make it and faltered in the game 3. You look for a team that can continue to persevere and push forward. The Death said it. You mentioned it, Vans. The timeouts are huge. Potter there on the side, having such a pivotal role in resetting that Evil Geniuses live evil mental so they can always get back in it.
Their new jerseys also bring the vibes.
Yeah, very nice.
They got movement right now for Evil Geniuses, and they're now moving on to the playoffs. A dominating third map. It looked difficult though when they had to play Lotus as the first map. One of the best maps that Crew has demonstrated throughout this stage.
I think that pick confused a lot of people that it was even in the picks, in the map picks rather.
Yeah, especially when you didn't change any of your comps. Even Coach Jimmy was saying, I wish I saw some neon. They went back into, we don't have enough reps, let's just practice this. It doesn't work out. But you had to be tested off pressure and off resiliency, and they were able to do that this time around for Evil Geniuses, winning their map pick on Sunset, and now closing it with such great defensive plays on Summit against Crew.
A lot of trust put into every member on this one. Digizine having a crazy series. Multiple 4Ks in this last one.
Yeah.
394 on the ACS. I know you can't see that, but that's insane because he did it almost 2 maps in a row. We see why EG put so much trust in this man right there. Digizine. Holy moly.
Job's not done yet, though, for Evil Geniuses. They still want to try to reach top 4 so that Digizine can play at the home crowd to get the crowd buff, and hopefully with the crowd buff to help EG make it the champs. Remember, for this team, for EG, they have so much work left still to do. You need to reach top 2 to be able to make it the champs. If not, the dream is still over. So they got a couple of days to practice and to get ready for it. But again, the job's not done.
Really going to have to sort out that subset of problems, transitioning the information to rotators, making sure people in sight, the 2 anchors, are communicating together, things they were able to show up in the 3rd map to really take down Crew. And like you said, crazy, we're not going to see Crew going towards champs once again. But it's going to be Digizine, it's going to be the squad, the young players of Zerona, Pancakes, as well as, what do we got? I'm going to freaking out names now.
A lot.
And Bao, Superman, oh yeah, so many. So many. We're sending it over. It's been a long day. Down to Elizabeth and stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Zerona. That's one of the names.
Thank you so much, Rivington and Silly. And yes, give it up, EG fans. I know you're in the building because I have Zerona here from Evil Geniuses. Zerona, it is hard to believe that I was hosting you in tier. Okay, Sadak.
He's a little salty.
It's okay because you just qualified for playoffs, and it's hard to believe I was hosting your games in Challengers only a few months ago, and now you're here qualified for playoffs for the biggest international event of the year, and it's hitting you right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Talk to me about that. How do you feel?
I'm flabbergasted.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Yes.
And I'm so happy that we qualified to playoffs.
Yes, and that was, that was hard. It looked hard, the first 2 maps, right? It was going back and forth. And then the last map, Zerona, it was just, it looked like it was like, butter going through, or knife going through warm butter. So easy for you. What do you think was the difference between the first 2 maps and the last map? Because we heard your energy, we heard all of you standing, we saw the comms. What was the difference?
I think the difference was we all love each other, and don't get me wrong, we love each other map 1 and 2. But like last map, it was like, it's do or die. Yeah. Let's give it all, every day. And we just play together, committed. and trusted, and we just had fun.
You could tell all the fun that you were having, and you were pulling out all these incredible rounds. You know, DG's in with the op in the 4K, whatever it may be. I'm gonna bring it back to you though, because your personal performance this season that you've been in here in EG has been spectacular. A rookie, the name on everyone's lips. I think for a lot of people, how does it feel to finally have kind of those tier 1 dreams realized coming into this situation where you kind of stepped in very, very quickly, but then also now are here and standing in front of me here. We're about to go learn who you're gonna face for playoffs.
I'm not gonna lie, it's crazy. I've always wanted to play like tier 1, you know, my whole life, like my whole journey through Valorant. And even when I was younger, I've always wanted to be a pro player. So it's like I'm really living my childhood dream, and it's just crazy. And it's like I'm so grateful to be here.
I'm so glad you said your childhood dream, because I'm looking at a certain family member in the audience right now, and it is your mother.
My mother's over there.
She's been here for the past few days.
I love you, Mom.
What message would you like to give to her right now?
I love you, Mom. Thank you for believing in me, and I'm so glad you support me, and I love you.
That is what we love to see. Well, congratulations once again, Zerona. I would like to find out who you're going to play. Would you like to find out who you're going to play?
I would love to find out.
Well, let's send it down to Golden Boy, who is getting ready for our draw show, see how playoffs is going to turn out. GB, take it away.
Thank you so much, Liz. Yes, it's time for the draw show, and what could possibly go wrong? Isn't that right, everyone? Love it, love it. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. We got 4 teams heading to playoffs, but we got to figure out what the matches are, right? So let's go ahead and figure it out. I'm going to be assisting because Lord knows you don't want to put the responsibility in my hands. I'm going to be assisting the main man today, Nick Weatherlow. Guys, give it up for Nick! All right, so Nick, why don't you go ahead and go over the rules real quick so that this way the audience knows what we're doing.
Cool. Hey everybody, so this draw is actually pretty straightforward. We're going to be having our 4 qualifiers from play-ins joining us in the bracket. Here we have the upper finalists that came from the play-ins upper finals. They'll be playing against Loud and Lev. We're going to draw in sequential order, so the first draw will play against Loud, the second draw will play against Lev. Then we'll move to the lower bracket where they will be placed on the lower bracket there in sequential order.
All right, perfect. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right, you guys ready to draw some names in a hat? All right. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Let's get the first one on board. Draw show. Bring the energy. I love it. All right, what we got? First name in the list is Furia. So they will take on Loud G. All right. Next one, we know who it's going to be, but we got to do it for the, just for the sake of it all. All right. And it's MIBR. Okay, there we go. We got our first 2 matches set up. Loud, Furia, Leviatán, MIBR. Now let's move on to the lower bracket. We got 2 more teams. They've got a source here for number 1 and number 4. Nick? It's either going to be G2 or Evil Geniuses. And at this point now in the lower bracket, as you can see, any loss here, that is it. Your hopes for champions done. What do we have? Woo! And first draw. Oh, I saw it. It's Hedos! G2 goes into spot, which means we have one last spot for the team that clutched out today. Evil Geniuses going down to the lowers. So there you have it, folks. Your first 2 matchups is going to be Loud versus Furia, then Leviatán versus MIBR. And then the losers of that game will face off against G2 and Evil Geniuses. There you have it, folks. Guys, give it up one more time for Nick. Thank you so much, guys. All right, now let's welcome in, because we do this every single time. Let's welcome in our players. We have Erde, Bang, King, and Ethan. Fellas, welcome. All right, so Erde, I want to start with you, my friend. You got Furia up first here. How's Loud feeling? What'd you think of play-ins?
I mean, I think we screamed Furia a lot. So we know their playstyle, they know. So I think it's going to be like a spicy match. I think it's going to be like more I think it's going to be like who's on the better day, I think. And yeah, I see us winning, to be honest,
That's confident. Of course, though, along the way, you'll be running into NRG, our defending world champions.
Yeah.
What's the difference between this year, Ethan, and how it felt last year? Any difference? What's your mindset looking like?
Feels similar. We made a couple lands this year. That's the only difference.
Okay, all right. Hey, that works. That works. Thoughts on potentially facing Loud, potentially facing Furia?
Yeah, they're both really good. We scrim them all the time, so familiar to us for sure. Excited to do it.
Okay, tell me, there's a lot of familiarity out here. I don't like it. I don't like it. All right, let's get spicy here. We got Leviatán and MIBR. King, my friend, it's a big matchup. You're going up against Aspas. You got some killers on your team as well. What do you think of this game?
I mean, we faced a couple times already in the year, and I mean, they have a couple shooters, so it's gonna be a very fun match.
How confident is Leviatán feeling right now, especially after your victories and the run you've had? Feeling good?
Yeah, I mean, overall, we're feeling just confident. So
yeah,
didn't like really think of either matches, Furia or MIBR. Yeah. Both are welcome.
All right, cool. Don't matter. And bang, last one we got. You have to face off against the winner of this one. 100 Thieves has had a heck of a run, though. How's it feel? How's the team feeling going into a very pivotal playoff?
Yeah, we're obviously super confident. I really want to see Leviatán win their match. I'm not gonna lie. We haven't gotten a chance to play against them with like their full roster. We played them in like kickoff with PXS. Okay. So like being able to play against them like for the first time with the full roster would be great.
Who wins?
I mean, I'm sorry, but us.
Ooh.
It's all good. It's all good.
What about you, King? Who wins?
Hey. What can I say?
Give me score. Give me score.
No, I'm not gonna give you a score.
He's gotta want to give me a score.
I'm PR trained.
He's PR trained, everyone. Guys, give it up for PR training. Give it up for PR. All right, guys. Thank you so much for your time. I always love chatting with y'all. Guys, give it up one more again for our players here, Erde, Bang, King, and Ethan. That is a wrap for us here. We'll be seeing you on Thursday for the first day of playoffs. You guys excited? Yeah! All right, folks. Well, there you have it. Here's your Samsung OLED Fast Replay, and we'll see you next week. Take care, everyone. For aspiring pro players, playing on this stage right here, it's the dream. The opportunity is right here. But the question is, who is going to take it?
Lost trying to play the backside of the site. This is an easy zip, zap, zoop. Oh my goodness, it is so good for Bestia. He's able to connect. This may be running out of time. He finds another one. Wait a second. KRU's able to turn this into a huge boon. Oh my goodness. And what started with an exclamation point will end with a whimper.
Envy themselves left guessing in terms of where they want to play this one. Team in one side stepping on ice skates. Taking over now. Locked in top bloody form. M80 denied that day with Destiny versus Sentinels.
Effort is able to connect. He's been slow, but is able to turn it into one. And Gobera connects onto a second. And how about Gobera? Let's go! So now 2v4, but Artisan able to find 3. Oh my goodness! Furia grip one back from what looked to be certain death.
Then it felt like that's my house. That's where I live. Your house?
Vic just looking to see if he can gain some information. Did he? Not. It's Vic's head. Clean up. Parla! He's a stop it! How's he done that? Bait players into spawn! In the end, Cloud9 standing up to that test.
What is this, like a warm-up or what's going on?
The shots are not there for Verno. Foul from Aspas! Able to get 2. Paranoia cuts through. Should hit absolutely everything, and Mazzino's gonna get another triple.
Yahoo! They lost the plot entirely. They lost Glyph.
6.
Talk about a Red Bull clutch. Has to come into this one now. Demon 1. Potentially good spot.
Oh, Trent gets the first. Just down to Cobb! Oh! Big counter from Artisan. G2 trying to push on 3, but it's Artisan for the double. 2v2, but Artisan's looking for everything. Into a 1v1, but it's going to be all 5 for Artisan. Furia, surprise G2.
I think Zerona has been a great addition to the team. But what's he going to do in a round like this when they have no weaponry?
Trying to brute force into it. It's a rare miss from him. Yet still sidesteps the bullets, and Oxy. It's EG to maintain their position in the upper bracket.
Week 1 of play-ins, it was action-packed. We had upsets, we had big moments.
There's a party going on.
Look like they're being forced to be here for Fireball Op's birthday right now.
Throw the kitchen sink at him, but they can't do it because he's too damn good. Oh my God! Try as you might, you thought C9 were the main characters. Step aside.
Opening, and you never want to do that, but Alvin has shut them down.
Many members to deal with it. Leaf grabbing 3.
Oh my God, we're trading like gods.
There is just no way Nismo should ever expect this. You are joking. There is just no way, but he'll never expect you to be from main.
There's no way he's checking for this at any point, right? Okay, yeah, we're solid.
How did you get there?
this is the fraud, and that's the
fraud?
fan. But we're
That's the
talking like a
fan.
fan that's like, I don't know, we're creeping up on 30.
That's messed up.
Wait a minute. They got some guns. They got something to work with. Here comes the push through, but they're able to take out the help. Now it's down to Jonah P. Jonah P going up against one, and he clutches it out. Sentinels will punch their ticket to the next round here at Play-In.
Slide out from Dante. Yeah.
Oh
Alrighty.
my God! I mean, someone's got to trade on.
Get him right. Ace, let's go!
Oh my God!
Here, a little bit of extra time to get that 50-50 active again! And KRU are the ones that'll keep the streak active.
It's up to Zekin to come around the corner to win it, but it's nice!
Yahoo!
Ospas online. Actually jumped. It's straight up blind, but he's trying to clean it up, and he does it! He gets to no scope, knowing he just needed to buy a little bit more time. Goes for it! He hits it! The one calling the shots can make the audio call from behind. Oh my God, Tex, another one possibly. How does he continue to do this? A third! And it's gonna be Tex! It's gonna be 13!
Instead, EG can restabilize quickly, and too distracted by the Recon Bolt, Digizine goes in and finishes things off! Recon Bolt not shot down in time. Artscene caught, has to toss down the Cove, and Koala Noob can clear the crowd in the meantime, so Furia keep it okay for now. Supermen on the backside for a moment there. On track for an ace here. Yippee!
I won't whiff again. Okay. Focus. That's on me. That's on me.
Doesn't know which way to look, and he's gonna get turned up a little bit there. They are not stopping. The G2 still trying to kind of waltz into the site. Created the 1v1s for him. It's gonna be pop-up though, and he pushed through the smoke and source out what's going here. The crossfire, almost disjointed, but it's gonna be baby!
Hot dog, come on, baby!
G2 will continue through the lower bracket.
Planted in the wine cubby and is gonna pop out of the perfect moment to grab all three heads! Crazy, and the kill feed Redux just dancing around Jenny, and he's gonna grab almost four. Sentinels once again in time for the interruption, but Jonah P revealing his head! FW falling the slide!
And the hold is good this time from Valen. Sticking the defuse, it's Rossi! Can't really break out of the choke point on the floor. You can't break out of here either when Leaf is shooting like that. G2 will advance to playoffs.
Doc's able to play the elevation game as they just tear EG apart. Scrambling to find an angle, EG falls left and right. The answer, EG is able to squash down on these very quick. But wait, the pistols for KRU are able to find a few kills here. Bow though, sniper in a tower. It's not gonna happen this time, Bow.
Ace, let's go!
The plan so dastardly from Evil Geniuses as they take down the KRU.